Chapter 39:16. Charlene's confession indeed shook Lin Fei's heart. Are all beauties so direct now? Lin Fei only felt a little strange for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Smelling that faint fragrance, he really didn't know what to do. Reject? Charlene was still very much to Lin Fei's liking. If she dressed up, she would be the goddess in everyone's mouth. If she were to drive a BMW, she would be a Ms. Perfect. I'm a scumbag, do you believe me? Lin Fei said. Charlene was indeed going all out. I like scumbags too. This reply was very fierce. I like you, no matter what you look like, I like you. Charlene's face revealed a hint of redness. She leaned down and kissed him. If you want to leave, then you are also mine. It was rare for the timid Charlene to take action for real. Be careful, don't play with fire. Lin Fei could actually push Charlene away. But he still didn't. What's there to be afraid of? Charlene kissed him and hugged Lin Fei tightly. If you have the ability, then eat me. Lin Fei himself wasn't someone who was good at expressing himself. How could he be looked down upon by a woman? Then I'll eat you. Lin Fei hugged Charlene, stood up from the sofa, and pushed open the bedroom door. Who's afraid of who? The next morning, Charlene opened her eyes and realized that Lin Fei wasn't on the bed, but she herself was soft. But when she thought of the craziness from last night, her face subconsciously turned red. The sun is shining on your butt, time to wake up and eat. Lin Fei pushed open the door and entered. Charlene was a shy person. She pulled the blanket to cover her face. Now you know how to be shy. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who else said that they fought for 300 rounds, and who was the one who begged for mercy in the end? Brother Lin, you're so bad, you're not allowed to say it. Charlene wanted to dig into the ground. It was really too embarrassing. You go out first, I'll be out soon. Lin Fei closed the door. Xia Lin's face was boiling. Xia Lin, you are too useless. They say that cows die of exhaustion in the fields. Why can't you do it? Charlene came out after dressing herself up. He was still a little embarrassed to see Lin Fei. Big brother Lin, are you really leaving? Charlene sat in front of Lin Fei and ate the porridge in her bowl. What are you worried about? It's not like I won't come back. Lin Fei laughed. I'm just going to do something. I'll come back when I have time. Charlene was already mentally prepared. Then you have to come and see me often. Xia Lin said softly. I'm your boss, and you're my employee. We'll definitely see each other often. Lin Fei laughed. Moreover, you're my woman, although your combat power isn't good. Charlene was even more shy, but she was even happier. I'm finally brother Lin's woman. Lin Fei personally drove Charlene to work. Since Perfection was incorporated, the company moved to another location. Fortunately, it was still in Jiangbei district. Tianhai Building, 36th floor. It was Lin Fei's first time at Perfection. After walking in, Lin Fei realized that most of the employees in the company were girls, and they looked young. Lin Fei felt as if he had walked into a zoo. Assistant Xia, is this your boyfriend? Good friend, you're so manly. Charlene was still an assistant. What nonsense are you talking about? This is our company's boss. Although Charlene wanted to admit it, she still changed her method. Boss? For a moment, it was dead silent. The change of ownership of the Perfect Company caused quite a commotion in Donghai, especially within the company. Everything happened too fast, so fast that no one could react. Especially the company's executives, they were all dumbfounded, as if they were dreaming. Perfection. That was the property of the Li family. In a place like Donghai, it was the ultimate existence. However, such a big backer, the Li family that could cause a terrifying impact in Donghai actually didn't say anything. It was full of disbelief. Hello, boss. Boss, you're so handsome. Boss, I want to bear your children. After a short moment of shock, these office girls became excited. Do your job well. Charlene shouted, it's office time now. As the manager's assistant, Charlene still had a lot of deterrence. Boss, this way please. Charlene glared at them. That would let these little vixens get close to brother Lin. This was her, Charlene's man. After Lin Fei left with Charlene, the women in the workplace started chattering. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would definitely know that the young boss had a great background. He was 100% a diamond bachelor. Xiao Lin, what was going on outside just now? Bai Xingnan was busy reading documents and didn't raise her head. Ahem, Sister Xing, the boss is here. Charlene coughed. Bai Xingnan was shocked when she saw the smiling Lin Fei. Boss, you scared me to death. Bai Xingnan patted her chest. If I was scared to death, then no one would help you. Don't worry, with me here, you definitely won't be scared to death. Lin Fei teased, I'm the one who created miracles. Brother Lin, I'll help you pour some tea. Charlene took the initiative to pour tea, leaving Lin Fei and Bai Xingnan in the office. Are you used to it? Lin Fei took a sip and said, I'm still getting used to it. Bai Xingnan had a lot of questions in her heart. Boss, how did you get it to be perfect? This is the Li family's company. Lin Fei smiled. Just treat it as a gift from the Li family. Gift? Bai Xingnan couldn't believe it. When did the Lin family become so easy to talk to? But I knew fashion design before, not cosmetics. Bai Xingnan really didn't know much. If you don't know, then learn slowly. Lin Fei smiled. You can find a headhunter. As for the future management of the company, that's even easier. Isn't it popular now? Just make a few popular ones. Bai Xingnan rolled her eyes. If it was so easy to make popular, it would already be popular outside. Boss, it's easy for you to say, but it's hard to make popular ones. Bai Xingnan said helplessly, I looked at the management of the company, and it's not bad. I'll take care of the popular ones. Lin Fei smiled. You just need to take care of the company's matters. If you can't handle it, then find a CEO to help you. Bai Xingnan didn't believe Lin Fei's words. He was definitely bragging. I'll find someone to do that. Bai Xingnan nodded. She suddenly thought of something and looked embarrassed. Boss, are you free tonight? Tonight? Lin Fei smiled mischievously. Could it be that you want to treat me to a meal? If it's a normal person, I can forget about it, but you're a beauty, I'm more than willing. Bai Xingnan felt uncomfortable. Boss, you misunderstood. I just want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Yes, pretend to be my boyfriend. Chapter 39:17. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of tea. You're a beauty, yet you want me to stop pretending to be my boyfriend? Did I hear you wrong? Bai Xingnan didn't dare to look at Lin Fei. Fortunately, they were in the office. If they were somewhere else, Bai Xingnan would have been too ashamed to show her face. Despite her strong appearance, Bai Xingnan was still very traditional in her bones. If it wasn't for this incident, Bai Xingnan wouldn't dare to say this. However, she had no other choice. After thinking about it, this was the only way to solve the problem. In Bai Xingnan's eyes, her boss was still very mysterious. I'm serious, boss. Bai Xingnan actually felt guilty. Bai Xingnan had never done this kind of thing in her life. It's not like I can't be your boyfriend. Lin Fei said with a smile. Then how are you going to thank me? After all, not everyone is qualified to be my girlfriend. Bai Xingnan was speechless. I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Fei laughed. That's so simple. Then forget it. It's meaningless. Bai Xingnan really wanted Lin Fei to help her. This was a perfect company that could be taken from the Li family. Boss, I'm your employee. Don't you want to help me? Bai Xingnan said weakly. Actually, she wanted to act coquettishly, but a strong woman was lacking in this aspect. Act coquettishly like a man? Wouldn't that kill Bai Xingnan? You're right. Lin Fei nodded. Then how about this? Come and give your boss a massage. I'll accompany you if I'm happy. That should be easy to talk to. Remember what you said. Bai Xingnan actually had a certain resistance towards men. However, it wasn't so obvious around Lin Fei. She didn't know why, but there was an indescribable aura around the boss that attracted her. It was really comfortable. It was also Bai Xingnan's first time giving someone a massage. She only knew how to do it for a short while, but it still made the strong woman blush. Use more strength. Yes, use more strength. Lin Fei smiled. It was interesting to tease a strong woman. Bai Xingnan really wanted to pinch Lin Fei, but she didn't dare. She still needed Lin Fei's help tonight. If she had a choice, Bai Xingnan really didn't want to go. but she had no choice. Sister Shen, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Charlene felt a little strange when she came back after dealing with things. Could it be that it's too hot? The massage didn't last long, but it had a huge impact on Bai Xingnan. It felt more like they were having an affair. It's probably because the air conditioner isn't very good. Bai Xingnan said seriously. We have to change it. Lin Fei had to hand it to Bai Xingnan. Women always had an excuse to lie without batting an eyelid. No wonder. Charlene did not understand what he meant. I'll find someone else to replace them. It's a big company after all. How could they not do the small details well? After sitting for a while, Lin Fei got up and left. After leaving the building, Lin Fei received a text message. I'll wait for you at the square tonight. Lin Fei glanced at it and suddenly thought of something. It seems that tonight is Longting Villa, Yu Zishan's birthday banquet. Could it be that Bai Xingnan is also going to Longting Villa? Lin Fei still knew about Bai Xingnan's background. She was the eldest daughter of Donghai's Bai family. She had a conflict with her family and started her own business. The Bai family was currently the #1 family in Donghai, but its influence was not as great as before. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Boss. A figure walked over. It was none other than the assassin of the dark organization, Anna. Different from last time, this time she was dressed in a youthful and lively outfit. She wore a pair of sapphire blue jeans and a white short-sleeved shirt. Her long blonde hair draped over her shoulders and her face was brimming with a bright smile. Those who didn't know would never think that this blonde beauty was a silver assassin of the dark organization. You look very beautiful, Lin Fei said with a smile. Anna was afraid of Lin Fei. Even now, she was still afraid of the scene from that night. If she was afraid of Lin Fei's strength. What she loved was the mysterious feeling of reaching the peak. She would never forget it for the rest of her life. Get in the car. Lin Fei walked into the parking lot, and Anna followed. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Anna didn't even dare to breathe. The Lin Fei in front of her was a terrifying demon king. He could kill people with a flick of his finger. Boss, I've removed the stronghold in Donghai. Anna reported. What about your organization? Lin Fei said. When can you send someone over? It's been very boring recently. Anna couldn't help but worry about the organization. With such a terrifying demon king, no matter how many people from the organization came, they would all die. In a week at most, they will send a higher-level assassin over, Anna said. Gold level? Is he a grandmaster? If he wasn't a grandmaster, it was really boring for Lin Fei. A gold assassin can kill a grandmaster. Anna said. Then she added, when he's fully prepared. Then, have you exposed yourself? Not yet. Anna said. If I don't go back soon, I might be suspected. There are many experts in the organization, and they are also proficient in this aspect. Just keep an eye on them. Lin Fei said. Your strength is still a little lacking. I'll help you another day. To make Anna his subordinate, her strength was completely insufficient. She needed to be mentioned. Others might not be able to do it, but Lin Fei had a way. Anna was delighted. She knew Lin Fei's terrifying strength. He could turn a person into ashes with one palm. Even if she could only achieve 1% of his strength, she would be satisfied. Thank you, boss. Go to the back. I miss your performance. Lin Fei patted Anna's long legs and laughed. Last night, he didn't have enough fun with Charlene. He surrendered after a few rounds. He wasn't as strong as Anna. Anna obediently climbed to the back seat. After a while, the Bentley Timberlake started shaking. This car won't do. I have to change to another one. The shock absorber is not good enough. Evening. Jiangbei District Commercial Square. Lin Fei drove over in his Bentley Timberlake. Bai Xingnan had changed into a party dress and put on some light makeup. She exuded elegance and nobility. Lin Fei came down feeling refreshed. Anna's combat strength was not bad. She could withstand the impact of a horse. I'm not late, am I? Lin Fei walked over. Bai Xingnan had just arrived. No, I just arrived too. Then let's go. After all, it's Master Yu's birthday banquet tonight. Lin Fei said with a smile. You know the Longting Villa? Bai Xingnan thought that Lin Fei didn't know. After all, it was a big event tonight. Almost all the celebrities in East Ocean were there. Of course, Lin Fei knew. He was even prepared to talk to Master Yu. That place was a waste in Yu Zishan's hands. Chapter 39:18. In the evening, the Longting Mountain Villa was brightly lit. Tonight was Master Yu Zishan's birthday banquet. 80 years old. Even though he was 80 years old, no one dared to underestimate this 80-year-old Grandmaster Yu Zishan. Even the few Grandmasters of East Ocean would give face to Master Yu Zishan. Because Yu Zishan had another identity that even the Grandmasters couldn't ignore. Tonight was destined to be a grand event. Boss, the Longting Mountain Villa is just ahead, Bai Xingnan said while looking ahead. Lin Fei had been here once before, but compared to the last time, it was completely different this time. There were luxury cars all along the way. It'll be very lively tonight. Lin Fei smiled. All right, don't call me boss when we get there. Otherwise, I'll be exposed. Just call me Brother Lin like Xiao Lin. Bai Xingnan nodded. Brother Lin, I'll listen to you. Your voice is too stiff. Softer, or else it won't look like you. Lin Fei joked. Bai Xingnan had never had a boyfriend before. When she called him Brother Lin, her tone sounded very stiff. One could tell that there was something wrong with her. Can't I? Lin Fei shook his head. Of course not. You have to change it. I'll teach you while we still have time. Thank you, Brother Lin. Bai Xingnan nodded. Come, say it with emotion. Don't use a professional tone. Brother Lin. No, make your voice longer and softer. Brother Lin. This time it was longer. Yes, just like that. Make it softer. For the rest of the journey, Lin Fei taught Bai Xingnan. The effect was quite good. It sounded like a man and a woman. At least, it didn't sound cold anymore. It had a taste. Almost there. When Bai Xingnan mastered it, they arrived at the parking lot outside the Longting Mountain Villa. Thank you. Bai Xingnan blushed. The way Lin Fei called her brother Lin stimulated Bai Xingnan quite a bit. I'll hold your hand later. Just relax. Whatever happens tonight, leave it to me. Lin Fei smiled and drove the car into the parking lot. At this time, the parking lot was filled with luxury cars. Ferraris, Rolls-Royce Phantom, Martin, and so on. In contrast, Lin Fei's Bentley was quite ordinary. It could even be said that it was inconspicuous. After all, those who could attend the birthday banquet tonight were all the upper echelons of East Ocean. To them, tonight was not only a birthday banquet, but also a chance to make friends. This was a rare opportunity. Bai Xingnan didn't dare to look at Lin Fei and said in a low voice, Then I'll have to trouble Big Brother Lin. Master, it's so lively tonight. In a corner of the parking lot, Li Shan brought his disciples down from a Bentley. Chen Liwen, who was at the side, had a look of envy on his face. Li Shan was not as excited as his disciple. He was very calm and said, Of course it's lively. Master Yu is celebrating his 80th birthday this year. His health is good and he looks like a person in his 50s or 60s. Who doesn't want to be on good terms with Master Yu? Master, I also heard that a Grandmaster will be coming this time. Is that true? Chen Liwen asked excitedly. Li Shan also looked forward to seeing a Grandmaster. He nodded and said, There should be a Grandmaster. I just don't know who it is. I think that Grandmaster Luo Tianyun will definitely come. Grandmaster Luo Tianyun from Xiaoyao Daoist Temple. Chen Liwen took a deep breath and said, Then tonight will be an eye-opener. One had to know that not everyone could meet a Grandmaster. For example, Grandmaster Luo Tianyun lived in Xiaoyao Daoist Temple outside of Jiangbei District. However, not everyone could visit him. There was no difference between a few 100 million and a few billion. One did not even have the right to meet a Grandmaster. When you go in later, just watch obediently. Li Shan warned, Don't talk nonsense. There are many big shots that you can't afford to offend. Chen Liwen nodded. He wouldn't dare even if he was given 100 guts. It's him. Chen Liwen suddenly saw a person, and his face couldn't help but darken. Master, that brat is here too. He even dares to bring a woman here. Li Shan was about to go over and greet a few people he knew. When he heard his disciple's words, he subconsciously looked over and his face darkened as well. It's that brat. A cold light flashed in Li Shan's eyes. It was the guy who made him suffer the last time. Master, here's our chance. Chen Liwen hated that guy to the core. Instead of hiding obediently, he actually dared to come to Longting Manor. This is a chance for us to make a move. Chen Liwen wanted to teach that guy a lesson more than anyone else. However, he never had the chance, nor did he have the guts. Even his master was no match for him, let alone Chen Liwen. If it was somewhere else, he might not have the guts, but this was Longting Manor. Li Shan also remembered this guy called Lin Fei. Keep an eye on him. I'll go look for him. Li Shan said sinisterly, we can't deal with this brat, but they can. Li Shan knew Longting Manor's Master Yu's godson, Yu Longtit. I didn't expect so many people to come to Master Yu's birthday banquet. Bai Shengnan got out of the car and was also very surprised. I can only say that he has a lot of face. Lin Fei also got out of the car and said with a smile, if they were to shoot missiles one by one, then who knows how many people East Ocean would lose. Bai Shengnan burst into laughter, you really know how to talk. Let's go in. Lin Fei reached out and wrapped his arm around Bai Shengnan's waist. He could clearly feel Bai Shengnan tremble. Don't panic, we're a couple like this. Bai Shengnan was nervous at first, but as she sensed the strong masculine aura, her panic disappeared. Is your father here? Lin Fei asked. He should be inside. Bai Shengnan said, why? Of course to get to know him. Lin Fei said with a smile, no matter what, I'm your boyfriend now. How can I not meet my father-in-law? Bai Shengnan couldn't help but laugh again. Big brother Lin, you really know how to talk. Little Lin must have been tricked by you like this. Lin Fei said with a smile, guess, do you want to give it a try? Bai Shengnan rolled her eyes, I'm ignoring you. Lin Fei felt that teasing Bai Shengnan was a very interesting thing. Yu Longfei was welcoming guests. His face was bathed in the spring breeze. Young Master Fei, I'm Li Shan. Li Shan found Yu Longfei. You still have the nerve to come. Yu Longfei said fiercely. Li Shan lowered his head and said, young Master Fei, I was wrong last time. Who knew that kid was so powerful? However, I brought you good news this time. Don't mention that guy. Yu Longfei had suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Fei, so he gritted his teeth when he mentioned him. Although his body looked normal now, compared to before, there was a big difference. It was all thanks to Lin Fei. Chapter 39:19. That brat. Yu Longfei glared. It's that bastard Lin Fei. Li Shan said in a low voice, just now, I saw that brat. What, he really dared to come? Yu Longfei's eyes turned cold. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Young Master Fei, I wouldn't dare even if I had 100 guts. Li Shan smiled bitterly. I was afraid that the brat would run away, so I immediately came to inform young Master Fei. Only young Master Fei can take down that brat. I hope you're not lying to me. Yu Longfei glanced at Li Shan. Bring me there. Cousin, why are you only here now? Lin Fei and Bai Shengnan walked into the villa. Inside the villa, there were pavilions, fake mountains, and flowing water. It was as if one was in the Jiangnan water village. After passing through the winding corridor, someone walked towards Bai Shengnan. A beautiful woman in her 30s wearing an evening gown walked over. Beside her was a man with a gentle appearance. Bai Zijuan had been waiting for her cousin, Bai Shengnan. Seeing that it was almost time, she became anxious. She remembered her uncle's words, that she must bring her cousin here. She finally saw them, but when she saw the person beside her, Bai Zijuan couldn't help but frown. Her cousin didn't say that she had a boyfriend. Bai Zijuan knew that her uncle had put a lot of effort into her cousin's matter. It wasn't easy for him to get in touch with such an outstanding person. Whether it was his background or himself, he was first class. Most importantly, he was from Beijing. He was from the center of power in Beijing. But now, the situation wasn't right. Bai Zijuan had seen that person before. He was a true tall, rich and handsome man with a strong background. No, I must chase that brat away. Bai Zijuan worked in a government department, so she immediately knew what to do. There's a traffic jam. Bai Xingnan was a little nervous. This cousin of his was not someone who was easy to deal with. She was the best at talking. Others might not understand why her cousin was waiting for her here at this time, but Bai Xingnan understood. It must be her father's request. Uncle has been waiting for you for a long time. Bai Zijuan didn't look at the man. I'll bring you there. From beginning to end he didn't even look at Lin Fei. With just a glance, Bai Zijuan saw the problem. This young man didn't look very old, and his clothes were very ordinary. He didn't look like a rich person at all. The preliminary conclusion was that he was just an ordinary person. Such a person was not qualified to be friends with his cousin. Bai Zijuan pulled his cousin away. Hubby, greet Xingnan's friend. Bai Zijuan said and even gave him a look. Friend, it's your first time here, right? The gentleman smiled. I'll introduce you to him. Bai Xingnan was displeased. Lin Fei smiled and said, Baby, you go first. I'll come over later. Then I'll wait for you. Bai Xingnan nodded. After they left, the gentleman's face darkened. Young man, I don't care how you met Xingnan, but I advise you to leave quickly. Don't ask for trouble. What kind of person was Lin Fei? He knew what the other party meant with just one sentence. This meant that he didn't want to see him. That was why Lin Fei asked Bai Xingnan to tag along so that everyone wouldn't feel awkward. You're talking to me. Chen Zizong was Bai Zijuan's husband. Although he looked gentle, he was very fierce when dealing with people. From Chen Zizong's point of view, this man was a toad that wanted to eat swan meat. He didn't even look at Bai Xingnan's status. Don't play dumb. Chen Zizong sneered. It's impossible for Bai Xingnan to like someone like you. People like you should scram as far away as possible. Don't come to this kind of place and make a fool of yourself. You talk too much. Lin Fei was too lazy to say anything. He kicked Chen Zizong into the lotus pond. Help! You bastard, how dare you kick me? Chen Zizong was dumbfounded and roared. So what if I kicked you? Lin Fei said with a smile. Whoever Bai Xingnan likes is her freedom. Who do you think you are? How dare you make a fuss in front of me? You're dead. I'll definitely kill you. Chen Zizong's expression turned ferocious. He wished that he could cut the other party into 8 pieces. Come up here and talk. Lin Fei laughed. He was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. He was already lucky that he didn't kill this guy on the spot. Stop, Lin Fei. Just as Lin Fei was about to leave, a thunderous sound came from behind. Chen Zizong, who was soaking in the water, was startled. He choked a few mouthfuls of water. He was about to die from disgust. When he opened his mouth to curse, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fifth young master, why are you here? Chen Zizong knew about the 5 young masters of the Soaring Dragon Manor. Did that kid offend the 5th young master? Chen Zizong became excited. Then he's dead for sure. Those who offend the 5th young master never have a good ending. With Li Shan leading the way, Yu Longfei really saw Lin Fei and immediately called for help. Yo, you've recovered. Lin Fei said with a smile. It wasn't easy. Shut up. Yu Longfei roared. Lin Fei, if you obediently kneel down now, you can still suffer less. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the Soaring Dragon Manor today. Behind Yu Longfei stood more than a dozen martial artists. The most powerful one was a peak dark Jing expert. Only the Soaring Dragon Manor had the strength to put out such a lineup. Ordinary people didn't have the qualifications. I really don't want to leave the Soaring Dragon Manor. Lin Fei said with a smile. I quite like it here. To Yu Longfei's ears, these words were full of provocation. This was the Soaring Dragon Manor. Not to mention anything else. Just these 3 words were enough to make people's faces change color. Those people with billions and tens of billions of net worth, who wouldn't be respectful when they came here. Putting on airs? They wouldn't dare to. You've got guts to not take our Soaring Dragon Manor seriously. Yu Longfei sneered. Go, break his legs. You'll regret it when the time comes. The Soaring Dragon Manor isn't a place for you to behave atrociously. More than a dozen martial artists behind him rushed forward. These martial artists had all been trained. Once they attacked, they were orderly and had a clear division of labor. It could be considered a kind of joint attack. Whoever dared to underestimate them would be finished. Scram! Lin Fei took a step forward and waved his hand. The dozen or so martial artists who had formed a joint attack all let out muffled groans and flew out in disorder. Some crashed into the wall, and some fell into the lotus pond. No! Chen Zizong was still gloating when he was immediately dumbfounded. A few figures crashed down and screamed. How is it? Am I very presumptuous? Lin Fei kicked Yu Longfei's stomach and hit the wall. More than half of his body sank into it. Another slap landed on Li Shan's body. Crack, crack. Li Shan knocked over the rock garden and laid on the ground, panting heavily. How dare you? Yu Longfei's eyes widened. He couldn't move, and all the bones in his body were broken. Chapter 39:20. Yu Longfei absolutely couldn't believe that he was beaten in his own territory. The injury was more than serious. All the bones in his body were broken, and every breath he took would cause him severe pain. He almost fainted. This is Longting Villa, how dare he? No matter how Yu Longfei thought about it, even if he cracked his head, he couldn't think of anything. Because I have the strength. Lin Fei smiled and turned to leave, leaving behind these words lightly. Yu Longfei was so angry that he vomited blood again. This was the most pretentious thing he had ever heard. He was an expert. Even Grandmaster experts had to give him face. But this guy still dared to say such words. Pull me out. Yu Longfei roared at Chen Liwen. At this time, Chen Liwen had already collapsed on the ground, and the ground was obviously wet. It turned out that he was so scared that he peed. He was completely scared out of his wits by Lin Fei's ferocity. On the other side, Bai Zijuan pulled Bai Sheng. Cousin, why did you bring a man here? Aren't you afraid that uncle will be angry? Bai Shengnan broke free from her cousin's hand. So what if he's angry? Can't I bring my boyfriend here? Bai Zijuan took a deep breath. Fortunately, there was no one around, so he lowered his voice and said, Cousin, don't say such things. Uncle is really worried about you. Moreover, that person is also here. I just took a look. I don't know how many people want to curry favor with him. Bai Shengnan was not interested in who was inside, and said coldly, Cousin, don't worry about this matter. Bai Zijuan really didn't understand. What was so good about that ordinary young man that was worthy of his cousin's approval? One must know that this time, the person who came was the son of the Yan family. In Yanjing, the Yan family was one of the top families, and its influence was so great that it was a terrifying existence. Cousin, you have to think carefully. Bai Zijuan still wanted to persuade her. Bai Shengnan said coldly, Cousin, if you say this again, I'll be angry. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Bai Zijuan laughed dryly, I'll take you to uncle. Bai Zijuan thought that when his cousin saw that person, she would definitely fall in love with him. On this matter, the entire Bai family approved of this marriage. If they had the support of the Yan family, the Bai family would be greatly improved in every aspect and regain their position as the #1 family. The greater the influence of the Bai family, the greater the benefits of being a member of the family. When uncle asked Bai Zijuan to persuade him, he agreed without any hesitation. He even clapped his hands and promised that he would persuade Bai Shengnan. It seemed like he could only take it one step at a time. She prayed in her heart that her husband would kick that brat out. Longting Manor was huge. Lin Fei walked casually. This Yu Zishan is quite influential. 3 evolved Jing masters have come, and one of them is an old acquaintance. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. The other 2 are a bit unfamiliar, but they are much stronger than Luo Tengyun. It wasn't easy to meet 3 of them at once. Wait, there's another one. Lin Fei smiled again. Under his perception, another Grandmaster had arrived in the Longting Villa. It's going to be lively tonight. Lin Fei smiled. It's a good time to announce the ownership of the Longting Villa to avoid trouble in the future. Longtang Villa, Longtang Hall. Celebrities gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, but their gazes would occasionally fall on the silver-haired old man in a gray robe who looked to be in his 60s. The gray-robed old man was Master Yu Zishan. Tonight was his 80th birthday banquet. Grandmaster Luo, I'm very happy that you can come. Yu Zishan smiled. Other than his silver hair, It was hard to tell that he was an 80-year-old man. "Old Yu, it's your birthday today. Why can't I come?" Luo Tianyun smiled. Actually, if it was possible, he really didn't want to go out. After suffering such a big loss a few days ago, Luo Tianyun also wanted to take revenge, which was why he came to visit Yu Zishan. After all, Yu Zishan had another identity, which was Feng Shui Master, also known as a Dao cultivator. Many people knew about Feng Shui Masters. However, almost no one knew about Dao cultivators. Yu Zishan, on the other hand, was a Dao cultivator grandmaster and had real accomplishments in Dao techniques. Although Yu Zishan wasn't a martial Dao grandmaster, he was a Dao cultivator grandmaster, and his strength was above that of a grandmaster. In the East Sea, Yu Zishan was a hidden expert. A tall man walked out and smiled at Master Yu. "Old Yu, your complexion is getting better. I'm so envious." Yu Zishan smiled and said, "Director Tai, you're a rare guest." "Even if I'm a rare guest, I still have to come." Tai Zhan smiled and handed over a congratulatory gift. "This is just a small token of my appreciation." The person beside Yu Zishan took the gift. "It's rare for me to come. I have to drink a few cups later." Yu Zishan smiled. Of course. "Director, don't you hate this kind of thing the most?" A petite figure at the side whispered. "Who else could it be other than Zhao Rou? I have to come even if I hate it." Taizhan said, "Tonight is Master Yu's birthday banquet. I have to give him face." Outsiders might not know Yu Zishan's background, but as the Yan Huang battle team and the East Sea branch director, Taizhan knew everything. He had to give face to this master. "Director, I'm going out for a walk," Zhao Rou said softly. She was usually on various missions and did not like such occasions. "The night view of the Longting Villa is very beautiful. You can go take a look." Taizhan also knew Zhao Rou's character. It was indeed not suitable for such occasions. Zhao Rou walked out of the hall. She had to admit that the night view of the Longting Villa was not bad. After all, she did not know how much money had been spent on the Longting Villa. Naturally, it was not comparable to ordinary mansions. It said that the Longting Villa is different. It is indeed different. Zhao Rou walked and quietly felt the difference of the Longting Villa. This must be the paradise that the director mentioned. The Yan Huang battle team was a big organization. Many secrets that outsiders did not know were not secrets within the Yan Huang battle team. Zhao Rou also knew about the paradise. Places like this rarely appeared in the bustling city of the East Sea. If I can cultivate here, I might have a chance to become a transcendent grandmaster in this lifetime. Zhao Rou thought. At that time, I will be able to see my savior. Zhao Rou had never forgotten what happened that day. Through the Yan Huang battle team's own intelligence agency, those people from the Flaming Starlight sect seemed to have disappeared. They had been killed. In this way, he was even more sure of one thing. The possibility that that person was a grandmaster was very high. Bang! Zhao Rou's head bumped into a thick arm. A masculine scent hit her in the face. "Sorry." Zhao Rou looked up and saw a young man. He looked very ordinary, but at second glance, she felt that there was something different. Chapter 39:21. For some reason, Zhao Rou felt that she had seen this person somewhere before. But she couldn't remember. It was really strange, really unbelievable. Had she seen this person before? "Do we know each other?" Zhao Rou raised her head and asked, full of doubt. Lin Fei didn't expect to meet someone from the Yan Huang battle team here. She seemed to be called Zhao Rou or something. It was a nice name, but anyone who thought she was easy to bully would definitely be beaten up badly. "Pretty lady, can I take that as a flirt?" Lin Fei laughed. Zhao Rou didn't expect to ask a stranger like that. Now it was awkward. "What do you think?" Zhao Rou said fiercely. "Flirting is impossible." Lin Fei decided to tease Zhao Rou. "But I just feel that way." "Pretty lady, you're so pretty. Why don't we go for a walk?" "Then you can try." Zhao Rou shook her head. She definitely didn't know such a person. She must be thinking too much. "I'm very violent." Lin Fei blinked. "I like violent beauties because I'm violent myself. Don't you think we're a good match?" Zhao Rou was stunned. How did she meet such a person? As for violence? He was just an ordinary person. He didn't have the aura of a martial artist. His limbs were loose, and he didn't have any spirit. Zhao Rou could knock such a person down with one punch and make him bedridden for half a month. Now get out of my way. I'm leaving. Zhao Rou really wanted to give him a kick, but she held it in. Why are you leaving? Lin Fei laughed. I think you're quite interesting. We have so much time together. It'd be a pity if we didn't talk. Lin Fei felt like he was a demon king. Go away. If you don't, I'm going to get angry. Zhao Rou said, intending to go around him. This guy in front of her was so annoying. It's good to be angry. I heard that violent girls look good when they're angry. Lin Fei said seriously. It's a pity that I've never seen it in my life. What kind of person was this? Zhao Rou was furious. Get out of my way. Zhao Rou stretched out her hand and pushed with a bit of strength. Even a strong man would not be able to withstand it and could only obediently push him to the side. This push made Zhao Rou feel as if she was pushing a mountain, and she was unable to move it at all. Instead, she was the one who was careless and knocked into it. Aya, so this is your violent method. Lin Fei smiled. I like it very much. Continue. Zhao Rou smelled the scent of a man again. It was intoxicating, and her mind also calmed down. Zhao Rou, what's wrong with you? This man is taking advantage of you. Zhao Rou pushed her hands away unhappily. As a dark force martial artist, the strength of his hands was not enough to move mountains and drain seas, but he still had the strength of hundreds or even thousands of kilograms, which was not something that ordinary people could withstand. This push was at least a few hundred kilograms of force. Zhao Rou didn't believe that the guy in front of her could block it. But the result was still like a stone sinking into the sea. The other party was still smiling. I can't even move this person. Zhao Rou jumped out subconsciously, completely dumbfounded. What was going on? It was unimaginable. That was hundreds of kilograms of force. Even a rock could be moved, let alone a person. Could it be that he is a martial artist? Zhao Rou sized up this person, but she couldn't remember any information about this person. He was very unfamiliar. As a member of the Yan Huang battle team, it was compulsory to know about East Sea martial artists, especially those who were not weak. She had to remember them. But this person in front of her was really young. Zhao Rou had actually misjudged him. This guy in front of her was a martial artist? Could he be from a nearby province? Only then would Zhao Rou not have any impression of this person. Brother Lin, I finally found you. Before Zhao Rou could decide what to do, a crisp voice rang out. A young figure ran over. Bai Xingnan, the daughter of the Bai clan. Zhao Rou recognized her at one glance and was slightly shocked. Sister Bai, does the daughter of the Bai clan know this person? Brother Lin, the one with the surname Lin? Zhao Rou didn't remember any powerful martial artist with the surname Lin in East Sea. Why did you come out? Bai Xingnan walked out with small steps and was quite surprised to see a young girl. Move, I'm leaving. Zhao Rou finally found an opportunity to leave, but she still remembered this man. This time, Lin Fei really didn't stop Zhao Rou from leaving. It was quite interesting to bully a young girl like her. You bullied a young girl? Bai Xingnan asked. I saw that she was very angry. Tell me, that young girl tried to hit on me on purpose? Do you believe me? Lin Fei said with a smile. Zhao Rou didn't walk very far and almost stumbled. How can there be such a shameless man in this world? Bai Xingnan burst into laughter. Keep bragging. I don't believe it. Maybe you were the one who took liberties with her. This laughter made Bai Xingnan's mood improve a lot. Why did you come out? Lin Fei said. Are you going to take me to see father-in-law? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Bai Xingnan had indeed run out because of her father. Are you really going to see my father? Bai Xingnan asked. Of course. Lin Fei faintly smiled. I'm your boyfriend. If I don't go see your father-in-law, then I won't go. Bai Xingnan's heart warmed. Thank you. In the banquet hall. Uncle, cousin can't figure it out right now. When young Master Yen comes, I think cousin won't have any ideas. Bai Zijuan smiled as she talked to a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man looked like he was in his early 50s and had the demeanor of a superior. I hope so. The middle-aged man Bai Tiancheng was also very disappointed with his daughter. After saying a few words, he ran out. Bai Zijuan was very envious. If it was her, she wouldn't even need to think and would choose to agree. That was the wife of a rich family. Cousin is back. Bai Zijuan's eyes lit up. But in the next second, her expression slightly changed. She saw her cousin and a man coming in. This man was the young man she met outside. What the hell is Zizong doing? She can't even do such a small thing. Bai Zijuan was a little angry. She was prepared to perform well in front of her uncle. But now, when Bai Tiancheng saw this, he was almost infuriated. The moment she left, she actually brought a man in. This made her father Bai Tiancheng very unhappy. His expression darkened and a dignified aura came out. Bai Zijuan, who was beside him, didn't dare to look at him. Uncle is angry. That kid is finished. Bai Zijuan was clear that once her uncle was angry, that young man definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Some people in the surroundings also noticed the change in this big shot of Bai Tiancheng. They couldn't help but feel a little strange. But when they saw Bai Xingnan, they immediately understood. Chapter 39-22. Daytime was furious. His woman actually dared to bring a stranger over. It was really infuriating. Bai Tiancheng had always hoped for the Bai family to rise to the next level. If they could establish a relationship with the Yan family, it would definitely increase the Bai family's strength by a lot. Where else could he find such a good deal? But now, Bai Tiancheng really wanted to send this young man flying with a slap. Uncle, I'm Xingnan's boyfriend, Lin Fei. Lin Fei walked over while holding Bai Xingnan's hand. Bai Xingnan was very nervous. At this point, no matter how angry his father was, he couldn't back down. Bai Xingnan didn't want to marry a stranger, let alone someone she wasn't familiar with. Xingnan, come here, Bai Tiancheng said in a low voice. That person from the Yan family hadn't arrived yet. It would be easy to explain if he didn't see it, but once he did, it would be hard to explain. What Bai Tiancheng needed to do now was to draw a clear line between them. As long as Bai Tiancheng was clear of his involvement, Bai Tiancheng was confident that he could resolve this matter. I'm not coming over. Bai Xingnan shook her head. This is my boyfriend, the person I like. No one can change my mind. This time, Bai Xingnan's tone was very firm. Bai Xingnan knew what kind of person her father was. Bai Xingnan also threw caution to the wind. Young man, you should know who I am. Bai Tiancheng couldn't do anything about his daughter. If they were at home, he would have chased her out long ago. However, this was the Longting manor, so he could only endure it. Of course I do. Lin Fei smiled. You're a big shot. It's good that you know. Bai Tiancheng said coldly. Then why did you leave? If I get angry, the consequences will be dire. Leave? No, I won't leave. Lin Fei smiled and said, no one can make me leave on my own, not even you. No one can. I've taken a fancy to Bai Xingnan, so she's mine. Crazy, too crazy. Watch your words. Bai Zijuan said angrily. Lin Fei laughed and said, I'm just talking. What's wrong? By the way, your husband seems to be taking a shower outside. It's so cool. Maybe I'll let you see him send clothes over later. Shower? Bai Zijuan mocked. Do you think I'll believe you? As soon as she finished speaking, her phone rang. It was her husband, Chen Ziki. Zijuan, hurry up and find me a set of clothes. Bai Zijuan suspected that he had misheard. That brat was right. How is this possible? Hubby, what's wrong? Bai Zijuan asked. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and find some clothes. Before Bai Zijuan could speak again, the other side hung up the phone. What did you do to my husband? Bai Zijuan pointed at Lin Fei angrily. Nothing much, I just asked him to take a bath. Who asked your husband to be so hot-tempered? It's just nice to cool down. Lin Fei said indifferently. You bastard. Bai Zijuan really wanted to tear this guy's face apart, but he held back in the end. Bai Xingnan was confused. What was this about bathing and delivering clothes? However, he also came to a realization, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Uncle, we've met. Seeing that you're quite angry, I won't bother you anymore. Lin Fei smiled. Let's talk when we have time. Lin Fei dragged Bai Xingnan out to eat. He actually dares to leave. Bai Tiancheng's eyes widened. This was the first time someone had said such a thing to him. Isn't this kid afraid of me? Bai Tiancheng tried his best to suppress his anger and did not stop him. He could only stare at them with murderous eyes. He could not think of any family with the surname Lin in East Ocean. Big brother Lin, you're the first person to talk to my dad like this. Bai Xingnan breathed a sigh of relief. Your dad is also a human, there's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fei smiled as he picked up a piece of cake. Try this, it's not bad. Bai Xingnan really admired Lin Fei. In this kind of place and situation, he could still act so calmly in front of his own father. No one in the younger generation could do this. I just heard that you took care of my cousin-in-law. Bai Xingnan asked. That Chen Zizong? I asked him to take a bath. Lin Fei smiled. That guy with bad breath. It's a good chance to wash away his bad breath. I don't like cousin-in-law either. He's a very scheming guy. Bai Xingnan said in a low voice. My cousin and cousin-in-law are really a match made in heaven. I bet they'll hate you to death. Only a useless person would hold a grudge against someone. Lin Fei said disdainfully. Only a capable person would take revenge on someone and crush them. It's a pity that your cousin-in-law doesn't have that ability. Bai Xingnan rolled her eyes. Your chicken soup for the soul is very poisonous. No matter how I look at it, it seems like you're saying that you're very powerful. Haha, I'm actually very powerful. Yan Tianheng came with Yan. Actually, Yan Tianheng didn't want to come. But when he thought of the Bai family, if he could ally with the Bai family, it would be of great help to Yan Tianheng in the Yan family. Even though Yan Tianheng was in a bad mood recently, at least he survived. Yan Tianheng remembered that guy. If he dared to appear in Beijing, he would definitely kill him. In the East Ocean, he could only suffer first. Young Master Yan. Young Master Yan is here. When Yan Tianheng arrived at the Soaring Dragon Manor, everyone took the initiative to greet him. After all, everyone knew Yan Tianheng's background. He was the young master of Beijing, and he came from the Yan family. Who wouldn't want to suck up to him? Those rich ladies kept throwing flirtatious glances at him, and they almost pounced on him. As long as Yan Tianheng was willing, he could lie on his bed with them anytime. Yan Tianheng wasn't interested in these vulgar women. He came tonight to see the daughter of the Bai family and also to celebrate Master Yu's birthday. This was an existence that even grandmasters had to be polite to. If Master Yu took action, Yan Tianheng believed that he would definitely be able to take care of that guy. Therefore, he specially brought something good with him. How would he know if he didn't try? Only after enjoying everyone's flattery did Yan Tianheng regain his aura as a young master. Look, this is the influence of a top family. Yan Tianheng told himself with a faint smile on his face. Yan Tianheng entered. Master Yu Zishan also came out. Young Master Yan, it's my honor to have you here. Yu Zishan could ignore ordinary people, even grandmasters, but he had to respect this young Master Yan. The Yan family was a top family. Yu Zishan was a tyrant in the East Ocean, but he was nothing in front of a top family. They could crush him with a finger, and he was in a sorry state. Master Yu, you're the birthday boy tonight. I should be the one to visit you. Yan Tianheng smiled and asked his subordinate to bring the gift. This is an ancient book that I got. It's not very useful, but I believe Master Yu will like it. Yu Zishan's face lit up. Talisman, Qi Gathering Talisman. After seeing the title of the book, Yu Zishan's breathing quickened. Young Master Yan, you're too kind. I'm very satisfied with this gift. Chapter 39-23. Yu Zishan was very satisfied with this item. As a Daoist cultivator, Yu Zishan loved such things the most. Because this kind of thing was too hard to find. Yu Zishan himself did not know how much effort he had put into it. It was only recently that he had found a few, and it had cost him a lot. Yu Zishan was overjoyed by Yan Tianheng's gift. This was a good opportunity to improve his strength. Many people present were very interested in this, but it was a pity that they didn't have the chance to see it. Now they could only be envious. Yan Tianheng smiled inwardly. At the very least, he had let Grandmaster Yu Zishan know his intentions. Things would be easier to handle later on. This time, no matter what, he had to kill Lin Fei. He would not be satisfied if he did not kill Lin Fei. He had lost hundreds of millions last time. Master Yu, you are too polite, said Yan Tianheng with a smile. Master Yu and Yan Tianheng exchanged a few words before he went to entertain the others. Hello, young Master Yan. Bai Tiancheng took the initiative to greet him. Yan Tianheng had some understanding of White Heaven City, and seeing the person in front of him, he took the initiative to greet him. Clan Chief Bai, hello. Yan Tianheng still gave Bai Tiancheng a lot of face. After all, he was the patriarch of a top-notch family in the Eastern Sea. He still had to give him some face. Otherwise, how could he rope him in the future? This time, they were here for his daughter. Oh right, where is Miss Bai? Yan Tianheng said. I heard that Miss Bai is very beautiful. Bai Tiancheng was very satisfied with his daughter. Apart from her bad temper, everything else was good. Then he smiled and said, Young Master Yan, you really know how to joke. My daughter is just so. Bai Zijuan, who was at the side, didn't dare to speak. Young Master Yan's aura was simply too strong. If possible, Bai Zijuan really wanted to replace his cousin with himself. He was really tall, rich and handsome. As the head of the Bai clan, Bai Tiancheng didn't know what to say. His daughter had brought a strange man over. If this was seen, he would lose face. Oh right, where's Miss Bai? Yan Tianheng asked. This time, it was Bai Tiancheng's turn to be embarrassed, and the atmosphere became strange. At this time, someone stood up and said, Miss Bai is with a strange man over there. The speaker was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. But at this moment, he had a gloating look on his face, as if he really wanted to see what would happen next. Bai Tiancheng's face darkened. Yan Tianheng, who was originally smiling, also had an ugly expression on his face. She was his woman. Although he had never seen this woman before, Yan Tianheng had already regarded her as his woman in his heart. After all, she was going to be used for marriage. But now, there was actually someone who dared to poach him. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Young Master Yan, listen to my explanation. Things are actually not like that. You've misunderstood. Bai Tiancheng hurriedly explained. Yan Tiancheng did not listen to the explanation. He followed the young man's gaze and saw a man and a woman eating. This back is a little familiar. Yan Tianheng was surprised for a moment, but he quickly shook his head. How could he meet an acquaintance in this place? It was simply impossible. I would like to see who has such guts. You dare to snatch my woman. Yan Tianheng was furious. Yan Tianheng was also angry now. He could not deal with that fellow Lin Fei. After all, he was a grandmaster expert, but it was more than enough to deal with a guy who tried to poach his woman. Young Master Yan, please calm down. Seeing that young Master Yan was about to go over, Bai Tiancheng was very anxious. If this left a bad impression, how would they be able to arrange a marriage? No matter what, this matter was the Bai family's fault. Now, Bai Tiancheng really had the intention to kill. Could that brat come? Of all times, he had to come at this time. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Now that Yan Tianheng had seen it, how could he explain it? He also hated that young man in his heart. What a talkative guy. Of all the things that could be said, he just had to say this. Lin Fei did not pay attention to the situation around him. At this time, he was eating happily. Bai Xingnan, who was beside him, was the same. After all, they had gone all out this time, so they did not care about the people pointing at them. Perhaps this was the time when Bai Xingnan was the happiest, because she rarely saw her father unable to do anything to her. When everyone saw young Master Yan walking towards the man and woman, they all became curious. Everyone knew that something was about to happen. Brat, you're quite bold, aren't you? How dare you flirt with my woman? Yan Tianheng walked over with large strides. At the same time, there was a cold glint on his face. Many people were watching. Everyone wanted to see how this young man was going to deal with this matter. Actually, when Lin Fei was eating, he already knew who it was. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Was this the rhythm of giving him money? Last time, he extorted a large sum of money. Only a few days had passed, and he came again. Where could he find such a person? Lin Fei did not reply and just continued eating. But Bai Xingnan became nervous. After all, she knew who this person was. She had secretly paid attention to him just now. It could be said that the most nervous person right now was Bai Xingnan. At the same time, her father Bai Tiancheng was also worried. If this matter was not handled well, not only would it affect their relationship, but it would also offend a top family like the Yan family. This was not something that Bai Tiancheng wanted to see. If possible, he really did not want this to happen. Brat, didn't you hear what I said? Yan Tianheng was somewhat annoyed. He had come over and yet he dared not turn around. What kind of joke was this? Yan En, who was next to him, was ready to make a move. In a place like the East Sea, if the young master wanted to deal with someone, he could do it with just a word. Even a grandmaster expert would not dare to offend him. This was the authority and deterrence of a top family. Brat, did you hear it clearly? Our young master is talking to you. But Lin Fei still pretended not to hear it and continued eating. It was unknown how many people were frightened by this scene. This brat was too daring, wasn't he? He still dared to eat at a time like this? Didn't he know that once young Master Yen got angry, blood would flow like a river? Although it was a little exaggerated, but there definitely wouldn't be a good ending for him. Everyone present would definitely be more than happy to step on him and show off in front of young Master Yen. Are you sure you're talking to me? Lin Fei turned around and looked at Yan Tianheng with a smile. When Lin Fei turned around, Yan Tianheng suddenly opened his eyes wide and trembled. He stared at Lin Fei and said while trembling, "Why are you here?" Chapter 39:24. Why are you here? Yan Tianheng was dumbfounded. Why was this guy here? Did he steal his woman? To Yan Tianheng, this guy was a nightmare. A nightmare that had haunted him ever since he came to the East Sea. No matter how much he thought about it, he didn't expect to meet him here again. The fear in his heart began to spread from the bottom of his heart. If possible, Yan Tianheng didn't want to meet this guy. Every time he met him, it was a nightmare. Nothing good would come out of it. Wait, no, I'm in Master Yu's house. What can he do to me? One had to know that this was an existence that even grandmasters feared. Right, why should I be afraid? Thinking of this, Yan Tianheng felt much better. Ha ha. He even laughed out loud. Lin Fei, you still dare to come? You're dead this time. Yan Tianheng finally got over it. Lin Fei laughed. Idiot, are you sure you want to be my enemy? In Lin Fei's eyes, this guy was courting death. He had too much money and nowhere to spend it. Yan Tianheng's expression darkened and he said coldly, Lin Fei, you should know where you are. Last time, I underestimated you. But this time, don't even think about taking advantage of me. I, Yan Tianheng, am not that easy to bully. Young Master Yen knows this guy. Bai Tiancheng's expression also changed. The situation didn't look right. This was really bad. Bai Tiancheng couldn't see through it and didn't dare to say anything. Are you sure? Lin Fei smiled and lightly patted the back of Bai Xingnan's hand, reassuring her that he was here for everything. Bai Xingnan was indeed afraid. After all, young Master Yen was very influential. Especially in the East Sea, no family could compare to him. However, after hearing Lin Fei's words, Bai Xingnan calmed down. She trusted Lin Fei very much. Yan Tianheng didn't believe that he couldn't deal with Lin Fei. Lin Fei, kneel down right now. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave this house today. Yan Tianheng stared at Lin Fei. His gaze was murderous. Lin Fei laughed. This Yan Tianheng's brain must have been damaged. Come at me then. Try attacking me. All right, let me remind you, do you have enough money on you? Yan Tianheng was instantly enraged. This was tearing open his scars. Yan Tianheng had lost 1 billion yuan to Lin Fei. He had never forgotten about this. No matter how rich he was, he couldn't afford this kind of loss. Hee, Lin Fei, you're dead meat this time. Among the crowd, there was also someone paying attention. It was Li Leiteng. He smiled coldly. He hoped more than anyone else that you would die. When he saw the conflict between Yan Tianheng and Lin Fei, he had applauded. If he couldn't deal with Lin Fei, then what about the top clans? He could kill you 100 times with just a flick of a finger. Now, The scene that he had been waiting for finally appeared. The scene in the banquet hall had also reached Yu Zishan's ears. He asked the people around him and couldn't help but frown. Get someone to take a look and see which idiot is causing trouble. Chase them out. If they offend the esteemed guests, deal with them immediately. Yu Zishan said coldly. Before his subordinates came out, another scene happened in the banquet hall. A disheveled figure rushed in. He was none other than Master Yu's godson, Yu Longfei. It was a misunderstanding. He was carried in. Something had happened to Yu Longfei's godson. When the people in the banquet hall saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Something big had happened. Yu Longfei was Master Yu's godson. He was no different from a son. He had an extremely high status in the East Sea. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to offend him. The situation didn't look good. He looked like he had been beaten to death. He was still vomiting blood. It was a tragic sight. This was the Longting Manor, a place where even billionaires wouldn't dare to behave atrociously. Yu Zishan came out in a hurry. When he saw this scene, he frowned and subconsciously walked over. When he saw it, his entire face was twitching. Who did this? Yu Zishan's face was extremely ugly. This was his birthday banquet. Who would want to see such a scene? Father, help me take revenge. Yu Longfei said weakly. His eyes were filled with hatred. It's a guy called Lin Fei who did it. Yu Longfei hated that guy to death. He was almost beaten to death and could only lie on a stretcher. This was something he didn't expect. This was the first time someone dared to behave atrociously in the Longting Manor. When the surrounding people heard this, they were in disbelief. There was really someone who dared to do it here. That kid is dead meat. Who did it? He's making an enemy out of Master Yu. Everyone whispered. No matter what, the atmosphere of the banquet wasn't good for something like this to happen on such a day. What everyone wanted to know was who had injured Yu Longfei. Was it an outsider? That was really a case of a fierce dragon crossing the river. Provocation, absolute provocation. Who is Lin Fei? Yu Zishan said solemnly. Stand out. But at this moment, another person ran in. It was none other than Zitsong, who had changed his clothes and returned. At this moment, Chen Zitsong was in a sorry state. His hair was still wet. With a single glance, he saw that Lin Fei's rage was monstrous. Master Yu, it's that kid who did it. Chen Zitsong pointed at Lin Fei and said, his eyes filled with hatred. If it wasn't for his fear of Lin Fei's strength, Chen Zitsong would have beaten him up. Although Chen Zitsong didn't have the guts to fight, he could still speak. This was the Longting Manor. Not everyone could behave atrociously here. It's him. Everyone looked in the direction that Chen Zitsong was pointing and saw a man and a woman. Their eyes couldn't help but land on the young man and their hearts were filled with disbelief. What was the background of this kid? Not only did he offend young Master Yen, he even dared to injure Master Yu's godson. He was really bold. He was seeking his own death. No one dared to cause trouble in the Longting Manor, especially during Master Yu's birthday banquet. This was a slap in the face. Who was that kid's backer? Offending Master Yu would definitely not end well. He might not even be able to leave the Longting Manor tonight. Ah, you injured Yu Longfei? Bai Xingnan asked in a low voice. Her face was also filled with disbelief. Of course, Bai Xingnan knew Yu Longfei. This guy was a playboy with a terrible reputation. He was the type that everyone hated. Lin Fei waved his hand and said disapprovingly, this kind of trash thinks he's the king, but he's still trash. If I beat him up, so be it. There's nothing to be afraid of. Bai Xingnan didn't know what to say. Boss, you've gone too far this time. Bai Xingnan was also worried. Yan Tianheng also saw this scene and felt uncomfortable. This guy really dared to make a move. That was Yu Zishan's godson. This was like touching a tiger's butt. There would be a good show to watch. Yan Tianheng didn't even need to make a move. Master Yu would teach the other party a lesson. Yan Tianheng almost laughed out loud. When the time came, he would definitely step on him a few more times. Chapter 39-25. This sudden turn of events had indeed given everyone quite a fright. Such a thing had actually happened at Master Yu's birthday banquet. If it wasn't handled well, it would become a huge joke the next day. No matter what the outcome was, this kid wouldn't have a good ending. Master Yu's gaze was cold as he turned to look at this young man. You were the one who attacked my son. Boom. When Master Yu looked over, he immediately unleashed a spiritual attack. This was the strength of Dao cultivators. This was because Dao cultivators cultivated spiritual power, and spiritual power was a unique existence. It could be considered a formless attack. Because of this, when grandmasters fought with Dao cultivators, they were most afraid of the other party unleashing spiritual power. This was because you wouldn't be able to divert your attention to defend against it, and the outcome would be decided in an instant. As a veteran master Yu Zishan, his spiritual power was very strong. Even a look from him contained terrifying power. Tai Zhan, who was standing not far away, narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, this old guy seems to have improved again. Even I feel some pressure. No wonder Dao cultivators are so difficult to deal with. As the chief of the Yan Huang battle team, his strength was not bad. However, compared to Master Yu, he was still a notch weaker. Tai Zhan also stared at the young man. In his memory, there didn't seem to be such a young expert in the East Sea, especially when he was causing trouble in the Longting Mountain Manor. Lin Fei gently shielded by Xingnan so that she wouldn't be affected. Lin Fei stood motionless. Even though the other party had unleashed his spiritual power, he stood there as though nothing had happened to him. Old man, that look of yours is a little scary. Lin Fei smiled slightly. Then why don't you glare at me a few more times? He's actually fine. Yu Zishan's expression changed slightly. He was in disbelief as he glared at Wu Yu again. At this moment, everyone standing around felt an immense pressure. It was as though they were in an ice house, and their bodies were cold. Everyone finally understood how powerful Master Yu was. If just a look was enough, wouldn't it be fatal if he made a move? Everyone knew that Master Yu was very powerful. However, Master Yu rarely made a move in recent years. Many people seem to have forgotten how powerful he was. Lin Fei just smiled and watched indifferently. He was rather impressed by Master Yu's strength. The richness of his mental strength was rather terrifying. Ordinary warriors, even covert force warriors or grandmaster experts, would not be able to withstand such mental attacks. It was obvious that this fellow had mastered mental strength mystic arts. If it had been anyone else, they would have been unable to take it. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, it really didn't feel anything. He didn't even feel any turbulence in his qi and blood. Yu Zishan felt unwell. My mental strength is useless? How is this possible? That kid looks like he's in his early 20s. How could he possibly resist my mind power? Even a grandmaster can't do it. For you. Yu Zishan was overwhelmed with shock as he stared at the screen. He did not dare to use any more mental attacks. After all, doing so would consume too much mental energy. Under normal circumstances, he would rarely use it. He was angry because of his son, so he attacked Lin Fei. Looks like it's working. Yan Tianheng, who was at the side, was secretly pleased. Master Yu had made a move. Even Grandmaster Luo Tianyun wouldn't dare to say that he was a match for Master Yu. In that case, defeating Lin Fei was a matter of course. But why did the current situation seem a little different? This guy was still standing there, as if nothing had happened. Yan Tianheng was surprised. Could it be that this fellow was more powerful than he had imagined? How was this possible? Even if he was born in his mother's womb, he couldn't be this powerful. Ling Fei smiled and waved his hand. He slapped Yi Tianheng's face and sent him flying. Are you disappointed? Your people are no good. Lin Fei smiled faintly and then clapped his hands as if he had done something insignificant. How could he dare to make a move? This was the Longting Manor, and young Master Yen was a member of a top-notch family. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped again. This fellow was too arrogant. There was no limit to his arrogance. You're asking me who I am? Lin Fei smiled. If you guess correctly, there's a prize. There weren't many people in the Longting Manor who dared to say such words. Yu Zishan's face was no different from coal. It was frighteningly black. Guess? Then you might as well make a guess. Don't you know what kind of place this is? This time, it was Yu Zishan's turn to be unable to figure out his opponent's moves. There weren't many people who could withstand his mental power attack. Could it be that this fellow had a treasure on him? Or could it be that this fellow was born with a strong mental power? Yu Zishan thought one after another. This was the only way to explain why the other party could withstand his attacks. Yu Zishan wasn't a martial artist, but a martial cultivator. As a martial cultivator, his body naturally wasn't strong. It wasn't as strong as those who practiced martial arts. In a situation where he couldn't figure out his opponent, Yu Zishan really didn't know what to do. Unless he got a grandmaster to make a move. However, it wasn't easy to get a grandmaster to make a move. Grandmaster Luo Tanyun rarely made a move, and the price to get him to make a move was not small. As for the director of the Yan Huang battle team, it definitely wouldn't be easy. It could be said that Master Yu would rather get Grandmaster Luo Tianyun to make a move than the director of the Yan Huang battle team, Tai Zhan. All the martial artists in the country knew that the Yan Huang battle team was under the supervision of the country. Who would be willing to be friends with them? Any martial artist who committed a crime would basically be wanted by them and captured. This wasn't a joke. Once you were targeted by the Yan Huang battle team, unless you ran overseas, you wouldn't have a good ending. Yu Longfei and Li Leitang, who were lying on the stretcher, didn't look too good. This was because that fellow was still standing. What was his background? Let's have a chat. Lin Fei said with a smile. I'm not going to chat with you. Yu Zishan wanted to say that, but he suppressed that thought. He wanted to see who this fellow was and what he was up to. We can chat. Yu Zishan turned around and walked to the back. After all, this wasn't the place to talk. I've already been taken advantage of. Do I still want others to hear me? If it was somewhere else, Yu Zishan would still have the confidence to make a move. After all, this wasn't a suitable place to make a move. If he couldn't take down the other party, he would lose a lot of face. As for how they were going to talk later, that was a whole different story. Brother Lin, are you really going over? Bai Xingnan was also confused. She raised her head and asked. Until now, she still didn't know what was going on. She felt that she was the one who caused this. Lin Fei smiled and said, It's fine. I'm just having a casual chat. I'll be out soon. You can find something to eat here first. I think the food here is pretty good. Anyway, it's free, right? Bai Xingnan couldn't help but laugh. What kind of situation is this? How can you still say that? Chapter 39-26. Yu Zishan's face darkened as he arrived at the back mountain of the Longting Manor. The back mountain was indeed a mountain. It covered a large area, and the layout was very elegant. It must have been built with a lot of effort. However, Yu Zishan was not in the mood to appreciate these things at the moment, because the guy he couldn't see through was really strange. However, Yu Zishan was still confident that he could suppress the other party. The Longting Manor was his base camp. Whoever dared to cause trouble here would end up in a miserable state. Moreover, apart from himself, there were also grandmaster powerhouses. Given his reputation, they would definitely make a move. I think this place is not bad. Let's make a deal here. Lin Fei didn't follow. He stopped and said. Yu Zishan looked around and smiled in his heart. He felt a lot more comfortable. He thought to himself, this is my place, and this position is quite good. Doesn't this guy know? I don't care who you are, but you ruined my old man's birthday today. If you don't give me a reason, I think you won't be able to walk out of the Longting Manor, Yu Zishan said coldly. Lin Fei smiled and said, You think too much. Since I dared to come here, I have never thought of leaving this place. Moreover, I like this place very much, so what I want to tell you is very simple. I want this Longting Manor. You want the Longting Manor? Yu Zishan was instantly furious. No one knew better than him what the Longting Manor meant to him. It was a blessed place, and it was also a place that he had spent a long time to find. How could he give it to someone else? Do you think that's possible? At this moment, Yu Zishan was really angry. How dare he scheme against his blessed place? Even in the entire East Sea, there was no one else who dared to do this. Those who wanted to attack the Longting Manor back then had all become skeletons now. Lin Fei smiled and said, To me, as long as I set my sights on something, no one has ever been able to reject me. For example, if you obediently hand it over, you can celebrate your 80th birthday today. You can even celebrate your 100th birthday. But if you reject me, I think it will be very difficult for you to see tomorrow's sun. Crazy, really too crazy. Yu Zishan really didn't know why this guy dared to say such words to him here. The Soaring Dragon Manor was like Yu Zishan's personal property. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to have any ideas about the Soaring Dragon Manor, they were destined to die. He didn't mind starting a massacre at his birthday banquet. Yu Zishan was so angry that he laughed. I didn't expect that someone would dare to scheme against my Longting Villa during my 80th birthday banquet. Are you sure you can get your hands on it? You are the first person to be able to threaten me. You are truly amazing. Lin Fei said with a smile. So you don't intend to take the initiative to hand it over? Looks like you can only suffer a little. Bitter head. Ha. Yu Zishan laughed heartily. It's still uncertain who will take care of who. A loud boom resounded. The ground trembled visibly. It turned out that Yu Zishan had taken control of the array that was hidden in the surroundings. Yes, a formation. This area happened to be the core of the formation. Within the Soaring Dragon Manor, there was a formation. This was Yu Zishan's trump card, and it was also the reason why he hadn't left the Soaring Dragon Manor. In this place, no one could be his match, not even a Grandmaster expert. Yu Zishan's aura surged and his gaze turned cold. You should never have said such words to me here, because this is my territory. Kneel down immediately. Boom, 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 boom. After a series of loud explosions, the heavens and earth darkened again. An invisible force came crashing down like a monstrous flood, unusually ferocious. It turned out that Yu Zishan had taken control of the formation, mobilizing the accumulated spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, and then gathering it into a terrifying attack. The power of the suppression alone was enough to reach thousands of tons, and no flesh and blood could withstand it. Of course, after using it once, Yu Zishan wouldn't be able to use it again for a long time. Yu Zishan had no reason to hesitate if he could severely injure or even kill this guy. When the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth trembled, two figures rushed over immediately, passing through the arrangements outside and arriving at the scene. The first figure was Grandmaster Luo Tianyun, and the other was the chief of the Yen Huang battle team, Tai Zhan. The two of them landed not far away, and looked at each other without saying a word, watching the movements on the scene. The power that erupted in that instant made the two Grandmasters' hearts palpitate. At this moment, standing not far away, they could feel the terrifying invisible force that was enough to tear them into pieces. The Blessed Enclave is indeed the Blessed Enclave. No wonder Yu Zishan refused to leave. With such a secret move, ordinary people really can't do anything to him. Tai Zhan squinted and thought to himself. At first, Luo Tianyun didn't know what was going on, but when he arrived at the scene, he thought that it was some bored guy who had offended Master Yu Zishan. Now that he saw the situation, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. How could it be this guy? Even if the other party turned into ashes, Luo Tianyun would never forget that he had suffered at the hands of this guy, and even his wealth had shrunk greatly. If it was possible, Luo Tianyun didn't want to see this guy ever again. He didn't expect him to come to the Longting Manor and fight with Master Yu Zishan. This guy is really bold. Does he really think that he can fight with Yu Zishan after defeating me? You should know that Yu Zishan has mastered the power of the formation, especially in the Longting Manor. He is almost invincible. This secret might not be known to outsiders, but in front of Grandmaster experts, everyone basically knew. This was also the reason why many people didn't dare to come to the Blessed Enclave, even if they had designs on it. It was because they couldn't beat Yu Zishan. Seeing that terrifying power appear again, Luo Tianyun couldn't help but shake his head. He was indeed no match for Yu Zishan. Just this power alone was enough to crush him. This kid was dead for sure. Luo Tianyun and Tai Zhan didn't plan to make a move. From their point of view, no matter how capable this kid was, he wouldn't be a match for Yu Zishan. Moreover, with the power of the formation, he was almost invincible. Boom! A torrent of power kept coming, battering Lin Fei's body and piercing through him. This lasted for more than 10 seconds. It seemed like a very short period of time, but it contained boundless killing intent. Yu Zishan had used 2/3 of the formation's power. He didn't believe that this guy would be able to withstand the power of the formation. Lin Fei, who was in the middle of the formation, didn't seem to be struggling at all. He kept a faint smile on his face. In Yu Zishan's eyes, that smile seemed to be mocking him, making him feel uncomfortable. Chapter 39:27. In Lin Fei's eyes, the power of the formation that Yu Zishan controlled was indeed not very impressive. It was like a child scratching an itch. There was really not much difference. Not even 100% of the formation's power was fully exerted. It would be such a waste to have a treasure lying around. You're actually fine? How is this possible? This is my formation attack. Yu Zishan narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Fei, who was in the center of the formation. He was almost going crazy. Yu Zishan could not believe that this guy was fine. Moreover, he was laughing at him. His face was full of mockery. That shouldn't be the case. One had to know that the last time they fought, Yu Zishan had personally activated the formation and severely injured a Grandmaster powerhouse. In front of the formation, the other party couldn't even block a single move and was defeated. This was something that he was proud of, and this matter didn't spread at all. However, in private, there were people who were full of fear towards the soaring dragon manor. This was the scene that Yu Zishan was most unwilling to see. Even the formation could not hurt the other party. What else could he use to deal with this guy? Lin Fei said disdainfully, I can only say that the strength of your formation is not enough. It is really not much of a threat to me. However, I am in a good mood today. I can let you see the true power of the formation. Otherwise, you will never have the chance to see it in your lifetime. In the distance, Luo Tianyun and Tai Zhan were also shocked. They had seen the power of the formation before. Even a Grandmaster powerhouse would suffer a great loss or even die if they were not careful. Now, they actually saw a young man who looked less than 30 years old. He looked very ordinary. However, such a person actually withstood the power of the formation and looked completely fine. It was really shocking. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe that it was true. How could a physical body be so strong in this world? Could this person be a Grandmaster powerhouse? However, even a Grandmaster powerhouse might not be able to withstand the attack of the formation. What was going on? For a moment, they were also confused. They really could not see what was going on. Luo Tianyun was even more unable to accept this scene. It seems that I can forget about taking revenge on this guy for the rest of my life. Fortunately, I didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss. When they heard Lin Fei's last words, they were filled with disbelief. Could this guy really control the array formation? The true power of an array formation? Why didn't Yu Zishan believe it? In order to set up this formation, he had put in a lot of thought and effort. How could he allow someone else to control it just like that? Young man, you're thinking too much. Do you really think I'll believe that you want to show me the true power of the array formation? Yu Zishan refused to believe that this kid could do it. Ha! Lin Fei laughed. Then I'll let you open your eyes wide and see what a real array attack is. Formation. Lin Fei let out a light snort. It was neither light nor heavy, but at this moment, it caused the hearts of the three powerful cultivators to tremble. Their blood and qi were affected, and their bodies began to tremble. Yu Zishan coughed out a mouthful of blood. His entire body seemed to have aged, and his expression changed drastically. At this moment, his mental strength was destroyed, and he lost the ability to control the array formation. This was something that Yu Zishan couldn't accept. In fact, he couldn't even stop it. Go! Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. The heaven and earth spiritual qi that was visible to the naked eye instantly turned into a long spear. It was not very long, at most 2 meters long. But when the long spear was formed, everyone felt endless terror. In front of this long spear, they felt like they would die in an instant. The long spear in Lin Fei's hand instantly pierced towards Yu Zishan, drawing a long stream of light. At this moment, everything seemed to have stopped, and only that stream of light was left. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. In the face of the incoming spear, Yu Zishan had no way of fighting back at all. It was as though the entire void had been frozen in place. He could neither move nor speak even if he wanted to. All he could do was watch as the spear flew towards him. He was scared out of his wits. Too terrifying, too terrifying. Is this the true power of the array formation? The array formation that I control pales in comparison to his. How can there be such a terrifying existence in this world? I'm already satisfied to die under such an attack. In front of such a terrifying existence, Wuxia finally knew the difference between him and his opponent. His opponent was simply too strong. Even with the array formation, it was difficult to suppress him. His opponent could kill him with just a wave of his hand. Such a person was no longer a grandmaster. At the very least, he was at the pinnacle of the grandmaster realm, and he could really kill a grandmaster with just a wave of his hand. Everywhere the long spear passed, not only was Wuxia's mind broken, but even Luo Tianyun and Tai Zhan's hairs stood on end. Their limbs trembled, and they broke out in cold sweat. They didn't dare to move at all, and they couldn't even think of any moves to block it. This was a sure kill move that could destroy the world, and no one could block it. Swoosh! When the long spear was about half a meter away from Wuxia, it instantly crumbled, turning into motes of energy and dissipating into thin air. The terrifying pressure also disappeared without a trace. Wuxia sat on the ground with a thud. He panted heavily, and cold sweat kept appearing on his forehead. How is it, old man? The attack of my array formation is not bad, right? This is the true power of an array formation. For trash like you, I can kill you more than 100 times over. Lin Fei smiled. Wuxia no longer had any thoughts of resisting, nor did he have any thoughts of revenge. This was because his opponent was too strong, and his mastery of the array formation had also exceeded his expectations. He was a top-notch existence. He had never seen a person who could casually snatch someone else's array formation and unleash its strongest power. This was something he didn't even dare to think about before. Wuxia knew very well that making an enemy of such a person was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. No matter how many people tried, they would all die. If he didn't admit defeat, he would simply be courting death. He might as well accept reality, and he might be able to live a better life. Young Master Lin, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I don't want this soaring dragon manner anymore. Young Master Lin, feel free to take it. Wuxia's attitude was very proper now, and he no longer had any thoughts of revenge. For him, in the past, cultivation had always been a trial and error. But this time, he discovered that there was actually someone who had walked further and further on this path than him. This also made him realize that this was an opportunity. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Young Master Lin, please allow me to become your servant and serve you by your side. Wuxia took a deep breath and directly knelt before Lin Fei. What was the use of having face now? He had to grasp this opportunity no matter what. Chapter 39:28. Wuxia had completely lowered his head and volunteered to be Lin Fei's servant. This scene was rather shocking to Luo Tianyun and Tai Zhan, who were not far away. If news of this were to spread, countless people would definitely be shocked. This was a blessed paradise. If they didn't hear about it with their own eyes, who would believe it? For the sake of this blessed paradise, countless people had died for it. But now, this mysterious young man had taken it away just like that. Luo Tianyun knew of Lin Fei's strength. After all, he could not even withstand a single move from Lin Fei. Naturally, he did not have any opinions, let alone any thoughts. He even gloated a little. At least there was an unlucky fellow. How could this be? The chief of the Yan Huang battle team, Tai Zhan, was very upset. After all, he had his own private mission, which was to take down the Longting Manor. It was a pity that things had turned out this way. Most importantly, Tai Zhan did not know this young man at all. He did not know where this young man had come from. What a dereliction of duty, dereliction of duty. Tai Zhan decided that he would immediately investigate the background of this young man when he returned. His strength was just too great. Perhaps only the elders of the Yan Huang battle team would be able to suppress him. At least for now, Tai Zhan did not have the slightest bit of confidence. As for standing out to stop Wuxia from handing over the Longting Manor, that was even more impossible. It was purely looking for trouble for himself. If that guy did that, he would be dead for sure. Congratulations, young Master Lin. You have obtained a manor. Luo Tianyun took the initiative to greet him with a smile on his face. He had to suck up to him and leave a good impression. What was there to be embarrassed about? Luo Tianyun was very open-minded. If even Yu Zishan was not a match for him, then he was nothing. Even Yu Zishan was fighting to be his servant. Tai Zhan was secretly surprised. It seemed that he was the last to know. What is this kid's background? He actually made Luo Tianyun take the initiative to lower his head. Did something happen between the two of them? Tai Zhan suspected that the intelligence department did not know about this. His expression was uncertain. Lin Fei was still considering whether to take Yu Zishan as a servant. Lin Fei glanced at Luo Tianyun indifferently and said with a smile, "I thought you wouldn't be able to control yourself and attack me. In that case, I can still have a good chat with you." Luo Tianyun's heart skipped a beat. He almost stumbled and fell to the ground. His body was covered in cold sweat. This guy really was waiting for me. Luckily, I didn't fall for it. Forcing out an ugly smile, he said, "Young Master Lin, I misunderstood. How could I possibly attack you? I wouldn't dare even if I had 100 guts. Don't make fun of me." When Yu Zishan saw Luo Tianyun's actions, he cursed in his heart. That Luo fellow isn't a good person either. He actually suffered at the hands of this kid. He hid it from others and caused himself to suffer so much. Yu Zishan still felt some resentment. If he knew that this guy was so strong, Yu Zishan wouldn't have dared to make a move against him even if he had the guts. Just now, he had been on the verge of death. That feeling was something that Yu Zishan would never forget for the rest of his life. Lin Fei smiled faintly. "Sigh, what a pity." Luo Tianyun stood there, not daring to move. He didn't know what to say either. The atmosphere was very tense. "All right, you can leave now." Lin Fei smiled and said, "Little Yu, bring me inside to take a look." The latter sentence was directed at Yu Zishan. Lin Fei wanted to take a look at the blessed paradise and see what it was like. When he was looking from the outside, he could only see that it was a blessed paradise. However, he wasn't very clear about the specifics. Yu Zishan said in a fawning manner, "Young Master Lin, this way please. I will lead the way for you." Lin Fei turned around to look at Luo Tianyun and Tai Zhan and said, "If there's nothing else, you can wait in the hall outside." He was going to clear the place. Luo Tianyun naturally didn't have any objections. Chief Tai Zhan of the Yan Huang battle team couldn't say anything either. After all, Yu Zishan had already handed over the Longting Mountain Manor. He was also an outsider here. Moreover, the other party was so strong. If he was really unhappy with him, no one would be able to handle it. It was better to leave immediately to avoid trouble. The two grandmasters obediently left just like that. Their emotions were very complicated, especially Chief Tai Zhan of the Yan Huang battle team. On the way, Tai Zhan asked Luo Tianyun, "Old Luo, do you know where that kid came from?" Luo Tianyun shook his head and said, "If only I knew. That kid is very strange. I dare say that there isn't a single grandmaster in our East Sea who is a match for him. It's the same for the number 1 grandmaster in the East Sea. That guy's strength is unfathomable." Tai Zhan frowned. He believed Luo Tianyun's words and thought to himself, this kid is probably someone new. However, logically speaking, the Yan Huang battle team should know about such a young grandmaster. Luo Tianyun followed up and asked, "I wanted to ask you about this. This kid has the strength of a grandmaster, and his strength is unfathomable. Your Yan Huang battle team should have a record of it. Could he be someone from that place?" Tai Zhan's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed. The words, "that place," were like a taboo and terrifying, causing one to feel an unknown terror. He could only smile bitterly and say, "Our Yan Huang battle team really doesn't have a record of this. Our Yan Huang battle team doesn't have any records of this. It's also my first time seeing that kid. We have indeed failed in our duties. As for whether or not he's from that place, I can't guarantee it. We'll have to go back and investigate before we know." This kind of answer was not meaningful at all, and Luo Tianyun didn't ask any more. Various thoughts popped up in Tai Zhan's mind. He made up his mind to immediately investigate this young man's background after they got out. No matter what, he had to get to the bottom of it. Such an uncontrollable person in the East Sea was definitely a ticking time bomb. He had to be watched no matter what. The Longting Mountain Manor was huge, especially the back mountain. Yu Zishan led the way in front, constantly introducing the situation of the Longting Mountain Manor, such as some of the things that happened when he obtained this mountain in the past. He hoped to leave a good impression. He had made up his mind that he had to become Lin Fan's servant. Once he could receive pointers from such a strong person, a casual word from him would be extremely beneficial to him. After all, he was 80 years old now. Who wouldn't want to live longer and longer? If it wasn't for the appearance of the person in front of him, Yu Zishan couldn't see any hope at all. At most, he would live to around 100 years old. Young Master Lin, this is the core area. Yu Zishan opened many checkpoints, and finally came to a place 30 meters underground. He pointed to a spring in front of him and said, 30 meters underground. Yu Zishan had spent a lot of effort to set it up. It was no different from an iron wall. At this moment, a pool of about 3 meters in diameter could be seen. There was a large area of pure white in the pool, and a deep breath could make one feel relaxed and relaxed. I didn't expect there to be a small spirit spring here. After seeing the spring, Lin Fei smiled. The harvest this time was indeed not bad. Chapter 39-29. Lin Fei was surprised that there was a spiritual spring in this place. He thought that it was just an ordinary blessed enclave. He did not expect that it would produce spiritual spring water. This was a good thing. For Lin Fei, the appearance of spiritual spring water was very good for the recovery of his body. He had come to the right place this time. Spiritual spring water was condensed from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It was very rare. It was very common in the alternate world, but it was very different on Earth. It was a rare thing that could only be found by chance. Many people might not even know about it. Young Master Lin, this place is good, but there is a big problem here. You have to be careful. For example, the spring water seems to be not far away, but it is very difficult to take it out. Yu Zishan smiled bitterly and said, because there is a monster under the water. If you want to take out the spiritual spring water, you have to exchange it with something and obtain this monster. This was also the most troublesome thing for Yu Zishan. He had a treasure mountain, but he could not maximize the benefits. Otherwise, his strength would be far more than what it was now. He could at least reach the peak of the Grand Master realm. Every time he thought about it, he felt sullen, but he had no way to vent it. A monster? Lin Fei squinted his eyes and looked at the pool. If he did not look, he would not know that there was a shadow hidden under the pool. Others might not be able to see it, but it was very obvious in his eyes. Interesting, really interesting. There is actually a guardian spirit beast, although it is only a fish monster. Lin Fei said with a smile. He stretched out his hand to grab the pool. At this moment, the black shadow below seemed to have sensed that someone was coming to steal the spiritual spring water. With a swoosh, it rushed out from below, almost like a sharp sword. It was unbelievably fast. It was a fish monster with a body length of about half a meter. Its body was covered with scales and it exuded a ferocious aura. The fish opened its mouth, revealing its jagged teeth. It was obvious that it was not to be trifled with. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before it got close to Lin Fei, the black shadow shot out a large number of water arrows. There were dozens of them, and they shot out like a rainstorm, covering Lin Fei's body. Yu Zishan's expression changed greatly as he warned loudly, "Young Master Lin, be careful. This water arrow is very poisonous and can destroy your body." Yu Zishan had suffered greatly because of this little fellow. He subconsciously shouted out to remind Lin Fei that if he were to suffer, he would be the one to suffer when the blame was placed on him. Yu Zishan had a love-hate relationship with the thing at the bottom of the spring. He loved that the effects of the spiritual water were very good, but he hated that there was such a thing guarding it. He could only obtain a little every time. What was this? Lin Fei was very calm. With a light wave of his hand, the water arrows exploded and turned back into water, returning to the pool. He stretched out his hand and unhurriedly grabbed the black shadow. The black shadow was quite quick-witted. It turned around and tried to return to the pool. However, this time, it was a step too slow. The moment it turned around, it was caught. The scales on the black shadow's body instantly stood up and gave off a cold light. However, this time, it did not release its power. Lin Fei's hand was like a steel plate, tightly holding onto the little thing. He exerted some force, and the black shadow immediately screamed and did not dare to move. Lin Fei smiled calmly. "If you move again, I'll crush you to death. I know you understand." When Yu Zishan saw this, his eyes widened. That insufferably arrogant fellow was caught just like that, and he did not even have a chance to resist. This was too shocking. Lin Fei let go, and the black shadow did not dare to move anymore. As a spirit beast, it could already smell danger. This fellow in front of it could kill it. Lin Fei did not know whether Yu Zishan was lucky or unlucky. To think that such a thing would happen. A spirit spring was actually guarded by a spirit beast. This fellow's strength was no weaker than a grandmaster's, and it was smart and agile. Its scales were impenetrable, and it was very difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, it met Lin Fei this time, and no matter how strong it was, it could only be obedient. Lin Fei took out a pill and threw it to the little fellow. Although it looked timid, it knew that this was a good thing. It opened its mouth and swallowed the pill, and now it was even more obedient. Cultivate well, and you can continue to live here in the future. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and shot out a jingguang, which landed in the little fellow's mind. This was a cultivation technique for demonic beasts, and if it cultivated it, it could cultivate a human form. As for whether or not it could cultivate it, it would depend on itself. After placing the little fellow back into the pool, Lin Fei took a sip of the spring water and drank it in one gulp. The taste was not bad. Although it could not be compared to the spirit water in the other world, it was still acceptable in China. Yu Zishan watched everything from the beginning to the end, and he had to admit that this Lin Fei was indeed powerful, even more powerful than him. Not only did Lin Fei easily defeat him, but he also made the guardian spirit beast obediently guard him. "Little Yu, you have taken over this place. Even if you don't have any merits, you have worked hard. Since you want to be my servant, then I will accept you as my servant. Longting Manor needs a housekeeper, and from now on, you will be the housekeeper," Lin Fei said with a smile. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and pointed, and a jingguang entered Yu Zishan's forehead. "Since you are going to be my housekeeper, you must improve your strength. You are still too weak, and I feel embarrassed even when I go out." The surprise came too quickly. The jingguang landed on Yu Zishan's forehead. At first, he did not know what it was, but in the next second, he suddenly became excited. The things in front of him were like supreme treasures, almost driving him crazy. "Thank you, Master. I will definitely be a good housekeeper. I will not let you down." Yu Zishan was very glad that he had taken the right step. Losing face was much better than losing face now. He had actually obtained a cultivation technique, a very complete one. Compared to his current incomplete cultivation technique, it was like heaven and earth. Back then, in order to find a complete cultivation technique, Yu Zishan had put in a lot of effort and even rejected many people. Unfortunately, he had not found anything. He did not expect to obtain it so easily now. With this cultivation technique, Yu Zishan believed that his strength would soon improve and he would become even stronger, even reaching the peak of the Grandmaster realm. He might even have a chance to break through to the divine realm. This was something he did not even dare to think about. "Yu Zishan, get out here. The 10 years are up, do you still want to hide?" Right at this moment, a thunderous roar could be heard majestically. It traveled all the way to the depths of the underground and entered Lin Fei and Yu Zishan's ears. Chapter 3930. The sudden voice made Yu Zishan's face darken on the spot, and he instantly thought of something. Why did they come at this time? Yu Zishan had a headache, especially at this critical moment. Wouldn't this be troublesome for him? "Young Master Lin, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble." Yu Zishan turned around and said while gritting his teeth. There was a guilty look on his face. Obviously, this was not a small matter, but a big one. "But someone is eyeing the Longting Manor?" Lin Fei said with a smile. "It seems that they are not weak. Could it be that some big family from the other provinces has taken a fancy to them? Judging from the voice, Lin Fei could clearly sense that there was more than one person, but as many as 5 people. The 2 leaders were grandmasters, and the remaining 3 were experts at the peak of covert power. Such a lineup was indeed quite incredible. If anyone underestimated them, they might suffer greatly. Now that the Longting Manor had fallen into the hands of Lin Fei, he was even less worried that someone could snatch it from him. He didn't care whether they were from the province or from the other provinces. He would chop off the hands of whoever reached out. He wanted to let those people know that the Longting Manor had changed hands and was no longer something they wanted. Lin Fei was thinking that after this matter was over, he would set up the formation of the Longting Manor again. The formation here was too weak and had no effect at all. If he could set up a large formation, it would save him a lot of trouble. For example, the 2 grandmasters and 3 experts at the peak of covert power would not be able to break in so easily. Yu Zishan nodded. They aren't from the other provinces. They are from a special place in our region. The people there are very strong. We don't see many grandmasters in the outside world, but in their place, as long as they are given time, they can create grandmasters. Yu Zishan quickly explained the situation. It was actually very simple. 10 years ago, when Yu Zishan had discovered the blessed sky grottos, someone had come to snatch it away. However, Yu Zishan had violently suppressed them. Moreover, they had agreed on a time to mind their own business for the next 10 years. The only thing he did not expect was that they would come on this day. It seemed that they were planning to break the promise this time. They must be confident that they could take down the Longting Manor. So that's the case. Lin Fei understood what it meant. In that case, the people in that special place should be from a certain sect. Lin Fei couldn't help but think of the Star Flame School from a while ago. He never thought that another one would appear now. It seemed that this world was quite interesting. Don't worry, they're here. Lin Fei looked ahead and smiled. Whatever happened between you and them is in the past. Now, Longting Manor is mine. Anyone who dares to behave atrociously in my place will be killed without mercy. In particular, the last few words caused a terrifying chill to sweep through Yu Zishan's body, making him unable to move even if he wanted to. Those few words almost caused his spirit to collapse. Not far from the forest, a few figures rushed out. Obviously, they came from another place. They were the people that Lin Fei mentioned. They were very fast and appeared in front of them in a short period of time. They were led by 2 middle-aged men who didn't seem very old, barely in their early 40s. The 3 peak internal force experts behind them looked to be in their 30s, and the younger one was barely in his 20s. After they stopped and stood casually, they actually put on the best fighting style. It seemed simple, but there was a lot of knowledge behind it. It could be said that as long as they wanted to deal with someone, they already had the right time and the right place. Once they attacked, they would have an absolute advantage. This kind of skill was not something that just anyone could learn. From this, it could be seen that these people were indeed not simple. Yu Zishan, today is your birthday banquet. You didn't expect us to come, did you? The middle-aged man in the lead smiled. Actually, we didn't want to come either, but Longting Manor is too important to us. This time, you won't be able to stay. The middle-aged man next to him looked a little impatient and said coldly, Wang Yuan, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Just take him down. Isn't he just a cultivator? Let's join forces and kill him. He didn't take Yu Zishan seriously at all. Obviously, he was very confident this time. Yu Zishan, something happened last time, so you occupied the Blessed Enclave. Yu Zishan, something happened last time, so you occupied the Blessed Enclave. However, you shouldn't have gained much from it. You should know that not everyone can tame that thing, which can be proved by your strength. Otherwise, you would at least be an expert at the Grandmaster peak, but now you are at the Grandmaster middle stage at most, which is good for scaring people. You should understand one thing. Hand over Longting Villa, and it will be good for both you and everyone else, lest you have to fight hard at the age of 80. If you die here, then the East Sea will be very lively tomorrow. Wang Yuan's words were full of threat. As soon as the 2 of them spoke, their words were shocking and intimidating. They were trying to make Yu Zishan surrender without a fight. If it was before, Yu Zishan might really bow his head. After all, the two of them were very strong, even stronger than Luo Tianyun and Tai Zhan. Moreover, there were 3 masters of covert power beside them. He was no match for them at all if he was alone, so handing over Longting Manor was inevitable. But now, it was different. He had a backer, and this backer was not just an ordinary kind of powerful person. It was simply a thick thigh that could explode with terrifying power just by moving a finger. You'd better put away your thoughts. I won't hand over Longting Manor to you. Even if I can't get the spiritual spring water, you're not qualified. Yu Zishan snorted coldly, get out of Longting Manor now, as far as you can. Once I take action, I don't mind letting you stay. This unusual action caused the 2 middle-aged men to feel a little surprised. Did he take the wrong medicine at Yu Zishan today? He actually dared to talk to them like this. Didn't he know who he was? Was their Medicine King Valley powerful? That's right, they were from Medicine King Valley. Medicine King Valley was very low-key in the outside world, but they were present in many pharmaceutical companies in the world. It was said that Medicine King Valley's influence was amazing, but many people did not know about it. For warriors, Medicine King Valley was a place they yearned to worship because there were pills that could help people break through to the next realm. Yu Zishan, are you sure you want to be enemies with Medicine King Valley? I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. Either get out of here or be killed by us. Wang Yuan was also angry. Since Yu Zishan did not want face, then he would be killed. Chapter 39-31. Wang Yuan and Lai Shisan had come here to take down Longting Mountain Villa. No one knew the importance of Longting Mountain Villa better than them. If it weren't for the incident in the past, Longting Mountain Villa would have fallen into their hands long ago. Fortunately, there were spirit beasts guarding Longting Mountain Villa. With Yu Zishan's strength, it was impossible for him to take that thing. This was also the reason why they weren't in a hurry. They just wanted to find someone to help them look after it. Now, they were going to take it back. When they came here, they thought that with their help, Yu Zishan would obediently hand it over. However, the situation had changed. The only thing they didn't expect was that Yu Zishan actually dared to fight them head-on. He didn't give the Medicine King Valley any face at all. What was this called? One had to know that if the Medicine King Valley released a word, who knew how many companies and martial artists would rush to do things for them. However, the importance of a place like the Longting Mountain Villa could be imagined. The Medicine King Valley did not want to sell it to too many people, so it had not been publicized. Yu Zishan laughed and said, if I offend you, then so be it. I'm not afraid of you. Anyway, I'm already so old. Longting Mountain Villa is mine. If you want it, then show me your strength. Don't scare me here. A rumbling sound was heard. Yu Zishan made his move. He directly mobilized the power of the formation and used his strongest attack. Although it wasn't as strong as when he dealt with Lin Fei, it was still enough to make a master tremble. Yu Zishan wanted young Master Lin to understand that he wasn't a freeloader. He believed that young Master Lin wouldn't just stand by and watch. Who said that Yu Zishan wasn't smart? He was actually very smart. He was definitely afraid. There was no need to doubt the strength of the Medicine King Valley. God knows how many master-level experts wanted to have a relationship with the Medicine King Valley. Yu Zishan, do you really think that you can defeat us by relying on the formation? You could in the past, but not this time. Wang Yuan snorted and raised his hand to shoot out a ray of light. This ray of light instantly split into 5 rays and rushed into the ground. Suddenly, a sound came from the ground. It was no different from a small earthquake. The originally powerful attack disappeared completely at this moment. The condensed array formation attack seemed to have been blocked by something inexplicably. Before it could unleash its true power, it vanished into thin air. Yu Zishan let out a muffled groan and retreated a few steps before regaining his footing. Blood began to flow from the corners of his mouth. This was the result of the backlash from the array formation. You actually have such a thing. You're not bad, you actually know about this. Do you think our Medicine King Valley is just a bunch of idiots? Wang Yuan said disdainfully, your formation is just a basic formation. 10 years is more than enough to crack it. I wonder if you've accepted your fate. At this moment, Wang Yuan had a look of absolute certainty on his face. Yu Zishan smiled bitterly. Your Medicine King Valley is really something. Using 10 years to research and break my array, you're really something. Yu Zishan did not hate them. Instead, he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had curried favor with Wang Yuan. Otherwise, he would definitely be finished today. Perhaps he would not even have to celebrate his 80th birthday. Yu Zishan's strongest attack method was the array formation attack method. Now that it had been broken so easily, it had lost its strongest deterrence. 10 years ago, Yu Zishan had relied on the array formation to crush them and obtain Longting Mountain Villa. Who would have thought that 10 years later, it would be like this? If you take the initiative to hand over Longting Mountain Villa, I can let you go. After all, you are a famous person in the East Sea. If you die here, it would be a pity. Wang Yuan was very clear about Yu Zishan's strength. Although he had lost the array formation attack, the methods of a cultivator were still difficult to guard against. If possible, he would take back Longting Mountain Villa. If not, he would not make a move. This was the strange thing about cultivators, and also the reason why they were not easy to deal with. If it were a martial artist, they would not hesitate to attack and kill him first. There would be no need to talk so much nonsense. But for a cultivator, this was not good. They might suffer a great loss. A master's counterattack before death could definitely kill one of them and make them accompany him in death. Yu Zishan laughed. Your Medicine King Valley is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, you came too late. In Longting Mountain Villa, you are no longer me. You are still my master, right? I am very disappointed and helpless. Yu Zishan walked towards Lin Fei and stood behind him like a servant. Wang Yuan were shocked. They suspected that they had heard wrong. How could Yu Zishan give Longting Mountain Villa away? One had to know that their people had been watching Longting Mountain Villa's every move. They were worried that it would be snatched away by others. Even those who had ideas were beaten up by Medicine King Valley until they gave up on Longting Mountain Villa. But now, these words were like pouring a bucket of cold water on them. Yu Zishan, you are talking nonsense. Longting Mountain Villa is still in your hands. How can you be willing to give it away? Wang Yuan sneered, do you think we will believe you? Young Master Lin, I have disappointed you. They are from Medicine King Valley. Yu Zishan lowered his head. Seeing Yu Zishan talking to a young man, Wang Yuan noticed the young man beside him. Although he had noticed this young man when they came in, he did not have any aura. He was no different from an ordinary person, so he did not pay much attention to him and completely ignored him. But now, they were a little dumbfounded. This young man was called Young Master Lin by Yu Zishan. What kind of joke was this? Did he think that they were 3-year-old children who could be easily fooled? Lin Fei did not make a move. He could tell what Yu Zishan was thinking at a glance, but he did not stop him. If a lackey wanted to show off, how could he not let the other party show off? Otherwise, how could he prove that he was the big backer? Lin Fei was quite satisfied with Yu Zishan's attitude. After all, Longting Mountain Villa still needed someone to manage it. Yu Zishan was the most suitable person to manage it. Moreover, he was a cultivator comparable to a master, so he could solve a lot of problems. You did not hear wrong. Longting Mountain Villa now belongs to me. Medicine King Valley is one step too late. If there is any cooperation, then we can talk about it. If you want my Longting Mountain Villa, then you should go back. Lin Fei said indifferently, announcing the ownership of Longting Mountain Villa. Young man, whose child are you? Did no one tell you how powerful our Medicine King Valley is? Wang Yuan said coldly. His mind was quickly searching for information about this young man, but he could not find such a young man. Chapter 39-32. Wang Yuan couldn't believe it. How could there be a young man in this world who was not afraid of their Medicine King Valley? Hearing the 3 words Medicine King Valley, who would not tremble in fear and tremble in fear. But the current situation didn't seem right. In the East Sea, as long as one was a martial artist or a member of the upper class, they would more or less know about the existence of Medicine King Valley. Otherwise, they would be too embarrassed to say that they were part of the upper class. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with these guys. Medicine King Valley was nothing in his eyes. I'm in a good mood today. Get lost. Go back and tell the higher-ups of Medicine King Valley that this Longting Villa is mine from now on. Don't even think about it. Otherwise, I don't mind going to Medicine King Valley to see what I can do. What? Wang Yuan was furious on the spot. Do you think Medicine King Valley is a place you can go whenever you want? Brat, I don't care who you are. This Longting Manor is mine, said Lai Shisan, who was standing beside Wang Yuan. Lai Shisan, who was standing next to Wang Yuan, wasn't in the mood to talk. He took a step forward and slammed into Wang Yuan like a mountain. This was a show of strength to Lin Fei. Longting Villa is yours to take? Do you really think our Medicine King Valley doesn't exist? Lai Shisan didn't believe that this guy had any strength. He dared to talk big here because of Yu Zishan. Now that Yu Zishan was no match for them, Longting Villa was not in their pocket yet. Seeing that the other party didn't dodge and Yu Zishan didn't move, Lai Shisan revealed a cruel smile. Crack, 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 crack. Lai Shisan's collision felt like he had slammed into a mountain or even a big iron plate. Countless bones in his body were broken in an instant. Everything happened too fast. Is this the confidence of your Medicine King Valley? Lin Fei smiled faintly and kicked Lai Shisan away. Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed, his face darkened, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. That crisp sound directly exploded in his heart. Lai Shisan suffered a big loss. This was the only thought left in Wang Yuan's mind. This person has such a strong physical body. He can actually make Lai Shisan suffer such a big loss. When did East Sea have such a powerhouse? Is he a physique training grandmaster? Wang Yuan instantly lost his composure and his face turned solemn. A physique refinement grandmaster was quite terrifying. If one wanted to defeat one, they would need at least 2 grandmasters. If the current situation was not good, they would need at least 3 grandmasters to defeat this young man. Medicine King Valley naturally had information about physique refinement grandmaster. It was not an easy task to become a physique refinement grandmaster. It required constant hard work, a long time, and a large number of medicinal pills to assist the body. Under normal circumstances, few people could cultivate to this level. As a result, when a physique refinement grandmaster appeared, he would become very famous. Why you are a physique refinement grandmaster? Wang Yuan secretly analyzed the results and could no longer remain calm. He took a deep breath and stared at the other party. Lin Fei said, whether I'm a physique refinement grandmaster or not, you'll know once you try. Why don't you dare? Is this the confidence of your Medicine King's Valley? Weren't you talking big just now? Elder Wang, let's go. At this time, the 3 masters at the peak of covert power who were standing outside looked eager to have a try. This was a chance for them to show off. Without waiting for Wang Yuan to nod, the 3 covert force experts rushed over from 3 directions. They were very experienced in combat and it was obvious that they had dealt with many people. Forget it, you're too weak. Lin Fei laughed and took a step forward. The 3 covert strength experts were sent flying. Cracking sounds rang out in the air. It was as if a piece of art had been shattered. They fell to the ground and wailed in agony. Lin Fei laughed and took a step forward. Then he saw the 3 covert strength experts flying backward. That scene sent chills down one's spine. As a grandmaster, Wang Yuan was also in the middle stage of the transcendent state. But at this time, his pupils shrank as he realized that this person might really be a physique refinement grandmaster. The grandmasters of Medicine King Valley were quite powerful, much stronger than the grandmasters outside. But now, they were so vulnerable in the hands of the other party. It was not an ordinary grievance. If this was not Longting Villa, Wang Yuan would have suspected that he had come to the wrong place. You should have injured the disciples of Medicine King Valley. Are you really not afraid of Medicine King Valley's revenge? Wang Yuan said with narrowed eyes, but in fact, he was afraid. Lai Shisan's strength was similar to his, but he was seriously injured. If it was Wang Yuan, the result would be the same. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Hey, you're also a grandmaster expert. Why don't you make a move? What's the point of just talking? Why don't you take a palm from me? Only if you can hold on will you be qualified to talk to me. Take a palm from you? Wang Yuan's heart trembled and his hair stood on end. He saw a figure rushing up and the other party's hand slammed down heavily. He subconsciously reached out to block it, and a torrential force directly crushed him. Bang 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 bang. Wang Yuan also flew backward. Along the way, he spat out countless mouthfuls of blood, and countless bones were broken. In the face of the torrential force, any resistance was useless. Okay, the matter is settled. Now you can go back and tell Medicine King Valley that this Longting Villa is not something you can own. You're lucky this time. I won't kill you. If I come next time, I don't mind killing a few grandmasters here. I believe it will be very interesting. Lin Fei did not look at them and said indifferently, "Little you, make a call and get an ambulance to take them away. This is my place after all. It's not good for them to die. I'll get someone to send them away right away." Yu Zishan witnessed with his own eyes how vulnerable these two grandmaster experts were. His heart was full of pride. Who asked you to be so smug? All right, you've suffered a big loss. Looking at their injuries, Yu Zishan felt that they would not be able to go back without a month or two of rest. Our family's backer is truly formidable. He is invincible within the Grandmaster realm and seems to have defeated quite a few Grandmasters. Could it be that our family's master is at the late stage of the Grandmaster realm or at the peak of the Grandmaster realm? Yu Zishan didn't even dare to guess. After dealing with such a small matter, Lin Fei did not take it to heart. After all, it was just Medicine King Valley. If they really did not know what was good for them, he would go there himself. Maybe he could broaden his horizons. After Lin Fei left, Yu Zishan also found someone to send the two of them and the remaining 3 people away. Remember, next time you come, behave yourself. When my young master gets angry, even I am afraid, let alone you guys. Yu Zishan finally felt relieved and no longer felt sullen. This was the benefit of having a backer. Otherwise, he would be the one suffering now. Wang Yuan and Lai Shisan were in so much pain that they could not speak, but they also knew that they had really kicked an iron plate this time. This matter could only be solved by the higher-ups. Yu Zishan, you will regret it. Yu Zishan and Lin Fei returned to the banquet hall again. Those who were originally paying attention to them were also in disbelief when they saw the two of them coming out with smiles on their faces. Nothing happened? How could it be possible? Foster father, we brought people here. Is this guy causing trouble? As long as he says the word, we will kill him in minutes. How dare he cause trouble here? Yu Zishan's several foster sons were all in the banquet hall. As soon as they heard that something had happened, they immediately called their men to wait. Yu Zishan's smiling face immediately stiffened and his expression became ugly. He roared, "All of you get out. Who allowed you to come out?" Chapter 39-33. In the banquet hall. Those who had been paying attention were shocked when they saw this scene. Chet, how did it end up like this? No one could believe that this was real. Was this still the Master Yu Zishan? In their memories, Master Yu Zishan was a cold and emotionless person. Anyone who was targeted by Yu Zishan would end up in a miserable state. Hence, there was a saying in the East Ocean, it was better to offend a grandmaster than to offend Master Yu Zishan. Furthermore, Master Yu Zishan was actually reprimanding his own godson. This was a very rare thing, especially in such a situation. He didn't seem to care about his godson at all. The adopted sons were also dumbfounded. Clearly, they did not expect such a situation to occur. This wasn't right. Their godfather would never speak to them like this. Now, they were even doubting whether their godfather was their godfather. What was going on? Scram! Do you still want to stand here and embarrass yourselves? Yu Zishan snorted coldly. Those godsons' hearts skipped a beat as their faces turned pale. They staggered and left without saying a word. Things happened quickly, and they were resolved quickly as well. A drama had ended just like that. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed that it was real? Bai Tiancheng wasn't feeling well. After all, he had been paying more attention to this young man than anyone else. There weren't many people who dared to be impudent in the Longting Mountain manner. Furthermore, none of them had a good ending. However, when this kid and Master Yu Zishan came out, Bai Tiancheng knew that something was wrong. This kid was walking in front while Yu Zishan was walking behind him. It seemed like a small difference, but to those who were paying attention, It was obvious that something had happened. It was hard not to notice. How could this be? Could this kid be a young master from a big family in Yanjing? If not, why would young Master Yen be afraid of him? Bai Tiancheng's breathing quickened as he panicked. He had just offended this kid. What if Yen Tianheng, who had always treated Yu Zishan as his biggest hope, was also paying more attention to this matter than anyone else? As long as that kid was defeated by Master Yu Zishan, he would be able to deal with him however he wanted. But when he came out, Yen Tianheng's entire body trembled, and he broke out in cold sweat. It's over, it's over. It's really over this time. That kid, how could he be so strong? While the two of them appeared calm and collected, Yen Tianheng knew very well that this was Grandmaster Yu Zishan lowering his head. If he did not lower his head, how could he be acting like this? He was very good at judging people. Yen Tianheng really wanted to leave now, but he did not dare to. That faintly discernible gaze landed on his body like a needle. If he could, he wouldn't want to come here again even if he was beaten to death. This time, he was really tricked to death. The changes on the field gave rise to the same feeling in many people's hearts. This time, another powerful person had appeared in the East Sea. Many people remembered this person and did not want to offend him even if they were beaten to death. Who knew what kind of background this person had? If they offended such a person, the consequences would be unimaginable. The birthday banquet continued. To everyone present, tonight was destined to be an unforgettable day. Yu Zishan's birthday banquet was actually interrupted by someone. However, this old man was still smiling. It was hard to imagine what happened after that. But no matter what, the appearance of this young man made everyone remember that there was such a person in the East Sea. Are you all right? Bai Xingnan was also very nervous. She only heaved a sigh of relief when Lin Fei returned. She did not care about the people present and hurried over to ask. Lin Fei smiled and said, I'm fine. Look at how good I am now. I just chatted with Master Yu Zishan. After all, we are in the same circle. With Bai Xingnan's intuition as a woman, she felt that Lin Fei's words were not true. It was as if she was lying. However, she did not probe further. It was fine as long as he was back. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. Please let me off this time. I won't dare to do it again. As long as young Master Lin appears, I definitely won't appear. Yen Tianheng tactfully walked over. At this time, even if he lost face, Yen Tianheng had to come over and admit his mistake. If he did not, he would be finished. He had to have the right attitude. No matter how stupid Bai Xingnan was, she realized that her boss was more powerful and mysterious than she had imagined. Lin Fei glanced at Yen Tianheng indifferently. This glance caused Yen Tianheng's entire body to go numb and his heart to shatter. Consider yourself lucky today. I'm in a pretty good mood. You know the old rules. Within 3 days, I won't say anything unnecessary. Yen Tianheng was already prepared to throw caution to the wind. Hearing this, he heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Young Master Lin, don't worry. I will definitely do it within 3 days. Only he felt extremely bitter in his heart. He was going to have to bleed again. This time, he didn't know what he could use to repay the debt. Yen Tianheng had already decided that after this matter was settled, he would immediately scram back to Yanjing. The East Sea was too dangerous. In just a short period of time, he had practically emptied his entire fortune. The only thing he could rejoice about was that he was still alive. As for making things difficult for Lin Fei, Yen Tianheng would not dare even if he was given 100 guts. He was already scared out of his wits. Yen Tianheng's initiative made everyone realize that this person called Young Master Lin was definitely someone with a powerful background. Those who had thoughts about Bai Xingnan all subconsciously wiped away their cold sweat. They had almost offended a top-notch young master. This was asking for their lives. Yen Tianheng left. However, another person walked over. This person was none other than Bai Tiancheng. This person's expression was extremely complicated. He was terrified and uneasy. The guy that he looked down on just now had actually turned over a new leaf and became an existence that he had to look up to. Bai Tiancheng even suspected that if he made things difficult for this Lin Fei, he wouldn't even need anyone else to do anything. Yu Zishan would not let him off easily. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The only thing that made Bai Tiancheng feel fortunate was that his daughter had really good taste. She had actually found such a boyfriend. Moreover, it was a person with a huge background. He was even more powerful than that Yan Tian. Now, comparing Yan Tianheng to Lin Fei, that guy was just a piece of trash. If Yan Tianheng knew about this, he would definitely vomit blood. After all, he was still a young master. Uncle, do you think I'm qualified now? Lin Fei turned around and smiled at Bai Tiancheng, who was walking over. Remember the mobile website, Chapter 2685, Uncle, am I qualified enough? Page 1/1. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 3934. Bai Tiancheng could only smile bitterly as he thought to himself, if you're not qualified, then who is? This pair of eyes of mine is really useless. If it wasn't for my daughter's good eyesight, I would have really misjudged him. Young Master Lin, you must be joking. If even you're not qualified, then I'll be the first to disagree. Bai Tiancheng said with an ugly smile. Bai Shengnan tugged at Lin Fei's clothes. Big brother Lin, can you not scare my dad? My dad is very timid. Although she said that, Bai Shengnan was very happy. It was rare for her father to be scared. She laughed in her heart. Who asked you to introduce me to someone? All right, now you've embarrassed yourself all the way to your grandmother's house. A hint of happiness and warmth appeared on Bai Shengnan's face. She believed that at least this time, she would be able to help her solve her problems for a long time. Her father definitely wouldn't dare to have any ideas about her anymore. Bai Tiancheng didn't dare to get angry at women anymore. He had been in business for his entire life and had seen many people, but his eyesight was not as good as his daughter's. He thought that young Master Yan would be very good, but compared to Lin Fei, the difference was really too big. Bai Tiancheng could guarantee that after tonight, the entire Donghai would know about Lin Fei. Based on the relationship between Lin Fei and Yu Zishan, as long as Lin Fei asked, Yu Zishan would definitely help without hesitation. This wasn't something that just anyone could do. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. As the head of the Bai family, Bai Tiancheng had good eyesight. He knew that there was such a thing, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of Lin Fei's background. Shengnan, what are you saying? Bai Tiancheng said, Young Master Lin, you're right. My precious daughter should find a qualified man to be her boyfriend. Otherwise, I won't be interested in ordinary people. Bai Shengnan was a little embarrassed. Bai Tiancheng was thick-skinned and quite good at talking. Lin Fei indeed didn't want to make things difficult for Bai Tiancheng. After all, he was Bai Shengnan's father. He just needed to say a few words. As for other things, it was pointless to bully him. After all, he was Bai Shengnan's boyfriend now. Daughter, have a good chat with young Master Lin. I have a few friends over there. You young people have fun. Bai Tiancheng found an excuse and left. He had no choice. Facing someone who even Master Yu had to respect, Bai Tiancheng felt a lot of pressure. He even felt like he couldn't breathe. Apart from the top families in Yanjin, he had never experienced such a situation in the East Sea. After Bai Tiancheng left, a lot of people surrounded him. They were actually there to gather information. This made Bai Tiancheng put on a smile. Only he knew what it felt like to be forced into a corner. This son-in-law had a huge headache. As the father-in-law, he was also under a lot of pressure. He didn't even dare to say anything harsh. His daughter was awesome, but this was too awesome. Am I a good boyfriend? After Bai Tiancheng left, Lin Fei laughed. Bai Shengnan rolled her eyes and said, You almost scared my dad to death. I haven't seen my dad talk like that in a long time. But to be honest, I have to thank you. I believe that after this, my dad won't have any other ideas. But I'm also in trouble. Bai Shengnan seemed to be complaining about something. However, she didn't seem angry at all. Instead, she sounded very relaxed. Because she could finally let go of this matter. A while ago, Bai Shengnan had been unable to eat or sleep well because of this matter. Now, she could finally have a good night's sleep. No one would disturb her, and her father wouldn't say anything about it either. Unlucky? Lin Fei didn't understand. Bai Shengnan rolled her eyes again. You men know everything else, but you're so lacking in this area. You're my boyfriend now. Tell me, who else in the entire Donghai would dare to pursue me? Don't you think I'm unlucky? I won't be able to find a man in the future. Hearing this, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be the case. Today, almost all the famous people in the East Ocean had gathered here. He believed that they all remembered Bai Xingnan and Lin Fei. After seeing how powerful Lin Fei was, they definitely wouldn't dare to let their sons pursue Bai Xingnan. This was simply asking for death. It's fine. If you really don't have a boyfriend, then I don't mind taking you in. After all, how can someone as powerful as me not have a bunch of women by his side? Lin Fei laughed. Bai Xingnan burst out laughing. You're really thick-skinned. How can you say that? You're a scumbag. At this moment, outside the Longting Villa, the Yan Huang team's chief, Tai Zhan, walked out with a serious expression. He had seen everything that had happened just now. He wanted to investigate this young man's background even more. After getting on the car, Tai Zhan also saw Zhao Rou sitting in the car. Chief Tai, the banquet hasn't ended yet. Why are you back first? Zhao Rou was a little confused. Tai Zhan was curious why Zhao Rou was sitting in the car. Shouldn't she be in the Longting Villa at this time? Then why are you in the car too? Zhao Rou naturally wouldn't say that it was because she had just been teased by a man. It was such a shameful thing. Until now, Zhao Rou still hadn't come back to her senses. How could she have encountered such a thing? That was a stranger. Fortunately, no one saw it. Otherwise, she would have found a crack to hide in. Turn on the surveillance cameras in the Longting Villa and find me someone. Tai Zhan ordered. This was not an ordinary car. It had been specially designed with a series of high-tech equipment. It could be said to be the most advanced technology in the East Ocean. Just the equipment in this car alone was worth tens of millions. This was also because the Yan Huang team was rich and overbearing. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't be able to keep up. The subordinate immediately turned on the surveillance cameras, and the scene in the banquet hall appeared. Tai Zhan stared at the screen and quickly searched. Finally, he pointed at one of them and said, "Lock on to him and pull up the information as soon as possible." The person in charge of the operation was also shocked. They could also hear that the chief's tone was different. This was a very rare thing. "Chief Tai, what happened?" Zhao Rou was also very surprised. After all, this was not the chief's style of doing things. Since when did the chief pay attention to such a person? One had to know that the chief was usually responsible for keeping an eye on the masters in the East Ocean. The matters below were usually handed over to them. It was not like now. It was strange. When this person was pulled up, Zhao Rou, who had just finished speaking, was secretly shocked. How could it be him? Isn't this the man I went up to hit on? But why is he in the chief's eyes now? Did the chief see it just now? Chapter 39-35. Director Tai Zhan didn't notice Zhao Rou's little trick and said coldly, "It's this person. Investigate everything about this person immediately. I want to know everything about him since he was a child. I want to see all his information in the shortest time possible." Director Tai Zhan had never been so eager to see a person's information. He always felt that there was something wrong with this person. The Lin family in Yanjing seemed to be quite influential, but it was not a top family. Tai Zhan had never heard of an expert from the Lin family who could reach the Master Realm. Otherwise, the Lin family's influence would not be limited to this. No matter what, this guy's surname was Lin, so he had to investigate him. After all, it was impossible to cultivate a Master Realm expert without a lot of resources. There must be a force behind this Lin Fei, and such an unstable force must be dug out by Tai Zhan. The next step would be to better deal with Lin Fei. "Director Tai, this person is very young." Zhao Rou asked cautiously, "Is he another playboy from someplace?" Tai Zhan shook his head. "It's hard to say for now. Anyway, you just need to know that this person is not to be trifled with." A Master Realm expert was definitely not to be trifled with. Zhao Rou was even more confused. This person was about the same age as him. Was he really that powerful? Although Zhao Rou had attacked him before, she only thought that the other party was slightly stronger than her. But now, from the director's tone, it seemed that this person was very powerful. Zhao Rou suddenly became curious. After the banquet, Lin Fei came out with Bai Xingnan. Because Bai Xingnan drank a little at the banquet, her face was a little ruddy, and she looked very cute. I'll send you back. Lin Fei took Bai Xingnan to the Bentley Toyota. Although Bai Xingnan didn't drink much, Lin Fei could also see that she was in a good mood today. She didn't drink much today, but she was still a little drunk, so he didn't feel at ease letting her go back alone. Anyway, Longting Villa was already in his hands, so there was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. Big brother Lin, I don't want to go home today. Take me for a ride. Bai Xingnan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, blurted out. Bai Xingnan didn't know why, but she always felt very comfortable when she was with Lin Fei. She felt carefree and didn't feel any pressure at all. This feeling wasn't very obvious at first, but as she spent more time with Lin Fei, this feeling became more and more obvious. To Bai Xingnan, Lin Fei's aura was extremely mesmerizing. This kind of aura was like a poison to women. After experiencing it, she would never forget it. Under normal circumstances, Bai Xingnan would rarely say something like this. After all, she was still a strong woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to manage the company in an orderly manner. Later on, there were some problems, but this was inevitable. Lin Fei was in a good mood today. After all, he had obtained the Longting Mountain Villa and knew that there was spiritual water below, which was a good thing. Okay, no problem. My girlfriend has asked. How can I refuse? I'll definitely be a bachelor for life. Lin Fei smiled. He started the Bentley Tianyue and stepped on the accelerator. I'll take you for a race. Let's experience what it's like to fly. Although the Bentley Tianyue wasn't a sports car or a supercar, in Lin Fei's eyes, all cars were the same. Racing was nothing more than daring. As long as you were daring and fast, you could race anywhere. Some people might say that this was something only ignorant people would say. What daring and fast could race? That required a lot of racing skills, okay? But to Lin Fei, this wasn't a problem at all. 200 kilometers per hour and 300 kilometers per hour were actually the same thing. In Lin Fei's hands, any car would become an obedient little white rabbit. It wasn't like a fierce tiger or lion in other people's eyes. The Bentley Tianyue shot out like a ray of light. In the beginning, Lin Fei didn't dare to go too fast. He was afraid that Bai Xingnan wouldn't be able to adapt. But after driving for a while, he realized that Bai Xingnan wasn't as bad as he imagined. Instead, she was full of energy. Faster, faster. Bai Xingnan yelled under the influence of alcohol. She was completely different from the strong woman she usually was. No problem. Lin Fei smiled. He stepped on the accelerator again. He turned into the nearest road according to memory. Because it was nighttime, there weren't many cars on this road. And so, Lin Fei became completely unrestrained. 140, 180, 200, 230, 240, the Bentley Tianyue's speed kept increasing. It was like a ghost on this dark road. So fast, so fast, so fast. Bai Xingnan's tone became anxious. This was the first time in her life that she experienced the feeling of speeding like lightning. The repeated turns and acceleration greatly stimulated Bai Xingnan. She didn't know that racing was this fun. Brother Lin, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to be so good at driving. I'm starting to wonder if you're a professional racer. Bai Xingnan grabbed the armrest with one hand. Her face was red, but she didn't panic at all. Instead, she was ecstatic. Lin Fei could tell that Bai Xingnan had been suppressing her emotions for too long. This time, she was using the alcohol as an excuse to let it all out. It was good for her body. Hee, what racer? You're thinking too much. Do you think there's a racer as good as me? It's impossible. In Lin Fei's hands, the Bentley Tianyue was like a rabbit. It would turn and go as fast as it wanted. It was unrestrained and unrestrained. Then are you the god of racing? Bai Xingnan asked again. I don't believe it. God of racing? Lin Fei felt that this title was quite nice. After all, with his ability, driving wasn't that easy. I quite like this title. Then I'll be the god of racing, East Sea's #1 god of racing. I'm happy today, so I'll let you see the true strength of a god of racing. Lin Fei smiled. He was also in the mood to play. Then, great god of racing, hurry up and show me. Bai Xingnan clapped her hands. I'll also be a racing girl for once. Ordinary people don't have this opportunity. Lin Fei laughed out loud. It's my honor to have you as my racing girl. Since it's like this, let's go. The god of racing is going to fly. The Bentley Tianyue sped up again and charged into the night. There seems to be a car in front. Quickly overtake them. Quickly overtake them. Bai Shengnan suddenly pointed to the front and saw a few taillights. She became happy like a child. Overtaking is my forte. Watch how I overtake them one by one. Remember the mobile version, Chapter 2687, Racing Old Driver Takes You Racing, page 1/1, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 3936. Wang Guang was a rich second generation in Donghai. He was different from other rich second generations. He had no interest in showing off his wealth, but he loved racing. Basically, he would invite 3 to 5 groups of people to race every night. In his words, it was called Fast and Furious. Especially after a certain movie became popular in the past few years, Wang Guang treated racing like eating. Every night, he would feel uncomfortable all over if he didn't race. Tonight was the same for Wang Guang. Of course, tonight was different from the previous nights. There was going to be an exciting racing competition on Mount Pan not far away. Wang Guang was driving a Ferrari now. A speed of 100 kilometers per hour was nothing to say. He was very familiar with this section of the road. He came here almost every day. Not only did Wang Guang go alone, he also called 2 friends. The 3 cars chased each other on the road. It was very lively. Not only that, they also had a short-distance communication device in their car. They could only know the situation on the road in case of emergencies. Brother Guang, it seems like someone is catching up. A modified Mustang next to him said through the pager. Wang Guang looked through the mirror and saw a bright light behind him. It was definitely a car light. However, he didn't think much of it. It was probably some people rushing to Mount Pan to watch the racing competition. After all, there were a lot of racing experts on Mount Pan tonight. As long as it was a racer in Donghai, including the second-generation young masters, they would basically go to watch. They met several groups along the way. If you want to pass through us, you'll have to ask us first. Laughter came from another car. It was obvious that they had a bad idea. Since there weren't many cars on this road at night, the 3 cars were almost side by side, occupying the entire road. Therefore, if the people behind wanted to go to the front, they could only obediently follow behind them. As for overtaking, they didn't even need to think about it. It was easy to get into trouble. Wang Guang didn't pay much attention to the cars behind him. Right now, he wanted to rush to the top of Mount Pan and have a good battle. After all, he was very confident in his racing skills. Especially since there were a lot of experts tonight, this was a rare opportunity to fight. They're here so soon? After a while, Wang Guang suddenly realized that the light was getting closer and closer. Then, a car appeared. When the car got close, Wang Guang was completely stunned. F***CK, it's actually a Bentley Tianyue. Is this guy using a Bentley Tianyue as a race car? To speed. Wang Guang recognized the car behind him at a glance and was also quite surprised. Tonight was a racing competition. Most of the cars would be used for racing. Who would use this kind of scooter? Wang Gang was speechless. Of all the cars he could drive, he chose to drive a Bentley Roadster. Furthermore, it looked like it hadn't been modified. Brothers, let's teach this kid a lesson. Of all the cars he could have driven, he just had to drive a Bentley. Does he really think he's a god of racing? Wang Guangda laughed. In the remaining 2 cars, they also burst into laughter, directly blocking the road again. It was basically impossible to rush through. Big Brother Lin, these guys are so mean. They're purposely blocking our way. Bai Shengnan pouted unhappily like a little girl. Wang Guang and the other 2 lined up side by side, blocking the road. It was indeed very overbearing, especially for Bai Shengnan, who had just drunk some alcohol. Without a doubt, it was very unpleasant. Lin Fei was also quite surprised that he actually met a racing expert here. Normal people wouldn't dare to do something like this, because if they weren't careful, a collision between the 3 cars would cause an accident. Interesting. This is really interesting. Lin Fei laughed. Don't worry, I'll immediately overtake them. Aren't they just a few racers? Just a good time to play around. From the looks of these cars, Lin Fei could tell that these people were all racers, and their skills were pretty good. To be honest, Lin Fei had never crossed paths with a racer before. In the past, when he heard the words racer, he would think that they were pretty good. They were proficient in everything, such as turning and drifting. Who knew how many people were envious of them? Back then, Lin Fei could be considered as one of them. Hold on tight, I'm getting ready to overtake them. Lin Fei smiled as he stepped on the accelerator. The Bentley Timberlake once again approached. Wang Guang was also very playful. The three cars lined up side by side, not wanting to let the people behind them overtake them, so they obediently followed behind them and ate dirt. However, Wang Guang still underestimated the people behind them. They actually stepped on the accelerator as if they were going to rush over. Brothers, stop them for me. If you want to go over, have you asked for our permission? In the next second, the three cars began to move, blocking the road. It was basically impossible to cut through unless one had the ability to slip through the gaps, but that was completely impossible. However, they still underestimated Lin Fei's ability. When the three cars began to move, a wide path appeared in the middle, just enough for one car to pass through. Of course, this wide path only appeared for a split second, and it required really sharp eyes and quick hands. However, they did not know who Lin Fei was. He was an undying realm expert. Any vehicle in his hands would turn into an obedient little white rabbit. Moreover, to others, even if their eyes and hands were quick, they would not be able to pass through. However, to Lin Fei, it was as easy as drinking water. Vroom vroom. The Bentley Timberlake's engine let out a roar, and with a swoosh, it actually passed through them like a sharp sword. The whole process didn't even take a second. After the Bentley Timberlake passed through, the three cars lined up again, blocking the road. At this time, they could only see the tail lights of one car. It wasn't over yet. That car actually popped a head out and gave them the middle finger. You're all so weak, so weak. Go home and sleep. Wang Guang didn't have time to react, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. They really overtook them. While they were shocked, they saw a woman shouting at them, and they instantly became unhappy. F***ck, that woman is too arrogant. Chase after them, immediately chase after them. No matter what, we have to stop this car. Who dares to laugh at us? Those who could afford to modify cars were all rich people. Moreover, they all had money and backgrounds. This time, they were actually laughed at by a woman. As men, how could they tolerate it? They simply couldn't take it lying down. It had always been them being arrogant. Since when was it someone else's turn? Chase after them, you must catch up to them. Wang Guang stepped on the accelerator and chased after them. He wanted to let that car know that Donghai's little prince's ability wasn't a joke. That's right, Wang Guang himself was known as Donghai's little prince, and he could run 100 meters in 2.3 seconds. Chapter 39-37. Wang Guang and the other two madly stepped on the gas pedal, trying to overtake the car. They wanted to see who the driver was. How dare he ignore them? Brother Lin, I think they're catching up. I think I got into trouble. Bai Xingnan turned her head and sat in the passenger seat. She looked a little scared. Bai Xingnan had done that because she was having fun. Normally, Bai Xingnan wouldn't say something like that. However, she was really happy just now, so she couldn't help but poke her head out and mock them. After she shouted, she realized that she seemed to have done something wrong. After all, those three cars were worth a lot of money, so they must have belonged to someone important. Although Bai Xingnan wasn't afraid of trouble, it was still troublesome to talk about it. Lin Fei said nonchalantly, "It's okay. Those guys behind us won't be able to catch up even if they have 100 guts. As for looking for trouble, let's see if they have the guts." Lin Fei didn't care about the three cars that were catching up. Instead, he purposely let go of the gas pedal. When they were about to catch up, he stepped on the gas pedal again. To Wang Guang and the others, this was definitely a slap in the face. It was a blatant provocation. But no matter how hard they chased, the modified car was still eating dirt behind the other party's Bentley Toyota. Every time they tried to overtake another car, the other party seemed to know what they were doing and would easily change lanes to block their path. None of the three cars could overtake it, and they were always being suppressed by the Bentley Toyota. After a long time, even they started to feel pressured. They felt extremely sullen. This guy is an expert. Wang Guang was forced to retreat again. Although he was a racer and liked racing, he didn't want to risk his life. Therefore, every time the other car blocked his way, he could only retreat. It was impossible for him to charge forward. This made Wang Guang, who was driving, roar, "What the hell? Why are we in such a situation today? Brother Guang, what should we do now? This guy seems to be an expert. We can't overtake him. Are we going to eat dirt behind him?" Wang Guang was also bitter. He had finally gotten out of Donghai, but he still encountered such a disgusting situation. Since when did experts become so cheap in Donghai? One could be found anywhere. What else can we do? We'll just follow him obediently. When we reach Mount Pan, we'll teach him a lesson. Wang Guang was also at his wit's end. He couldn't catch up to it. To think that one day he would be overtaken by a Bentley Toyota. If news of this were to spread in the industry, he would really become a laughingstock. The other party's Bentley Toyota was just a luxury car. It wasn't even considered a real luxury car. However, such a car had actually caused them to be covered in dust. Time and time again they failed. Guang Wang even suspected that he was driving a fake luxury car. What a useless guy. You can't even catch up. Lin Fei shook his head. What do you think? My skills are pretty good, right? Bai Xingnan said with a look of worship, "You're really the god of racing. You're even better than I thought. I think those guys are going to curse you right now. Who told them to be so cocky and block all the lanes when it's not easy to drive? They deserve it." Lin Fei drove for a while, but seeing that they didn't catch up, he stopped by the side of the road. "Brother Lin, why did you stop?" Bai Xingnan asked worriedly. Lin Fei laughed. "That's boring. It's not easy for us to come out and have fun. Now that we've bumped into a racer, it would be a pity if we don't have some fun." Those who knew Lin Fei would definitely be able to tell that he was looking for trouble out of boredom. Wang Guang and the others finally caught up. When he saw the Bentley Toyota parked by the roadside, he immediately got angry. He quickly stopped at the side and rolled down the window. Guang Guang saw a young man and a woman in the Bentley. However, he did not recognize the young man at all. He was really very young and did not look like a racer. However, his skills were indeed very good. "Kid, you're very cocky." Before Wang Guang could say anything, two young men with dyed hair got out of the two cars next to them and shouted at Lin Fei in the Bentley Timberwolf. They were all filled with anger. Lin Fei smiled and nodded. "I'm very cocky because I'm stronger than you guys. With your speed, I waited for you for half a day and you still didn't catch up. How disappointing." Guang Guang and the others felt as if they had been slapped in the face. How could there be such a guy? He actually stopped by the roadside just to show off. That was too crazy. Did he not know who they were? "Kid, what are you so cocky about? Didn't you just drive faster? If you're so good, let's go to Lupan Mountain and compete." The blonde man sneered. The other young man with a mohawk hairstyle also said, "What's so good about this place? Didn't you just beat us? There's a racing competition on Lupan Mountain tonight. If you have the guts, let's go and try." Lin Fei really didn't know that there was a racing competition on Lupan Mountain. Bai Xingnan had heard a little about Lupan Mountain, so she explained to Lin Fei in a low voice, "Big brother Lin, I know about Lupan Mountain. I heard that it's a holy land for racing. The place is like a winding mountain road, and it's exciting and thrilling. For many racers, it's a racing heaven. However, because of the special nature of the place, many people die every year. Even so, many people still risk their lives to try it. 2 years ago, a member of the Bai family died there." Lin Fei suddenly understood. No wonder he could meet 3 racers tonight. So that's what happened. There are a lot of experts there? Guang Guang and the others looked at him as if he was a weirdo. "You don't even know that? I thought you went to Lupan Mountain." After hearing their words, Lin Fei confirmed that there was indeed a racing venue not far away. Since he had encountered such a thing, Lin Fei felt that he had to go and take a look. Bai Xingnan said worriedly, "Big brother Lin, that place is very dangerous. Why don't we not go? After all, I've already experienced Fast and Furious. Lin Fei shook his head. That's not Fast and Furious. That's the real Fast and Furious at Lupan Mountain. Besides, I haven't had my fill in the car yet. If I don't teach them a lesson, how will they know how good I am? Guang and the others had learned something new. There was actually someone who talked about teaching those experts a lesson. F***CK, if you want to teach them a lesson, they should teach you a lesson instead. It's fine. With my strength, it'll be a piece of cake for me to beat them up. Lin Fei stepped on the accelerator. With a rumble, the Bentley charged forward, and in the blink of an eye, only its taillights remained. This bastard is too arrogant. Guang clenched his teeth. Let's go too. When the time comes, we'll keep an eye on this bastard. Chapter 39-38. Mount Lupan was already crowded with people. One had to know that tonight was a big day on the mountain. Almost all the famous racers in East Ocean were here, including many rich second generations and nouveau riche. The entire mountain was filled with a lively atmosphere. Lamborghinis, Maseratis, Ferraris, big cows, small cows, and so on. Almost all the luxury cars in Donghai could be seen here. People stood together in twos and threes. Accompanied by special car music, the top of the mountain seemed to have become a lively event. The appearance of the Bentley Toyota didn't attract much attention because it was too ordinary tonight, similar to a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW. Wow, it's so lively. It was Bai Xingnan's first time to come to such a place. The lively scene was an eye-opener for her. As a strong woman, Bai Xingnan was actually a good girl in her bones. She had never seen such a scene before. It's indeed interesting tonight, Lin Fei said with a smile. He stopped the car at an empty space. Let's go down and take a look. Lin Fei and Bai Xingnan got out of the car. After they got out, a young man not far away noticed them. The young man looked to be in his early 20s. He wore a watch on his wrist and was wearing branded clothes from head to toe. When he saw Bai Xingnan getting out of the car, he thought he was seeing things for a moment. The young man was called Zhang Hui, a member of the Zhang family in East Ocean. The clothing business was quite influential in East Ocean. Although it hadn't reached the level of the top 10 families yet, it wasn't far from it. As long as he managed it well, he would be able to make it in another 10 years. Therefore, when Lin Fei and Bai Xingnan got out of the car, Zhang Hui noticed them immediately. Bai Xingnan's temperament was different, and she was a member of the Bai family, so people would more or less remember her. Haha, looks like it's my chance to show off tonight. I didn't expect Bai Xingnan to come to a place like this. God is on my side. Zhang Hui was quite good-looking. He was considered one of the best second generations. He had managed his own business and network at such a young age. Zhang Hui was overjoyed when he saw Bai Xingnan. Zhang Hui more or less knew that Bai Xingnan was going to marry a disciple of a big family in Yanjing, so he didn't go to the Longting Manor tonight. However, he didn't expect that Bai Xingnan would come here instead. However, when he saw Bai Xingnan walking with a man, Zhang Hui was very unhappy. This is the woman that I have my eyes on. I can't afford to offend the people in Beijing, but you're just a brat. What's there to be afraid of? Zhang Hui was also a scheming person. He did not go up directly. Instead, he called his underling over and arranged for someone to go up and inquire about the situation. After all, there were a lot of people at the top of the mountain tonight, and the competition was about to start. If he accidentally offended someone, it would definitely be a big iron plate. Zhang Hui did not want to cause trouble for his family. This was also the reason why he had been living comfortably. He was cautious and always bullied those who had no background. As for those who had a background, he would rather curry favor with them than offend them. This was Zhang Hui's way of doing things. It was Bai Xingnan's first time coming to a place like this. She looked around, and it was an eye-opener for her. It was rare to see so many luxury cars gathered together, and from time to time, she would hear about some amazing racer. Sister Xing, why are you here? While Lin Fei and Bai Xingnan were strolling, a figure ran over and smiled at Bai Xingnan. Little Yong, you're here too. If your mother finds out that you came to a place like this, you'll have a hard time. Bai Xingnan recognized the person and teased him with a smile. Bai Yong was the young man who had come. He was also a collateral disciple of the Bai family. He had a good relationship with Bai Xingnan. When Bai Yong saw Bai Xingnan coming over, he was actually very nervous. He was not afraid of anyone but Bai Xingnan. Bai Yong had braced himself to come here. Fortunately, Bai Xingnan did not try to tell on him, so he heaved a sigh of relief. Sister Xingnan, don't bully me. I only come here occasionally, but I definitely don't know how to drive. Don't worry. You also know that I don't have the guts to do that. Bai Xingnan believed in Bai Yong's words. After all, this was Mount Pan. Bai Xingnan had personally experienced it when they came up. It was indeed a very dangerous place. If they were not careful, they would crash and die. That's what you said. I won't say anything about it. But if you really want to participate, then I'll definitely call your parents, Bai Xingnan warned him. Bai Yong felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He slowly let out a sigh of relief. Sister Xingnan, you came at the right time. Our East Ocean's racing god, Qin Wushuang, just arrived. I heard that he's going to challenge the #1 racing god in our country today. Also, a few racers from other countries have come to compete on this Mount Pan road. Bai Xingnan had naturally heard of Qin Wushuang. Why is he here too? Bai Xingnan was not in this circle, so she naturally did not know. Bai Yong saw that Sister Xingnan did not seem to know much, so he explained, Sister Xingnan, it's quite interesting. Do you know who organized the racing on Mount Pan Road tonight? You won't be able to figure it out even if you're beaten to death. Bai Xingnan really did not know who was the organizer tonight. She glared at him, Brat, you've got guts. Hurry up and tell me, then I'll call your parents. Just as Bai Yong was feeling proud of himself, he immediately surrendered and did not dare to say anything else. He, the one who's holding the Mount Pan Road race tonight is the #1 beauty of our East Ocean. #1 beauty? Bai Xingnan was obviously very surprised. Why would she hold a car race? Bai Xingnan had naturally heard of the #1 beauty in East Ocean. She was just like her name, a true beauty. She was a special existence in East Ocean. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, it's said that she personally said that whoever wins against her can have a meal with that person. As for the specifics, I'm not sure, so as you can see, Qin Wushuang and the others have all come to eat with that #1 beauty. Of course, if they can go one step further, that would be even better. Bai Yong laughed mischievously. Lin Fei, who was at the side, also found it funny. The #1 beauty here is really influential. There are actually so many people here. Could it be that she's an outstanding beauty? Everyone loves her. Just from the luxury cars on the field, it could be said that they were worth at least a few $100 million, and the organizer was actually a great beauty. This was indeed a bit shocking and unexpected. Brother Lin, don't doubt me. That beauty is indeed beautiful. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a very powerful background. In our East Ocean, she can be considered a special existence. Brother Lin, why don't you give it a try? Maybe you can even have a meal with her. This is the dream of all men. Forget it, I'm not interested in this. I'm just here to see the experts. Lin Fei shook his head. Bai Yong said, Sister Xin, this friend of yours is quite interesting. The #1 beauty in our East Ocean is the #1 beauty. She's known to be invincible in our country, and she's also at the top level abroad. There are not many people in our country who can compare to her. Chapter 3939. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't know that the #1 beauty was so good at racing. Lin Fei knew that it was very difficult for a woman to improve her racing skills. She needed to put in a lot of effort and talent. Without talent, no matter how hard she trained, she would never be able to improve her racing skills. Then I want to see it even more. Lin Fei said with a smile, I want to see it too. Bai Yong didn't dare to ask who this person was, because he had appeared with Sister Xingnan. He knew that his Sister Xingnan was going to Longting Villa tonight. Now that she had brought another man out, Bai Yong was full of admiration. Friend, you should be able to see the power of the #1 beauty later. Look over there, they are all waiting for the #1 beauty. Many of them are the top racers in our country. Bai Yong pointed at the group of people not far away, many of whom were dressed like racers. Bai Xingnan also saw those people, but she shook her head gently. No matter how good they are, they are not as good as my brother Lin. When the time comes, my brother Lin will definitely sweep them all away. Bai Yong seemed to have heard wrongly. Since when did his sister Xingnan say something like that? Could it be that this was really her new boyfriend? Sister Xingnan was too amazing. Wasn't she afraid of her family talking about it? Wang Guang and the others finally came up. They thought that they could follow behind her, but in the end, she just flicked her tail and ran away without a trace, causing them to sulk for a long time. Little Wang, why are you only here now? The show is about to start. Seeing Wang Guang and the others coming, Zhang Hui couldn't help but frown. After all, Wang Guang was his lackey, and he was still hoping that this guy could help him tonight. Don't mention it. Wang Guang smiled bitterly. I met a ghost tonight. So he briefly told them what happened on the road in the future. Zhang Hui's mind stirred. Are you talking about a Bentley Tianhua? If that's the case, then you're lucky. Do you know who's sitting in the car? Yes. It's a Bentley Tianhua. You said that a scooter can drive faster than me. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Guang Wang ridiculed. Oh right, he really didn't know who was in the car. Zhang Hui said, the one sitting in the car is the daughter of the Bai family, Bai Xingnan. Don't you think she has a powerful background? You still have the nerve to settle the score with her. Fortunately, you didn't make a move. Otherwise, you'd be finished. It was that Bai Xingnan. Didn't they say that she never came out to play? How could she race with a man in a car? Wang Guang broke out in a cold sweat after he heard it. He was ready to find someone to settle the score. That's why I say you're lucky. Of all the people you could have offended, you chose to offend the 100 Victories man. Fortunately, he didn't cause you any trouble. Wang Guang naturally knew about Bai Xingnan, the daughter of a wealthy family. More accurately, the Bai family behind her was very powerful, a top family in the East Sea. Brother Hui, didn't I hear that the Bai family is getting married to some big shot tonight? How did he escape? Wang Guang was also a well-informed person. He was full of doubts. I'm not sure about that. Zhang Hui shook his head. It's fine if you have a grudge against that car, but you must not have a grudge against Bai Xingnan. If you want to find someone, go find that man. I'm guessing that man should be an ordinary person, and definitely not someone from the Bai family. Just as Zhang Hui finished speaking, a lackey ran up from the side. Brother Hui, I just saw Brother Leopard and Brother Fei come. They seem to be in a bad mood. What? Brother Leopard, Brother Fei, and the others are here. Hearing that, Zhang Hui immediately became excited. Quickly take me there, quickly take me there. Not far away, Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei walked out of a top-notch sports car. The two of them came here purely to vent. They still hadn't recovered from the incident at the banquet, and they didn't even know what their foster father had eaten to actually tell them to scram in front of so many people. This made them feel very uncomfortable, and they had lost all their face. Especially since they hated that Lin Fei. They didn't dare to make a move in the villa, so they could only find another place to vent. Since they wanted to vent, there was no better place than this winding mountain road. They were also racers and their level was quite high. Moreover, they were also martial artists. Although their talent was average, their abilities were much stronger than the average person's, and they were also very famous in the East Sea. Moreover, with the addition of the Longting Villa, it was impossible for them not to be powerful. After knowing that the two young masters had arrived, many people took the initiative to greet them, just to get familiar with them. However, seeing that the two of them seemed to be in a bad mood, they didn't dare to stay any longer. Zhang Hui could be considered to be relatively close to them, and could also be considered a lackey, the kind of lackey that they were more satisfied with. Little Hui, you came at the right time. Go find two girls, beautiful ones with long legs. Hearing this, Zhang Hui was flattered and nodded repeatedly. No problem, I'll go find them right away. Tonight, we have a lot of beautiful girls here, big breasts, long legs, as many as you want. If one isn't enough, we can still have two. Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei laughed out loud, and the haze in their hearts dissipated a lot. You're really good at things. As long as you do your job well tonight, there will be plenty of benefits for you in the future. Zhang Hui felt that today's luck was pretty good. He had fawned on them to get more benefits. With Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei's help, He was not afraid that he wouldn't have a chance to get some money. After Zhang Hui left, Yu Longfei was ready to go play. After all, he had a stomach full of grievances today. If possible, he didn't mind finding someone to step on and vent his anger on. Wait, that brat actually came too. When Yu Longfei walked around, he actually saw Bai Xingnan, the young lady of the Bai family, and Lin Fei in an inconspicuous corner. This time, his face immediately darkened, and he became furious. Yu Longfei ran back immediately. Big brother, guess who I saw? I saw that Lin Fei and Bai Xingnan. They caused us to suffer at the banquet, and this brat actually dared to come here. Yu Longfei didn't dare to offend Bai Xingnan, but he would never forget that Lin Fei for the rest of his life. Every time he bumped into him, nothing good happened, and he was filled with anger. Yu Longlai also burned with anger. Are you sure that brat came? You didn't see wrongly? I remember that he should be at Longting Mountain Manor. When did he come? Although they said so, the two still sneaked over, and they really saw Bai Xingnan and Lin Fei chatting and laughing. It really is that brat. He beat up young Master Yen in our manor, and even made our foster father look at him in a different light. This brat is quite famous. Yu Longlie's face was terrifyingly gloomy. However, no matter how capable he is, since he dared to come to Mount Pan, I will not let him return. Yu Longlie's bones revealed a ruthless intent. Yu Longfei was afraid of Lin Fei, but when he heard that he could kill Lin Fei, he also became happy. Then how do we do it? That brat seems to be quite skilled. Even if we join forces, we won't be his match. Yu Longlai said confidently, we definitely won't do it, but we can ask someone to do it. This brat must have come here to race. Maybe he wants to show off in front of Bai Xingnan. Since he wants to race, let's kill him on the racetrack. Don't forget that this is a mountain road. Yu Longfei's eyes lit up. That's right, this is a mountain road. Mobile version fastest updated website. Chapter 3940. Young Master Lai, did you say you want to deal with that guy? Qin Wushuang was flattered when he saw Yu Longlai. After all, he was one of the young masters of East Sea. Even if he didn't come from a top family, no one dared to ignore the Master Yu behind him. If he offended Master Yu, not only would he be unlucky, his entire family would be in trouble. Although Qin Wushuang was not born in a big family, he was still a rich second generation. Naturally, he also knew the meaning of the 3 words Master Yu. He could offend anyone, but he definitely could not offend the master of the Longting Villa. Thus, when Yu Longlai arrived, he immediately bowed and flattered. Yu Longlai personally found Qin Wushuang because he wanted Qin Wushuang to deal with Lin Fei. One had to know that in East Sea, Qin Wushuang was the only one with good driving skills. Furthermore, Qin Wushuang was a local, so Yu Longlai wasn't afraid that Qin Wushuang wouldn't make a move. Yes, it's that kid. Yu Longlai nodded. As long as you can make something happen to him, no matter if he's dead or alive, I'll help you solve your urgent problem. I heard that your father's business is in trouble. I can make the decision and lend your company 30 million. Qin Wushuang also knew about his family's situation. Because his business had been expanding recently, it was a bit troublesome for him to circulate funds. Now that he heard that he could lend his company 30 million, how could Qin Wushuang dare to refuse? He immediately agreed and patted his chest, promising, Young Master Lai, don't worry. As long as that kid dares to get in the car, I'll dare to kill him. Qin Wushuang had done this kind of thing many times, but he hid it very well. Normally, no one would be able to tell. Furthermore, he was very familiar with Mount Pan. He was very clear about the place and the most suitable place to make a move. You should know what to do next. Yu Longlai said, however, you must not offend the woman next to him. You should know that. Qin Wushuang recognized that woman. Wasn't she the daughter of the Bai family, Bai Xingnan? Even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to make a move. Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll definitely take care of that kid easily, and I won't let anything happen to that woman. Qin Wushuang had already thought of a countermeasure. Wasn't it just to make that woman not follow him into the car? This was too simple. All he had to do was provoke him a little, and that kid would obediently fight with him. After Qin Wushuang left, Yu Longlai said, Look, it's that simple. We don't even need to do anything. Qin Wushuang alone is enough to take them down. Yu Longfei laughed. Big brother is still the best. When that brat dies on the mountain road, he asked for it. In any case, there are many people who die here every year. It doesn't matter if he dies or not. Who would say anything? At the same time, a red Ferrari rushed up, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Bing Qinya is here. Someone shouted, and everyone stared at the red Ferrari that was coming up. When the red Ferrari appeared, the roaring sound made many people's eyes light up. This was a modified red Ferrari. Not to mention other things, just the price alone was very high, at least more than 10 million. At the top of Mount Pan, the red Ferrari was the most eye-catching. Everyone knew that the driver inside was the #1 racer in the country. The red Ferrari drew an arc and came to a stop. The car door was pushed open. A pair of long and slender legs came out of the car. A woman in white came out of the car. She was tall and slender, and with those long legs, it was hard not to be noticed. As soon as she came out, she instantly suppressed everyone. That cold aura was like a snow lotus. Just by standing there, it made people feel unapproachable and sacred. The #1 beauty is indeed the #1 beauty. This aura is too strong. Yeah, I have to admit it. The #1 beauty, Bing Qinya, lives up to her name. Seeing the #1 beauty Bing Qinya came down, everyone was stunned by her cold aura. No one dared to go up and disturb her. After Bing Qinya got out of the car, a red-clothed girl wearing sunglasses also got out of the passenger seat. Compared to Bing Qinya, this girl had a completely different aura. Her red lips were like flames, revealing a fanatical passion, forming two extremes. Wuxia Phoenix is here too. Another person cried out in alarm. Is she the #1 beauty? With such a big commotion, Lin Fei naturally also noticed it. However, when he saw the woman in white, he couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth and smile. Her aura is not small at all. Bai Shengnan, facing the woman in white, also felt the other party's powerful aura. This was something she couldn't compete with. She said faintly, "Yeah, she is the #1 beauty Bing Qinya. Isn't she very beautiful and moving?" Bai Yong, who was next to her, was entranced, almost drooling. Lin Fei shook his head and said, "What #1 beauty? I don't think there's any difference, except that her aura is a bit cold. However, this kind of woman doesn't have much of a feeling when playing with her. She's just like an ice cube." Bai Shengnan laughed and looked at Lin Fei in disbelief. "If you say that, you will be beaten up by everyone. That Bing Qinya is our East Seas goddess. She has a lot of fans. Not to mention others, just the second generation here are all her fans." Lin Fei said disapprovingly, "So what if she's a goddess? She's not even the same. She's not as good as the one next to her. She's passionate and flirtatious." Bai Yong thought that he had misheard. This Sister Xingnan's friend really knew how to talk nonsense. Wasn't he afraid of offending Bing Qinya, the #1 beauty? It should be known that those who had bad intentions towards Bing Qinya or tried to make a move on her didn't have a good ending. Even that Wuxia Phoenix next to her wasn't someone anyone could afford to offend. Even if Bai Yong was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to say such words. The red-clothed woman next to the Ferrari, Wuxia Phoenix, suddenly turned her gaze and looked in Lin Fei's direction. With a passionate smile on her face, she actually stretched out her hand and made a cut on her neck. She looked extremely valiant. This scene attracted many people's attention. When they turned their heads, they found that it was a stranger. As for the woman next to her, many people recognized her. Wasn't she the Bai family's daughter, Bai Shengnan? Who is that kid? He's so brave. That's right. He actually dared to talk nonsense. Isn't he trying to offend Wuxia Phoenix? There's going to be a good show later. Wuxia Phoenix isn't someone who's easy to talk to. If you're not careful, you might end up suffering. The second generation present all knew that the red-clothed woman's background was unfathomable. Moreover, her temper was as fiery as a raging fire. Who knew how many people had suffered at her hands? Therefore, some busybodies named the red-clothed woman and the white-clothed woman as the ice and fire twin. It could be seen how terrifying these two were in everyone's hearts. Bai Yong was so scared that he didn't dare to speak anymore. His whole body was trembling. That was Huofeng Phoenix. Who would dare to offend her normally? But now, with that gaze, Bai Yong couldn't remain calm anymore. Even the Bai family's identity couldn't protect him. Lin Fei, on the other hand, looked as if nothing had happened. He just watched quietly. Chapter 3941. Our chance is here. After this, Yu Longlai suddenly realized that this was a great opportunity. If he could leave a good impression on the ice and fire duo, he would be able to get closer to them. The ice and fire duo's background was unfathomable. Yu Longlai had heard from his adoptive father that these two were super snobbish people. Offending them would not end well for sure. Yu Longlai had heard his adoptive father say more than once that they were not afraid of anyone in the East Sea, be it the White Gang or the Black Gang. However, the ice and fire duo could not be offended. Even Yu Zishan himself was afraid of them. Miss Huofeng Phoenix, if that brat dares to talk nonsense, I will go and tear his mouth off for you right now. Yu Longlai jumped out and shouted at Lin Fei. That's right, today is the race day. How can this kind of shameless person affect everyone's mood? Yu Longfei also jumped out. I'm willing to help Miss Fire Phoenix get rid of this guy. Although they could not see where Lin Fei came from, they did not believe that his background was as big as Huofeng Phoenix and Bing Qingya. Moreover, there were many second-generation young masters here. If everyone worked together, they would definitely be able to take care of him. Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei took the initiative to jump out and take the lead, instantly gaining everyone's approval. For a moment, everyone was looking at this strange man aggressively. Little Ai, you are very good this time. I will leave everything here to you. You handle this eyesore. The woman in red, Huofeng Phoenix, closed the door and pulled Bing Qingya to a place not far away, because there was an RV there. The woman in white, Bing Qingya, did not say a word. She just followed Huofeng Phoenix and left. She did not look at Lin Fei from beginning to end. Huofeng Phoenix's words calmed everyone down. Since this lady had spoken, then they should quickly take care of this guy. If they could leave a good impression, they might be able to reach the sky in one step. Who didn't know that Huofeng Phoenix was a forthright person? As long as things were done well, there would definitely be benefits. Therefore, they would rather curry favor with Huofeng Phoenix than offend Huofeng Phoenix. This was because once the irascible Huofeng Phoenix made a move, it would not end well for them. Countless precedents were enough to prove this. Sister Shen, we seem to have gotten into trouble. Bai Yong shrunk his neck. Seeing the people surrounding him, all of them had powerful backgrounds. His breathing quickened. What was going on? He had gone to great lengths to go up the mountain to greet them, and now he had encountered such a situation. Now, Bai Yong didn't know whether to leave or stay. He was like an ant on a hot pan, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Bai Xingnan was also a bit nervous. After all, these people were surrounding them, and each of them looked like fiends. Don't worry, it's fine. There won't be any waves. Lin Fei was still very calm. What a joke. I haven't even gotten angry yet, so when will it be their turn to get angry? Miss Bai, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please stand to the side. Yu Longlai came up and said, this daughter of the Bai family couldn't be offended. Yu Longlai also gave 100 likes for his calculations. He had easily obtained the approval of Huofeng Phoenix. With Huofeng Phoenix's support, this brat would definitely suffer a bit today. As for resisting, perhaps when the time came, Huofeng Phoenix would personally make a move. Bai Shengnan said resolutely, I'm not going anywhere. No matter what, she would stand together with Lin Fei and face this together. Lin Fei patted Bai Shengnan's shoulder. I see that you haven't eaten anything tonight. It just so happens that there's food over there. Since it's still early, why don't you go and eat something? I'll have a good chat with them. I believe that these people are definitely easy to talk to. Many people wanted to laugh. Did this brat not know what kind of situation he was in? Chatting with them, did he really think that he was a big shot? Bai Shengnan looked into Lin Fei's eyes and felt a lot more at ease. She nodded. All right, I'll go and eat something first. I'll wait for you to come back. Lil, Bai, accompany your sister Shingen. Lin Fei said to Bai Yong. Bai Yong had long wanted to leave. He nodded repeatedly. Okay. After Bai Xingnan and Bai Yong left, Lin Fei glanced at these people indifferently. While I'm still in a good mood tonight, scram as far away as you can. Otherwise, I don't mind rubbing you on the ground again and again. Bai Yong, who had only walked a short distance, staggered and almost fell. Oh my God, is this guy trying to offend all these people? Even a super second generation can't withstand the attacks of these people. Sister Shin, what's the background of this friend of yours? Bai Yong asked uneasily. Bai Xingnan also heard this, but she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. She smiled sweetly. You just need to treat him as a very mysterious person. That's right, mysterious. In Bai Xingnan's eyes, her boss was filled with a mysterious aura. Even now, Bai Xingnan couldn't see this person. Mysterious? Bai Yong rolled his eyes. Ha! Yu Longlai laughed loudly. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? That's right. You should be the one to scram. You don't have the right to speak now. Just kneel down and admit your mistake. Maybe if Miss Huofeng is in a good mood, she might spare your life. Everyone put on a front. After all, Huofeng Phoenix had already spoken. Who was afraid of this kid? Even if he had a powerful background, he had to obediently bow his head in the East Sea. This was what they thought when facing Huofeng Phoenix. Lin Fei sighed softly. You guys still don't want to listen to me. In that case, I can only rub you on the ground and teach you a lesson. It's been a long time since I fought someone. Today, I can have a good fight. Since there are so many punching bags, it'll be a waste if I don't fight. Lin Fei threw down these words and rushed into the crowd like a ghost. Bang 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 bang. A shocking scene happened. All the rich second generations and nouveau riche who surrounded Lin Fei were smashed to the ground one by one. That scene was as satisfying as it could be. Countless people screamed. In less than 3 minutes, 20 to 30 people were lying on the ground, wailing nonstop. Everything was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Among them, Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei were even more miserable. God knows how many bones in their body were broken, and the ground was smashed to the ground. You guys don't listen to me, so this is what will happen to you. Lin Fei smiled slightly. I don't know if this feels good or not. If you don't, we can continue. Not far away, the woman in red and the woman in white looked at each other in surprise. Interesting guy. I didn't expect him to be such a hot-tempered guy. This time, he doesn't take me seriously. Chapter 3942. This scene caused everyone on Mount Pan to be shocked. Everything happened too fast, so fast that they didn't even have time to react. More than 20 people wailed in pain, especially Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei. Their miserable appearances made people suck in a breath of cold air. This was too cruel. Where did this strange man come from? He actually dared to beat up these people. Was he not afraid of being ganged up on? Huofeng Phoenix and Bing Qingya were also slightly surprised, especially Huofeng Phoenix. She was a hot-tempered person. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but feel that it was fun. It seems that some people didn't listen to my words. Huofeng Phoenix looked at the young man. Are all the young people these days so arrogant? Bing Qingya, who was next to her, said coldly, Why do you want to fight again? Or are your hands itchy? I know your temper. Fire Phoenix laughed. Actually, I also want to make a move, but this isn't a good place. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Do you really think I'll be the same as I was a few years ago? Bing Qingya said coldly. I thought you wouldn't be able to control yourself. It seems that you've suffered a lot these years. You've learned your lesson. Huofeng Phoenix shook her head. This is all in the past. Qingya, don't talk about it anymore. But you initiated this race. Do you really want that? If those guys knew, they might be heartbroken. Bing Qingya looked away. Regret? There's nothing to regret. I've chosen anyway. Huofeng Phoenix couldn't say anything to her best friend. Everyone had their own difficulties. After Lin Fei beat them down, he shook his head. No one dares to come up. They're all a bunch of cowards. They talk big, but in reality, they're too weak. Originally, everyone wanted to show off in front of Huofeng Phoenix. But now that someone had suffered, the rest didn't dare to rush up. They were definitely looking for trouble. As a man, what's the point of using force? At this time, a person jumped out. It was none other than Qin Wushuang. If you have the ability, let's fight on the road and see who's stronger. Qin Wushuang did not forget Yu Longlie's words. Even if Yu Longlai was injured now, if he could cripple this brat, he believed that Yu Longlai would be extremely happy. Perhaps when he was happy, 30 million would turn into 50 million. Hearing this, the others realized that they didn't have to fight. This was the mountain road. If they had the ability, they could fight in the car. What's the point of beating people up? Let's have a fight along the way. Otherwise, we won't accept it. They might not be good at fighting, but they were very good at racing. Not to mention the others, just Qin Wushuang alone was enough to suppress them. Qin Wushuang stepping forward undoubtedly gave the people present a chance to vent. Naturally, they wouldn't say that they were afraid that the fellow would cripple them. How could Lin Fei not see that this was their way of provoking him? Especially this Qin Wushuang guy, there was even a trace of hostility in his tone. He might be able to hide it from others, but he couldn't hide it from his eyes. You guys are only good at talking. Isn't it just a race? That's easy. Even if you don't say it, I still want to see your power. Since I'm bored, I'm bored. Lin Fei laughed. If anyone wants to fight, feel free to come. I'll give you a chance to show off. Qin Wushuang let out a long sigh of relief. Hee, this guy finally fell for it. When we reach the mountain road, I'll definitely kill this brat. Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei who were on the ground were also helped up. However, they looked very miserable, and their injuries were not light. However, when they heard that Lin Fei was going to go on stage, in a short period of time, they seemed to have forgotten about the pain. This Qin Wushuang really knew how to do things. Lin Fei didn't look at Daoist Qin Wushuang. When he saw that Hofeng Phoenix and Bing Qingya had already boarded the RV, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. This incident made everyone know that there was such a person at the peak of Mount Pan. He actually dared to fight against the two young masters of the Yu clan, and he didn't even take Hofeng Phoenix seriously. This made countless people remember this guy. As for those who were injured, they were all helped up. Their eyes were all fierce and evil. They didn't attack again, but instead, they all made calls. No matter what, they must take revenge on this matter. They must take revenge ruthlessly. Brother Lin, are you really going to go racing later? Bai Xingnan asked. Of course. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll think that they're very powerful. Lin Fei laughed. Later, don't get on the car. After all, the mountain road isn't ordinary. Bai Xingnan nodded. I'll listen to you. All right, is there a place to place a bet? Lin Fei smiled and asked Bai Yong. Bai Yong was also stunned by the scene in front of him. Now, he didn't dare to look down on this friend of Bai Xingnan's. He was really too domineering. This must be a martial artist. Only a martial artist could not put these people in his eyes. Yes, there is a betting area here. Bai Yong nodded repeatedly. Lin Fei laughed. Then bring me there. I'm bored anyway. Let's place a bet. If you have money, you can place a bet too. You can even make a fortune. Bet? In his heart, Bai Yong didn't think that Lin Fei would win. After all, the people at the peak of the mountain were all very strong. Although they weren't good at fighting, their driving skills were first class. At the betting area, Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. He directly placed 100 million Chinese dollars. This also shocked many people, because if he won, the betting area would have to pay him 1 billion Chinese dollars. This was also the reason why they didn't think that Lin Fei would win. If he didn't earn money, then he would be a bastard. If he didn't take a bite of the fat meat that was delivered to his doorstep, they would feel that it was a pity. In the end, Bai Yong reluctantly put down 10,000 yuan. As for Bai Xingnan, she boldly put 5 million yuan into Lin Fei's account. Brother Lin, this is my private money. If I lose later, I'll blame it on you. Bai Xingnan joked. Lin Fei said, it's just 5 million. Don't worry. If I really lose it all, I'll pay you back. I'll even support you. Bai Xingnan's face turned red. Lin Fei's words were too bold and too ambiguous. After placing the bet, Lin Fei directly went to his Bentley Tianyue. The second-generation nouveau riche started discussing in low voices. No one was optimistic that Lin Fei would be able to take first place. What a joke. Didn't he look at who was ranked first? That was the number one in the country, the god of racing, Bing Xianxia. Xianxia, look at that kid. He actually has the nerve to bet 100 million on his own first place. He doesn't take you seriously. When Hofeng Phoenix heard the news, she also sneered. Later, I'll let him see what kind of tricks this guy has. He dares to say that he will take first place. Chapter 3943. Although both Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei were seriously injured and were lying directly on the stretcher, they did not leave immediately. They were not willing to go to the hospital until they saw Lin Fei with their own eyes. If any of you cripple that kid, I will personally reward you with 10 million. Yu Longlai immediately arranged for someone to pass the message to the racers present. Originally, Yu Longlai planned to let Qin Wushuang deal with Lin Fei, but after suffering such a big loss, Yu Longlai was filled with hatred. He was no longer satisfied with just Qin Wushuang, so he wanted everyone present to take action. The 10 million reward was still tempting to many people, because Yu Longlai was from the Longting Villa. As long as they took care of that kid, not only would they earn 10 million, but they would also get a good impression. This kind of good thing was rare. Who wouldn't be willing? Without batting an eyelid, everyone started plotting to kill that Lin Fei fellow. Did he really think that there was nothing he could do to him on this winding mountain path? Ready. Half an hour later, on the top of the mountain road, luxury cars began to roar one after another. Among them, more than a dozen luxury cars began to withdraw from the race. These people were all injured by Lin Fei, so they lost the right to drive. A young female racer walked up, holding a flag in her hand. She came to the center of the entrance and waved it enthusiastically. 123. After 3 sounds, as the young woman waved the flag in her hand, a red light instantly rushed out. Bing Xianxia's red Ferrari, which was in first place, instantly pulled away from everyone. Boom, boom, boom. The other luxury cars also rushed out, like sharp swords. However, the most incredible thing was that the Bentley Skyway did not move at all. What the hell is that guy trying to do? Is he planning to let everyone take a step back? What an arrogant guy. Many people could not guess. After all, this was the top race in Donghai and even the whole country. The owner of the Bentley Skyway even bet 100 million on him to win. In this kind of race, once you fell behind, it was basically very difficult to catch up, especially on this mountain road. There were a total of 108 turns, and it was also known as the 18 levels of hell. On the other hand, Lin Fei, who was sitting in the Bentley Timberwolf, looked very relaxed as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. If you all don't leave first, how am I supposed to teach you all a lesson? It would be more interesting to catch up to them now. Otherwise, I'm really not interested in chasing after them like a swarm of bees. If these words were to spread, it was unknown how many people would vomit 3 liters of blood. This was boundlessly arrogant. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Fei stepped on the accelerator and the Bentley Timberlake rushed out. After rushing out, Lin Fei stepped on the accelerator all the way, and the speed kept increasing. The roaring sound made the people watching through the big screens secretly click their tongues. This guy is definitely a newbie. I can guarantee that this road is full of twists and turns, yet he dares to step on the accelerator to the end. Madan, that's way too fast. He's almost broken 300. He's really not afraid of death. It's good that he's dead. I can't believe someone like him dares to drive here. He's almost at the first bend, but he's not slowing down. Is he planning to drift over? Too arrogant. Very quickly, the first bend appeared. This bend wasn't big, but it was very fast. Normally, people who were good at it would put on the brakes and slow down. Many people were cursing Lin Fei for getting into trouble at the first bend. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't be able to get through at this speed. But the Bentley Timberlake steadily circled around the edge and dashed out. At that moment, it was unknown how many people were shocked. He actually passed. He actually passed. This kid actually hit himself well. He actually passed at this speed. It's just a coincidence. Many people saw this scene and shook their heads. They didn't dare to believe that it was real. It must be a coincidence. Many people thought so. Under such circumstances, only a coincidence could explain it. Lin Fei's speed very quickly increased to 310 kilometers per hour. It was almost at the limit of the Bentley Timberlake. Under such a limit, the Bentley Timberlake was like a black shadow that continuously streaked past. The second bend, the third bend, the fourth bend. Everyone was cursing Lin Fei time and time again. However, he easily passed 4 bends. At the same time, he also destroyed quite a few cars and left them in the dust. This guy is too strong. He didn't slow down when passing bends. That's too unreasonable. Countless people saw this scene and felt their scalps go numb. If it was them, they would have died 9 out of 10 times. If there was one more time, they would have been seriously injured and turned into a vegetable. But this guy actually passed them time and time again. He didn't even get hurt. He's too strong. Also, that's clearly a normal Bentley Timberlake. It's not a modified racing car. How can its performance be so high? They, who were experienced and knowledgeable, couldn't understand it at all. Ah, that's great. Brother Lin is amazing. Although Bai Xingnan was worried, she couldn't help but feel excited when she saw Lin Fei surpass his opponents time and time again. Sister Shen, is this Brother Lin the god of racing? Bai Yong asked. He was also shocked by this scene. He even regretted placing so little bet. You guessed it right. He is the god of racing. Can't you see that he's preparing to teach everyone a lesson? Bai Xingnan said with a smile. Bai Yong seemed to understand why Lin Fei was the last to drive. He's really teaching everyone a lesson. This time, Bai Xingnan nodded vigorously. Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast. After seeing the first car, he chased after it again and again. Those people who had originally wanted to scheme against Lin Fei saw the Bentley Timberlake charge forward without slowing down at all. They didn't dare to stop him at all. In the meantime, a few cars tried to stop him. When the Bentley Timberlake passed by them, they were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. There were even a few who were so scared that they crashed into the road. In terms of courage, they really weren't a match for Lin Fei. Hence, they could only watch as he passed them one by one. They didn't dare to stop him. They couldn't believe that there was actually someone with such guts. This wasn't racing. This was playing with their lives. This was too crazy. They couldn't afford to play with him. When they reached the 30th bend, there weren't many cars in front of them. It's a pity that this car is too slow. Otherwise, the speed could be increased. Lin Fei stepped on the accelerator to the end. He was still very satisfied with this speed. After all, the Bentley Timberlake wasn't a sports car, nor was it a Ferrari, nor was it a Lamborghini. Naturally, it wasn't as fast as them. However, even so, the Bentley Timberlake's stable performance allowed Lin Fei to easily overtake them. Qin Wushuang's driving skills were very good. He maintained the 5th position. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel that it was a pity that Lin Fei actually didn't catch up. This meant that he didn't even have the chance to show off. Virm. A sound came from behind. He subconsciously looked at the rearview mirror. With this look, Qin Wushuang suddenly saw a Bentley Timberlake rushing forward. The bright lights made him excited. What? This kid actually caught up. Didn't he disappear just now? This speed is too fast. In a few moments, Qin Wushuang saw a car rushing forward. It was getting closer and closer to him. Moreover, this Bentley was the only one on this road. If it wasn't Lin Fei's car, then who else could it be? Ah, the heavens are helping me. If he didn't catch up, I wouldn't have the chance. Now, it's finally my chance to show off. Qin Wushuang was ecstatic. At this moment, there was a huge bend in front of him. Outside the bend was a cliff. This was a very dangerous bend. In the eyes of racers, this was called the Bend of Death. Great, let's kill him here. Chapter 3944. The turn of death was here. Qin Wushuang was ready to make his move. He stepped on the accelerator and looked as if he was going to make the turn of death. At the same time, he secretly observed the people behind him. He realized that Lin Fei was also following him without any signs of slowing down. Qin Wushuang was even happier. Looks like you don't know how powerful this turn of death is. You'll regret it later. No, I should say that you won't even have the chance to regret it. Qin Wushuang laughed coldly in his heart. 100 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters. Just as he was about to reach 20 meters, Qin Wushuang suddenly braked. His taillights lit up and he quickly changed gears. Then he lightly stepped on the accelerator and prepared to drift out. All of this was done smoothly. Qin Wushuang believed that Lin Fei wouldn't be able to react in time. There was only one outcome. He would charge out of the turn. Qin Wushuang couldn't be any more familiar with this death curve. Back then, he had knocked down a powerful racer here, and nothing had happened to him afterwards. However, just as Qin Wushuang was about to make the turn, a black shadow passed him with a whoosh. It was a Bentley Toyota. It brushed past Qin Wushuang's sports car and rushed out. Qin Wushuang felt his car shake slightly. It was this shake that caused his sports car to lose its stability and crash into the curve at the side. "No!" Qin Wushuang shouted. He wanted to step on the brakes. However, this time, Qin Wushuang was half a beat slower. He panicked. Because of this light touch, his sports car was already close to the edge of the turn. Bang! Just like that, the whole car rushed out and fell heavily. Then, it was swallowed by the night. Lin Fei continued to step on the accelerator. To him, what happened just now was just a small matter. If Qin Wushuang didn't have the intention to harm him, Lin Fei might have given him a chance to live. However, he had made a move. Only death awaited him. At the top of Mount Pan, many people saw this scene and screamed. They felt that Qin Wushuang was too unlucky. Who would have thought that the other party would be faster than him when he made the turn? In the end, Qin Wushuang didn't have time to dodge. If they were to go down this turn of death, they would definitely die. No one noticed the details of that light collision. After passing through more than a dozen bends, Lin Fei overtook one sports car after another and finally saw a white Lamborghini. The other party's driving skills were very good. In Lin Fei's eyes, it was not a big deal. As long as the other party wanted to live safely, their driving skills would never improve. After all, they were made of flesh and blood. No one would joke around with their lives. This brat actually caught up. The driver of the Lamborghini was Huofeng Phoenix. She was stuck in second place because the previous few people had been pushed down by her. When the Bentley Lexus rushed up, Huofeng Phoenix knew who it was. She was more or less surprised. It seems that this guy is quite good. He actually caught up so quickly. However, you can only consider yourself unlucky to meet me. I'm not that easy to bully. Huofeng Phoenix slowed down and waited for the other party to catch up. She would teach the other party a lesson. After Lin Fei caught up, Huofeng Phoenix also showed her strength. She blocked left and right, not letting Lin Fei overtake her. Even when they were passing corners, she could easily maintain her advantage. This woman is different when she's stingy. She can't do that. Lin Fei shook his head. Huofeng Phoenix blocked the other party again and again. Her heart was full of pride. You want to overtake me? Let's see how you overtake me. As long as I'm in front of you, you will obediently follow behind me. You still want to take first place? Do you really think that you're the god of racing in Donghai or even the whole country? Huofeng Phoenix was very proud. Through the rearview mirror, she stretched out her finger and gave Lin Fei the middle finger. If the speed of the car wasn't so fast, Huofeng Phoenix wouldn't have minded shouting and provoking this guy. But in the next second, a loud bang. Just as Huofeng Phoenix gave Lin Fei the middle finger, the Lamborghini actually swayed. Huofeng Phoenix suddenly couldn't lean forward in time. She lost her balance and crashed to the side. This scene frightened Fire Phoenix so much that she immediately stepped on the brakes, barely managing to turn around. However, this also caused Fire Phoenix's anger to soar to the heavens. This brat actually dared to hit me? How dare he hit me? This old lady isn't done with you. Huofeng Phoenix was also famous for her bad temper. When she encountered this kind of situation, she immediately remembered this guy. However, just as Huofeng Phoenix finished throwing her temper, the Bentley Toyota behind her hit her again. It was just a light hit. Huofeng Phoenix's Lamborghini shook again and swayed from side to side. B** starred. He's really a B** starred. How dare he hit me again? Huofeng Phoenix couldn't stop cursing. This was the first time she encountered this kind of situation while driving. On this kind of winding mountain road, there was actually someone who kept hitting her car. It was simply unimaginable. If they were on the ground, Huofeng Phoenix would definitely teach this guy a lesson. But in the car, even if she was strong, she couldn't withstand this kind of danger. If she was even a little bit careless, she would immediately rush off the cliff and die in the crash. Lin Fei stepped on the accelerator again and stared at the Lamborghini. Isn't it just not letting me overtake? Then I'll keep hitting you. I guarantee that you'll feel good. Lin Fei laughed evilly. He did it on purpose. He wanted Huofeng Phoenix to know how powerful he was. Once, twice, thrice, she hit the Lamborghini again and again. Huofeng Phoenix also tried to pull away again and again, but she was always locked by the Bentley Toyota behind her. This made Huofeng Phoenix roar and curse, but she also felt uneasy and nervous. Almost every time, it made Huofeng Phoenix's heart beat faster. The feeling of stabilizing the car was like riding a roller coaster. Huofeng Phoenix couldn't bear it anymore. Fortunately, Huofeng Phoenix was different from others. She wasn't a real racer. If she was a real racer, she would have rushed down a long time ago. How could she stop here? Huofeng Phoenix completely remembered this young man named Lin Fei. He drove so fiercely. Did he have to be so arrogant? Didn't I just say a few words? After hitting her again, Huofeng Phoenix's face turned pale and she cried directly. I'm done, I'm done. I'm done. This time, Huofeng Phoenix finally stepped on the brakes. The Lamborghini slid out and slid along the edge of the road. Sparks flew everywhere before the car finally stopped. The moment she stopped, Fire Phoenix heaved a sigh of relief. Even Huofeng Phoenix herself did not know how she had managed to get down here. When he finally stopped, he could only pant and feel a lingering fear in his heart. Beauty, did you feel good just now? Lin Fei's Bentley Timberwolf stopped next to the Lamborghini and rolled down the window. Huofeng Phoenix was furious. I don't care who you are or where you came from. I'll remember you. I'll definitely make you kneel in front of me and sing Conquer. For Huofeng Phoenix to say something like that, it was obvious how angry she was. Then I'll wait and see, beautiful. Lin Fei laughed. He stepped on the accelerator and the Bentley rushed out. Chapter 39:45. Xianxia, you have to be careful. That brat is catching up. Don't let him get close to you. This guy is a bastard. He actually used a Bentley Tianyu to hit my Lamborghini. Sob sob sob, he hit me 7 or 8 times. I almost couldn't talk to you anymore. Sob sob sob, you have to take revenge for me. Don't let that brat overtake you. Huofeng Phoenix got out of the Lamborghini. Her legs were weak, and her eyes were filled with tears. However, she immediately called Bing Xianxia and complained. The red Ferrari was like a stream of light, constantly passing through the bends. It was very skillful and it almost didn't stop at all. After receiving Huofeng Phoenix's call, Bing Xianxia was slightly surprised. What? You got knocked down by him? Fire Phoenix smiled bitterly. Don't mention it, I was wrong. That guy is too savage, he actually used a Bentley to hit me at high speed. You have to be careful, that guy is not to be trifled with. To be able to hit an opponent's car at high speed and still be able to keep his own car intact, this kind of ability is not something that just anyone can do. No matter what, it is 1 in 100 or even 1 in 10,000, there may not even be one. That was why Huofeng Phoenix contacted Bing Xianxia as soon as possible. She was worried that something might happen. Then I will be careful. If he dares to come up, I will definitely let him know the consequences. Bing Xianxia was also looking forward to it. If this brat was really that powerful, then she had really met her match. After all, from the beginning, Bing Xianxia really didn't pay much attention to her opponent. Not long after hanging up the phone, in less than 10 minutes, or even only 6 minutes, Bing Xianxia heard the roaring sound of a fast engine coming from behind her. Then she saw a Bentley Tianyu rushing up. Wow, he actually didn't slow down when passing the bend. He didn't even change the gear. He kept maintaining a constant speed. How is this possible? Bing Xianxia was an exception. However, this time, seeing that the opponent was also coming at him aggressively and didn't even seem to slow down, Bing Xianxia had indeed found her opponent in an instant. This guy is an expert. It's not a waste of my effort to organize this race. Right now, only he can be my opponent. Bing Qing suddenly became spirited. I really want to see, how can you surpass me? Lin Fei finally caught up. At this time, he was at most 20 to 30 turns away from the finish line. This Bing Qingya's technique is really good. She actually managed to put such a distance between them. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Lin Fei said with some surprise. But this is good too. It's been a long time since I've met such an expert. No matter what, I have to have some fun. Previously, the Huofeng Phoenix gave Lin Fei a little fun, but his psychological endurance was too poor. He only hit it 7 or 8 times and it actually stopped. Of course, this was because Lin Fei was lenient. If he had hit it hard, it would not have been able to withstand 3 hits. Lin Fei was not that kind of cruel person. He treated the girl well, and she did not really offend him, so he did not mind her suffering a little. Boom! The engine roared. Just like that, Lin Fei drove the Bentley Timu to get close. However, as soon as they collided, Bing Qingya controlled the Ferrari to dodge to the side, not giving Lin Fei any chance to collide. For the first time, Lin Fei missed. This Bing Qingya should know that I am dealing with the Huofeng Phoenix. But even if you dodge, can you react faster than me? Lin Fei laughed and directly hit it. Driving a car, wasn't it for excitement? Obviously, there was nothing more exciting than this. Madman, this guy is definitely a madman. After dodging twice, the car shook as soon as it made a turn. Bing Qingya, who had always been as cold as frost, directly scolded, This is racing, this is the real Fast and Furious. If you are not careful, the car will be destroyed and you will die. This was the first time Bing Qingya encountered this kind of thing. She finally understood why her bestie, Huofeng Phoenix, would cry. Usually, when they were racing, which one was not careful? Which one was not as crazy as this guy? No, I have to get rid of him immediately. Bing Qingya didn't dare to be careless anymore. According to this cruel method, after 6 or 7 hits, people who couldn't bear it would be finished immediately. Bing Qingya wanted to get rid of him, but the Bentley Timu was still following closely behind. Ferrari didn't have a chance to escape at all. Even when it was around the bend, it was still going straight, as if the Bentley Tianyu was a toy in the opponent's hands. Bing Qingya didn't have the ability to drive however she wanted. She dodged again and again, but she was still hit by the opponent's Bentley Tianyu, and the magnitude was not small. Bing Qingya believed that the rear of her Ferrari must have been damaged. This guy is definitely a madman, too crazy. How did I meet this guy? How did this guy appear in the East Sea? Is he not afraid of accidents? Bing Qingya's body shook again, and the frost on her face became even colder. She wanted to get rid of the opponent, but she couldn't. She could only bear the opponent's impact, and the angle of the impact was very good. It was neither light nor heavy, but it gave her a terrible threat, even life-threatening. This kind of situation once was enough, but 1, 2, 3 times, Bing Qingya was starting to feel unbearable. Lin Fei sat in the car calmly, the Bentley Timu was like a toy in his hands, and every time he hit the Ferrari, Lin Fei would deliberately find the right angle so that Bing Qingya, who was in the car, could really feel the real speed and passion, and even her adrenaline was surging. Isn't it just racing? Then I will help you, I will give you a good time. After hitting for 10 times, Lin Fei also admired Bing Qingya. She actually didn't stop the car. At this time, there was another small turn in front of them, and they were almost at the finish line. This chase and collision, unknowingly, they were getting closer and closer to the finish line. Lin Fei smiled. Seems like I need to use my trump card, or else Bing Qingya will really win. Because the turn in front was too small, it was impossible to succeed if he tried to force it. Of course, in Lin Fei's eyes, there were still many opportunities. In the Ferrari, Bing Qingya's hands were tightly gripping the steering wheel. Fortunately, this Ferrari had been modified to be very good, or else it would have been finished. This time, I will definitely win, you can't surpass me. Bing Qingya believed that as long as she held this situation, she would definitely win. Not far away, there was a turn. This was the last big turn, and the remaining few turns were basically small turns. As long as she held this big turn, Bing Qingya would know that she had won. If you want to get first, I will make you lose 100 million Chinese dollars. Bing Qingya was a woman, but she also had times when she was petty. Wait, where is the car? Bing Qingya tried to drift through the big turn and found that the car behind her had disappeared. Bing Qingya's heart shook. The Bentley Timu was not on either side. Bing Qingya, who was in a daze, suddenly opened her eyes wide as she saw a black figure rushing down from the back. What is this guy trying to do? Could it be? Suddenly, Bing Qingya saw the intersection below and understood. Madman, he's a madman. How dare he? Chapter 3946. At this time, the people at the top of the mountain also saw this scene. They saw that the Bentley flew down from the bend and was instantly drowned in the night. Madman, he really is a madman. How dare he just rush out like that? He's dead. He's dead for sure. Why doesn't he look at where he is? Did he watch too many movies? Does he really think he won't die if he rushes down like this? Even an immortal wouldn't be able to handle this kind of crazy behavior. Everyone was dumbfounded. That guy was really a genius. Bai Xingnan and Bai Yong were nervous. They didn't dare to look anymore. It was too scary. Everyone knew that this was the holy land of death. Who knew how many people had rushed down from this bend and died? Brother Lin, he will be fine. He definitely won't. Bai Xingnan's face was pale. As for those who were originally prepared to settle the score with Lin Fei, they were all grinning from ear to ear. The only regretful thing was that they did not personally make a move. However, being able to watch Lin Fei charge down was already a relief to them. Yu Longrong and Yu Longfei looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Good. After all, they had suffered a lot from Lin Fei. If this guy didn't die, they would have to think about how to deal with him. Now that he was dead, they didn't need to do anything. Where else could they find such a good thing? Bing Qingya, who was in the Ferrari, slowed down. She couldn't help but be startled. She couldn't believe this scene. That guy actually dared to rush down. How did he dare to go down? Doesn't he know what this means? Bing Qingya kept staring at that shadow. Then, she quickly turned around and rushed through a few checkpoints. She didn't hear any explosion or even the sound of falling. She didn't see any wreckage along the way. Did he succeed? Bing Qingya really wanted to say that this was impossible. Coming down from such a high place, no matter what kind of car it was, it would be impossible to control it perfectly. If it was her, she would be the same. She wouldn't dare to do such a crazy thing. However, after passing through the last few corners, Bing Qingya suddenly saw a Bentley parked not far away. However, this Bentley Tianyue looked a bit messy. The rear of the car was starting to fall apart. However, it stopped steadily at the victory finish line. At this time, many people at the finish line were dumbfounded. Clearly, they could not accept the scene before them. This is ridiculous. That brat actually rushed down, and nothing happened to him. He even overtook Bing Qingya, the god of racing, and got the first place. This is too shocking. No one would be able to forget this scene tonight. The #1 car god of East Sea, Bing Qingya, was defeated. Lin Fei leaned against the car door next to the Bentley Lexus, looking very relaxed. He watched as the Ferrari drove over and finally stopped at the side. Beauty, it seems like you're not brave enough, so I'll take first place. I think you won't have any objections, right? Lin Fei laughed. Bing Qingya got out of the Ferrari and looked at the smiling young man. You're crazier than I thought. In order to win, you actually rushed down from above. You're the craziest person I've ever seen. This time, I'm convinced of my loss. Bing Qingya indeed did not dare to do this. That was a challenge with her life. Even if she had 100% confidence, she would not do it. Lin Fei laughed. Thank you for your compliment. Actually, you're not bad. To be able to withstand so many collisions with me, ordinary people do not have your quality. It would have been fine if he didn't mention this, but once he did, Bing Qingya instantly became angry. You have no quality at all. Ordinary people would not dare to do what you did. Lin Fei laughed. Is it because you're Bing Qingya? Can I do it? Ridiculous, it's useless to me. Even if a powerful person stood in front of me, he would still look the same. With 2 ears and 2 eyes, there's not much difference. What do you think? This was the first time Bing Qingya heard someone talk to her like this. One must know that she was the #1 beauty of the East Ocean. Although she didn't care about this title, it was the first time she was ignored by a man like this. Bing Xianxia felt a little uncomfortable. Bastard, you actually dared to hit me just now. At this time, a Lamborghini caught up and quickly opened a big teleportation. A figure got out of the car. A red figure rushed out, coldly snorted, and directly kicked towards Lin Fei. Moreover, it was a series of kicks, bringing up a large number of shadows. Lin Fei did not care about the incoming attack at all. He lightly used his hand to block and push upwards. The woman in red, with a "hua" sound, flew backwards and fell heavily on the ground. Girl, what's the point of fighting and killing? It's better to be polite. Lin Fei faintly laughed. Bing Xianxia's pupils also shrank. She quickly went to help Huofeng Phoenix. Phoenix, are you okay? Huofeng Phoenix raised her head and looked at Lin Fei, gritting her teeth. She wanted to cut him into 8 pieces. I'm fine. It's just a small injury. It's nothing. Huofeng Phoenix was very clear that the series of kicks just now was not light. It was almost comparable to the martial power of a master, but in the end, it was easily blocked by this guy. Again. Huofeng Phoenix pushed Bing Xianxia away. Suddenly, she took out a black dagger and slashed at Lin Fei. Lin Fei was still very calm. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, carrying a trace of a smile. You're even playing with weapons. I think this dagger is not bad. I'll take it. Lin Fei smiled as he stretched out his hand to grab it. Without making any other movements, Fire Phoenix felt her hand becoming empty as the dagger in her hand disappeared, falling into Lin Fei's hand. Next, Lin Fei lightly slashed the dagger, bringing with it a chilling sensation as it landed on Fire Phoenix's neck. Huofeng Phoenix also stopped at this moment. She did not dare to move anymore, because the dagger was extremely sharp. The coldness fell on her neck, making it difficult for her to move. She subconsciously swallowed. Until now, she still did not know how her dagger was taken away by the opponent. Sir, please have mercy. Bing Xianxia was also anxious. She knew Huofeng Phoenix's strength, but she did not expect that she would be defeated in front of this strange man. Moreover, she was in danger. The dagger was only a hair's breadth away from Huofeng Phoenix's neck. If the opponent wanted to, he could just gently push it forward, and Huofeng Phoenix's head would be separated from her body. Lin Fei said, "Don't worry, I don't bully women. As long as she begs for mercy, I will let her go." After all, she dared to attack a man, and even used a dagger. No matter what, she has to suffer a bit. Otherwise, she will not learn her lesson. At this moment, Huofeng Phoenix was indeed panicking. After all, she did not usually fight much. Her strength was not bad, and under normal circumstances, she could crush her opponent. However, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. She was actually being threatened. You want me to suffer, I won't agree. Huofeng Phoenix was also a person with a temper. Even with a dagger against her neck, she did not look like she was going to admit defeat. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Are you sure? Then I will cut your beautiful face a few times. I believe that with such a beautiful woman like you, it will be very interesting to have your face cut a few times. At the very least, you can get the title of ugly, don't you think so?" Huofeng Phoenix was completely anxious and said angrily, "You dare." These words began to reveal a kind of guilty conscience. No matter what, Huofeng Phoenix did not have enough confidence this time. She really did not dare to move. In her heart, she was very clear that if the opponent wanted to kill her, it would be easy for him to control this level of strength. Lin Fei was still smiling. "Then you can give it a try. See if I will make a move or not. It's a pity that this beautiful face will be wasted." Chapter 3947. Oh right, you can also tell me what word you want. I think you can write an ugly word on the left side, and a woman on the right side. Together, it will be an ugly woman. I believe it will fit your identity very well. Lin Fei laughed. "Don't worry, my strength is very good. I guarantee that you will not dissipate for the rest of your life." When Huofeng Phoenix came down, she had a bad temper. She just wanted to take revenge on Lin Fei. She wanted to beat him to the ground and sing "Conquer." She had to sing it at least 10 times. It was a pity that her wish was good, but the result was not beautiful. How could she have known that the other party would transform from a sheep into a ferocious tiger, completely devouring her. Now, even her own safety was in the hands of the other party. This kind of huge difference made Hofeng Phoenix very upset. For a moment, she could not come back to her senses and accept the scene in front of her. Hofeng Phoenix was anxious. Her eyes turned red and tears rolled down her face. What do you want? I admit defeat, okay? You bully a weak woman like this, is it fun? In one night, she had suffered twice and shed tears twice. Hofeng Phoenix wondered if she had come to the wrong place. How could she encounter such a thing? And this man did not have the demeanor of a gentleman at all. He even dared to make her suffer. Hofeng Phoenix really wanted to rush up and slap him a few times. But now, she did not dare to do anything. Even Bing Qingya, who was not far from her, did not dare to do anything. Because the dagger was too close to Hofeng Phoenix's neck, as long as the other side moved, she could easily slit Phoenix's throat. Now you know you are wrong, but it is too late. All right, you are not a weak woman. If I did not have some strength, I would have been at a disadvantage. You women are really unreasonable. Lin Fei joked, you were in a hurry just now, acting like a big sister. Now, it is not like your style just now. Hofeng Phoenix was about to collapse. She wanted to say, if I knew you were so powerful, I would not have done it. Well, I was wrong, okay? I won't dare to cause trouble for you anymore. I'll admit defeat, okay? Hofeng Phoenix's tears flowed down. She was like a pear blossom in the rain. It was a tragic sight. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people couldn't help but feel pity for him. They wanted to rush over immediately. However, when they thought about how powerful this person was, they immediately suppressed those thoughts. He had dared to rush down from above. He was a few dozen meters away, and he was completely fine. Who could do that? Lin Fei really admired Hofeng's crying skills. She looked delicate and pitiful, and it was indeed quite good. This made him feel like a demon king bullying a weak girl. He laughed out loud. Beauty, you look pretty good when you cry. Why don't you cry a few more times? Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll let you go. Hofeng Phoenix was in a bad mood. How can this bastard say such a thing? This time, Hofeng Phoenix had suffered too much, but she didn't know what to say. She really couldn't understand this man's habits. Bing Qingya said with a cold voice, Mr. Phoenix is my best friend. What happened just now was Phoenix's fault. I'll apologize to you on her behalf. Please forgive her, okay? If you want compensation, I'll agree. Bing Qingya wasn't sure if she could make a move. Although the other side didn't make any movements, he just stood there casually, giving Bing Qingya a feeling that he was invulnerable and absurd. However, this absurd feeling didn't make her doubt it. Bing Qingya believed that if she dared to make a move against him, she wouldn't be able to get any benefits. She might even implicate Hofeng Phoenix. Bing Qingya really couldn't see through this kind of person. Lin Fei smiled. I'm not an unreasonable person. Since the #1 beauty of the East Ocean has spoken, I have to give you face. How about this? If your best friend calls me daddy and spare his life, I'll let him go. How about it? Lin Fei looked at Bing Qingya with a smile. Fire Phoenix almost roared out, suspecting that she had heard wrongly. How could a young miss like her take the initiative to call him daddy, and even ask him to spare her life? Hofeng Phoenix felt extremely ashamed. He was obviously toying with her. Hofeng Phoenix really wanted to go up and fight, but she still didn't dare. Lin Fei said again, I'll give you a choice. If you say it, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll make my move. You should know that a powerful daddy like me can't be called by anyone. Anyway, you won't lose anything. Don't you think so? Hofeng Phoenix cried even harder. This was too much of a bully. Although Hofeng Phoenix knew that this was a bad taste, calling a young man daddy was too awkward. Hofeng Phoenix really wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Can you change it? Bing Qingya asked. Lin Fei shook his head and said, No, it has to be like this. Now, I'll count to 3. If you don't say it, then I'll make my move. You can try and see if I dare to make my move. Hofeng Phoenix looked at Bing Qingya with pleading eyes. However, Bing Qingya shook her head slightly, looking helpless. Hofeng Phoenix was very clear about her best friend's strength. Now, even she didn't dare to make her move. That meant that she didn't have any confidence. She could only clench her teeth to stop her tears. I'll say it, okay? Woofing Phoenix didn't lower her head. She really didn't dare to gamble anymore. Right now, she could only get rid of the danger first. As for whether she would take revenge or not, that was another matter. Daddy, spare my life. Daddy, I won't dare to do it again. Woofing Phoenix called a young man daddy. Her voice was almost no different from a mosquito. However, her whole face quickly turned red, like a red apple. Her whole body also became hot. This was too shameful. Woofing Phoenix didn't even dare to face this man again. Lin Fei, however, was not very satisfied. He lightly snorted, "Your voice is too soft. I can't hear you at all. Please continue your performance." Woofing Phoenix was so anxious that she wanted to stomp her feet. This bastard was definitely doing it on purpose. Remember, you don't have much time. Woofing Phoenix suddenly quivered and didn't dare to think anymore. Daddy, spare my life. Daddy, spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. Woofing Phoenix closed her eyes and also threw caution to the wind. This time, the voice was very loud. Ordinary people would be shocked. However, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Daughter is so obedient. Daddy will buy you candy. Woofing Phoenix finally felt that the dagger had disappeared. She turned around and ran into the Lamborghini. She turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Lin Fei, I hate you. I will definitely take revenge on you. Bing Qingya smiled bitterly. She glanced at this strange man and hurriedly chased after her to comfort her best friend. Lin Fei didn't stop them from leaving. He was still smiling. What an interesting two women. However, this daddy is quite nice to hear. I hope there will be another chance next time. Fu Pin Chinese. Chapter 3948. When Lin Fei returned to the top of the mountain, everyone didn't dare to look down on this ordinary-looking young man anymore. Even those who had shouted for revenge earlier restrained themselves. That was Woofing Phoenix. She had a bad temper. In the end, she still suffered a great loss at the hands of this young man. Although they didn't know what they had shouted, they knew that it definitely wasn't anything good. If he dared to offend someone like Woofing Phoenix, he either had a problem with his brain or he had a powerful background. They weren't idiots. They knew that it was definitely the latter. Therefore, they didn't dare to make a move again. Lin Fei easily obtained the gambling money. Those people didn't dare to refuse. Anyone who knew about this young man knew that he had a powerful background. Otherwise, how could he dare to beat up the young master of Longting Mountain Manor and even beat up Woofing Phoenix? They had no choice but to lose a lot of money. Brother Lin, you're finally back. You scared me to death just now. Bai Shengnan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Fei return. Lin Fei smiled. Don't you know who I am? All right, it's getting late. It's time for us to go back. Bai Shengnan nodded and followed Lin Fei into the car. After they left, Bai Yong regretted it. He didn't know what to say. He gave himself a tight slap. Why didn't you listen to me? Great, now it's 100,000. Why was I so stupid? It was a chance to get rich overnight. The rest of the people could only watch as they left. They didn't dare to say a word. Soon, the news about what happened on the top of the mountain spread like wildfire. However, it was quickly suppressed as if it had never happened. Brother Lin, I remember that Woofing Phoenix. She has a powerful background. You offended her like that. What if she takes revenge? Bai Shengnan said worriedly. Lin Fei didn't care. It's okay. I'm an easygoing person. Everything can be solved easily. Bai Shengnan blinked. That was a good reason. On the way back, Bai Shengnan experienced the Fast and Furious again. In the end, he sent her out of the district. All right, I won't be going inside. Have a good sleep. Bai Shengnan actually wanted Lin Fei to come to her house. However, when she thought about what happened tonight, she thought that her father might be waiting for her at home. Brother Lin, thank you for helping me solve such a big problem tonight, Bai Shengnan said gratefully. Bai Shengnan said gratefully. While Lin Fei wasn't paying attention, she kissed him on the cheek. This is my reward for you tonight. Then she ran away. When she saw this, he of Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bai Shengnan's face turned red. After all, Bai Shengnan had Bai was Bai. As soon as she opened the door, She saw Bai Xingnan sitting in the living room with her father, Bai Tianqing. Bai on bai yai bai. Bai on. Bai fei, Bai tianan, bai and on. Dad, it's very easy to scare people if you just sit there quietly, okay? Bai Xingnan complained. Bai Tianqing laughed dryly. Normally, he would have reprimanded him. However, he didn't dare to do so now. It should be known that Bai Tianqing had gained a lot of face at Tingqing Manor tonight. In particular, Master Yu had said a few words to him. This was something that he didn't dare to think about normally. Daughter, how's the progress between you and Lin Fei? Bai Tianqing's question made Bai Xingnan feel embarrassed. She wasn't his real girlfriend. She was just pretending to be his girlfriend. Her father thought that he was good at reading people, but he couldn't even tell. Dad, how old are you? Aren't you ashamed to ask this? Bai Xingnan pretended to be unhappy. Bai Tianqing realized that he might have said too much. After all, he didn't dare to say too much about this. Lin Fei was someone with a powerful background. Until now, he still didn't know where Lin Fei came from. However, he could roughly guess that Lin Fei was from Yanjing. Otherwise, why would young Master Yan take the initiative to leave? Alright, I'll stop talking. But you have to seize the opportunity this time. You won't get another outstanding young man like him if you miss this one, Bai Tianqing said as if he had been through it all. There were too many vixens nowadays. If he wasn't careful, he could be snatched away easily. Bai Tianqing felt that he had to talk to his woman about this. The relationship between Bai Xingnan and Lin Fei had developed step by step. However, she knew that Lin Fei was more mysterious and outstanding than she had imagined. Putting everything else aside, just the scene on the mountain road tonight was enough to shock many people. She believed that in the near future, this news would definitely spread in the circle of Donghai. I got it. Bai Tianqing's words gave Bai Xingnan a strange feeling. Do I really fall in love with Lin Fei? Bai Xingnan had seen many outstanding young men. When she thought about comparing herself with Lin Fei, she felt that there was a huge gap between them. Especially the scene tonight. It was the most exciting night in Bai Xingnan's life. She felt warm from the bottom of her heart. Lin Fei didn't go back to Xiaolin's home. Instead, he went directly to Xiaolan's home. Xiaolan was still living in the same house as before. Lin Fei didn't need a key to open the door. As soon as he walked in, he heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. It turned out that Xiaolan was taking a shower. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. He took off his clothes and walked over. Xiaolan, who was taking a shower, was suddenly hugged by a strange man. She was startled. However, when she smelled the familiar scent, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Honey, why are you here?" "It's because you're so alluring and delicious. I also came to check the condition of the car. Who knows if the car will break down one day." Hearing this, Xiaolan's face turned red. She rebuked, "Honey, you're so bad. Let's check the condition of the car now." At dawn, Xiaolan was the first to wake up. Looking at the man lying next to her, a happy smile appeared on her face. These days were Xiaolan's favorite days. Although Lin Fei didn't come often, every time he came, she would experience a truly wonderful feeling. She could even buy the things she liked. Thinking of this, Xiaolan's smile became even brighter. She took the initiative to crawl under the quilt and reported her love. Lin Fei felt refreshed. However, when Xiaolan walked, she couldn't walk properly. Nevertheless, she still made breakfast with love for Lin Fei. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect your cooking to be so good." Lin Fei ate his fill. He had to admit that Xiaolan knew how to serve men very well. "Thank you for your compliment, honey. If you want to eat it, I can make it for you every day. I guarantee it won't be the same every day." Lin Fei laughed. No matter how delicious it is, it can't be as delicious as what you made." Xiaolan instantly became shy. Chapter 39-49. Hubby, are you free in a few days? Xiaolan suddenly asked when Lin Fei was about to leave. Lin Fei stopped. "It's hard to say in a few days." "What's the matter?" Xiaolan said, "It's the guys in my classmates group. They said that they plan to go to the seaside for a vacation and hold a class reunion. If you're free, I want you to accompany me and meet those old classmates." Lin Fei thought for a moment and said, You can inform me one day in advance. If I'm free, then I'll go. If not, then you can go by yourself. Lin Fei actually had no impression of those old classmates. However, because he was a cultivator, he could still clearly recall those memories. Among his old classmates, Xiao Lan, the class belle, had been eaten by him. The remaining old classmates were not worth his interest. Since Xiao Lan had said so, Lin Fei could not refuse. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Xiao Lan was relieved. She smiled sweetly and said, "Okay, hubby. I'll call you one day in advance." On the way out, Xiao Lan took the initiative to kiss Lin Fei again. Then, she closed the door reluctantly. After closing the door, Xiao Lan thought of that matter again. No, hubby is too powerful. I can't handle it alone. No matter what, I have to bring a comrade with me. Otherwise, hubby might forget about me one day. And two is better than one. When we move to the new villa, I have to find a companion for myself. Lin Fei did not know that Xiao Lan wanted to find a comrade for herself. Of course, even if Lin Fei knew, he would at most chuckle. Regardless of whether it was one or two, their combat strength was the same. They would only be able to withstand a few rounds and would have to surrender. In the parking lot of the community, Lin Fei saw many people pointing at the Bentley Toyota. Only then did he notice that the Bentley Toyota, which was originally in good condition, had become tattered after racing on the mountain road last night. The scratches all over its body made people feel that it was a pity. Looks like it's time for me to change my car. Lin Fei sat in the Bentley Tianyue and drove out of the neighborhood. He was thinking about what kind of car he should change to. After all, the Bentley Tianyue was in such a dilapidated state. After repairing it, he didn't have the mood to drive it anymore. Moreover, after the race yesterday, he felt that the Bentley Tianyue was still a little lacking. In any case, he had earned 1 billion yuan last night. What kind of car could he not have? However, Lin Fei really didn't know much about the car. He wanted to call Xiao Lan, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Xiao Lan had been tortured by him last night. Looking at how she was walking, it was impossible for her to go out. Forget it, I'll just go to the car dealership. In the end, Lin Fei didn't go to the car dealership. Instead, he went to a car show. After all, it was summer now, which was the off-season for cars. However, many companies would hold car shows to attract customers. It was also a coincidence that Lin Fei heard the advertisement and drove over. You don't say, the scale of this auto show is quite big. Lin Fei casually parked the car in the parking lot and didn't care about the gazes of others. He walked into the center of the auto show. Today's auto show was actually all about high-end cars, and all of them were luxury cars. Relatively speaking, there weren't many people at the auto show today. Those who could come here were basically white-collar workers. Lin Fei looked around casually. He hadn't thought about what car to buy yet, because he was about to take over Longting Villa. All the cars he bought would be sent to Longting Villa. I think yesterday's Lamborghini is not bad. I can buy one. The Ferrari that Bing Qinya drives is also not bad. Of course, if there are classic models, I can also buy one. Lin Fei thought as he walked. He now had far more than 1 billion yuan in his card, and Yan Tianheng would soon transfer another sum of money to him. Therefore, Lin Fei was not short of money at all. Along the way, so far, there was no car that Lin Fei liked at first sight. Hey, this car is quite good. Lin Fei, who was walking, suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on a white martin, which actually had a shark's face on the front. What else could it be if it wasn't a martin? The price of a single car was more than 10 million yuan. There were also many people around the car, taking photos as a souvenir. Lin Fei walked in and asked, "May I know how much this Aston Martin is?" As soon as the manager of the auto show saw him, he had a faint smile on his face. He didn't look down on Lin Fei at all because of his ordinary clothes. Because of this young man. The manager saw a trace of difference because his temperament was very different. Even among ordinary people, it was very conspicuous. "Hello, sir. This is our Aston Martin." Lin Fei interrupted, "Just tell me the price. As for the rest, you don't have to say it." This scene fell into the eyes of many people around, and they all felt that this young man was too tactless. He directly asked the price of a car. Did he have to be so extravagant? Was he here to pretend to be 13? The face of the auto show manager also changed, but he immediately recovered. 13. 5 million. This time, the auto show manager learned to be smart. It's so cheap, and it's not expensive at all. Do you have a ready-made car? Can this car be taken away? If it's possible, I'll buy it right away. Otherwise, I'll go to another shop. In Lin Fei's eyes, this car was indeed very cheap, even less than 1% of yesterday's price. By the way, I'm paying in cash. He added the last sentence. The auto show manager's whole body was full of smiles. Of course, of course. It's not a problem if you want it. Please come with me, sir. Under the eyes of the crowd, this seemingly ordinary young man quickly bought an Aston Martin without blinking, spending 13.5 million just like that. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to take the car away. Later, you will send the Aston Martin to Longting Villa. You know the place, right? How could the auto show manager not know what kind of place Longting Villa was? It was the most mysterious place in Donghai, a place that even rich people couldn't enter. Mr. Lin, don't worry. We will immediately arrange for someone to send it to you. The auto show manager knew that he had met a big shot. After the Aston Martin was exhibited, Lin Fei strolled around again and bought 3 supercars in succession. Lamborghini's Big Bird, Ferrari's Raphael supercar, and the famous Aries GTR. The total cost was less than 80 million, which was too cheap. However, this move in this auto show attracted countless people's envy. Buying a car was like buying vegetables. His heroic spirit soared to the heavens. Where did this big tycoon come from? Chapter 3950. Master, you're back. In the Longting Manor, Master Yu personally came to greet him. After buying a few supercars at the auto show, Lin Fei drove a Lamborghini into the Longting Manor. After getting out of the car, Lin Fei felt that the entire Longting Manor was much quieter. It was very different from last night. Yu Zishan said, Master, I was afraid that these people would disturb your rest, so I dismissed most of the people in the manor. Other than a few chefs and servants, there are no more than 20 people in total. Lin Fei was very satisfied with Yu Zishan's actions. After all, he did not want so many people to appear in the Longting Manor. After all, he had to redecorate the place, and the fewer people, the better. You've done very well. I'm very satisfied. Lin Fei smiled and said, Go and make the arrangements. Someone will send a sports car here later. Don't let them wait. Yu Zishan nodded repeatedly. Master, don't worry. I'll immediately arrange for someone to deal with it. By the way, Master, I know what happened last night. My 2 foster sons are waiting for Master to deal with them. How dare they offend Master? Master, you can deal with them however you want. You don't have to give me any face. Lin Fei really did not take those 2 guys seriously. However, since Yu Zishan made such a choice, he said casually, Forget it, there's nothing to deal with. Just get rid of them. I don't want to see them in Donghai anymore. Moreover, your foster sons are not good people, so it's not good to keep them around. Lin Fei's casual words determined the future of Yu Zishan's 5 foster sons. Yu Zishan still had feelings for his 5 foster sons. Hearing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. I want to thank Master for being merciful on behalf of my foster sons. I'll make them leave Donghai later and never come back again. After Yu Longlai and the others heard the results, they vomited blood and were filled with regret. The other foster sons were the same. Of course, this was a story for another time. Walking in the Longting Manor again, Lin Fei was more and more satisfied with the manor. However, some places still needed to be rearranged. After all, although this place was good, in Lin Fei's eyes, there were still many problems. After Yu Zishan dealt with things, he returned. Lin Fei said, Go find a few people who can design antique buildings. I think our Longting Manor needs to be rearranged. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Also, from now on, I'll make Longting Manor into a real paradise. When Yu Zishan owned the Longting Manor, it was a waste. It had not been fully developed yet. Lin Fei was naturally different. Lin Zishan, Longting Manor. Yes, Master. I will make the arrangements immediately. Yu Zishan began making arrangements as well. Lin said, Lins will long I Lin long Lin have long I have Lu I have long I have Yun I Fei I have long. Lin Tianshan I have long. I have Lin Lin Li have yen I lon fei chen have. Chin, Lin zhou, I'll have zai. I seem I have zi zhou. Lin Fei walked into the garage. The underground garage of the manor was very big. At this time, there were more than a dozen luxury cars parked in the garage. Some of them were Yu Zishan's collection, but they were all given to Lin Fei. As a man, and an immortal at that, Lin Fei's mentality had finally returned to that of his youth. Therefore, he had a certain interest and hobby in collecting cars. Moreover, Longting Manor was so big. No matter what, he had to buy something to decorate it. For example, these luxury cars and supercars. If this idea were to spread and people found out about it, many people would cry for their parents. Others worked so hard for luxury cars, but Lin Li just put them up as if they were works of art. There was no one else like him. Rich people were indeed capricious. Lin Fei chose an Aston Martin. It was white in color and had smooth lines. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Lin Fei was going to buy a batch of jade stones to arrange a large-scale needle technique. As soon as the supercar appeared, the roar of the explosion attracted the attention of countless people. It's still better to drive a sports car. At least the explosion is not something a Bentley can compare to. After driving to the city, Lin Fei slowed down. Finally, he went all the way to the most famous Jade Street in Donghai. This was also his first time here. However, he learned from Yu Zishan that there were many top-grade jade stones on this Jade Street, and this was the only place in the entire Donghai that had enough jade stones. Lin Fei came here to try his luck. If he could buy top-grade jade stones, that would be the best thing. If not, he could only go out. After finding a nearby parking lot, Lin Fei parked the Aston Martin and walked into the Jade Street. When he walked into the Jade Street, he found that this Jade Street was very antique. It was antique and original. Lin Fei knew that this Jade Street should be one of the projects supported by the Donghai government. Otherwise, it would not be so eye-catching. The Jade Stone Street was bustling with people coming and going, making it very lively. Along the way, Lin Fei saw stones of different sizes placed in front of the shops. There were pieces of jade inside the shops, but Lin Fei was not interested in them because the quality was too low. They could only deceive outsiders, but not Lin Fei. Is there no good jade here? This is too ordinary. Lin Fei wanted to arrange a large array, so he definitely needed good jade stones. I can't come here for nothing. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Suddenly, Lin Fei heard the sound of firecrackers in front of him. Then, he heard voices coming from the street. There's jade. There's jade. Wow, it's the jade of glutinous rice. I'm going to be rich. Lin Fei's hearing was very good, so he could hear every word clearly the moment it was transmitted over. Many people took the initiative to run to the front. Therefore, Lin Fei also decided to go and have a look. After all, the jade in these shops was really ordinary. If it was not necessary, he really did not want to buy these jade stones. After all, he really did not lack money now. When he came to the end of the Jade Street, Lin Fei found that there was actually a large factory in front of him, with an area of at least 30,000 to 50,000 square meters. There was a roar of machines inside. It turned out that someone was cutting stones here. The place where the firecrackers were set off just now was one of the places where the stones were cut. When Lin Fei walked over, he heard the sound more clearly. This guy has a really sharp eye. That's right. The total cost is 200,000 yuan, but he actually cut out a green jade worth 5 million yuan in one go. That's because he has a good eye. Didn't you see the boss's expression as if his parents had died? Hee hee, but it's really satisfying. The boss is not a good person. Every time he sells something, he is extremely stingy. I didn't expect that this time someone would get a 5 million yuan jade for 200,000 yuan. I guess he won't be able to sleep well for a long time. Chapter 3951. Lin Fei watched the scene for a while and knew what was going on. It turns out that this is the place for stone gambling. I didn't expect that there would be stone gambling in this kind of place in Donghai. No wonder they set off firecrackers just now. It's really interesting that the price of a raw stone that was worth 200,000 yuan rose to 5 million yuan. Moreover, the The quality of this person's jade is not bad. Setting off firecrackers was also a kind of custom here to tell people that good jade was out. At this moment, Lin Fei finally knew why he couldn't see good jade in the shops outside. It turned out that they were all bought by others. If I want to set up a formation with good jade, I guess I have to open it myself. Lin Fei watched the scene for a while and found that the jade was soon bought by someone for 5 million yuan. And this soon became something that everyone was talking about. Young man, do you want to stone gambling? The stones here are very good. If you want to have a look, I can give you a discount. There were many stalls in the big factory, with piles of gray stones. These inconspicuous stones were called raw stones. After opening them, there would be jade inside. When Lin Fei walked in front of a stall, the boss suddenly greeted Lin Fei with a simple and honest expression on his face. But this time, in Lin Fei's eyes, the simple and honest expression was full of acting. Whoever regarded the boss as a simple and honest person would definitely be at a disadvantage. The boss was a middle-aged man, tall and strong, about 40 years old. He looked simple and honest, commonly known as an honest person. If he was in the countryside, there would definitely be no doubt. But here, it was still a question mark. Lin Fei approached the stall and found that there were a lot of stones piled up here. It was a relatively large scale nearby. Young man, it should be your first time to stone gambling, right? The raw stones here are all from Myanmar. They are absolutely old pit stones, genuine at a fair price. The middle-aged boss tried his best to promote his products. This is a jade street. It's a relatively large raw gemstone collection area. Did you see that? The jade that the man just cut out is of the old pit type. The success rate is very high. Lin Fei laughed. Just because of what you said, I have to come in and have a look. Otherwise, I will really miss the opportunity. The middle-aged man smiled from the bottom of his heart. He knew that he had met a big fat sheep. After all, stone gambling was not that easy. Moreover, it also depended on one's eyesight. As for luck, you would also believe it. If your luck was really that good, you wouldn't have been poor all your life. Little brother, do you want me to introduce you to a few raw gemstones? I can guarantee that they will contain jade. If they don't, I won't charge you. The middle-aged boss pointed at a few stones and said. Lin Fei glanced at the stones and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This boss really knows how to talk. If there's no jade, then he doesn't want to pay. What if it's a low-grade jade? Wouldn't it be a huge loss? The stones pointed out by the middle-aged man boss did have some green in them, but the green was very thin. Whoever bought it would lose a lot of money. At the very least, if they spent 10,000 yuan, they would only have 1,000 yuan left. The efficiency of losing money was even faster than buying stocks. Thank you, but there's no need. I want to have a look myself. Maybe I'll be lucky. The middle-aged boss didn't say anything, but in his heart, he had already determined that the other party was a rookie. How could one look at raw gemstones like this? Lin Fei didn't care what the boss thought. He walked back and forth in the circle of raw gemstones. This behavior didn't seem like a stone gambling expert at all. As Lin Fei looked along the way, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seems that I have overestimated the raw gemstones on this jade street. The quality is not that good. Maybe the good raw gemstones have been taken away before they reach the East China Sea. And the high-quality raw gemstones here are pitifully few. After looking for a while, Lin Fei suddenly realized. Because there were no less than 300 raw gemstones, there were only a few that contained jade. It didn't meet Lin Fei's requirements at all. Hey, this raw gemstone is not bad. In an inconspicuous place, Lin Fei inadvertently saw a cracked raw gemstone. This raw gemstone weighed dozens of kilograms, but the cracked place was almost like a peach. There was a big crack in the middle, and a trace of green could be vaguely seen. However, such a stone was obviously thrown in the corner, and there was a lot of dust on it. Obviously, it had been left there for a long time. Little brother, good eyesight. This is a good jade. Do you see it? It's green. The middle-aged boss came out and introduced it enthusiastically. Lin Fei didn't believe the boss's words and said jokingly, Boss, if this is a high-quality jade, then why don't you open it yourself? Don't think that I don't know. It's cracked. Who knows if all the jade inside is cracked? Although I'm a rookie, I still know something. The middle-aged boss really wanted to fool this young man. After all, this stone had been left there for too long. So he smiled dryly and continued, although it's not a high-quality raw gemstone, it's also a good jade. Look at this green. At least you won't lose money if you buy it. In Lin Fei's eyes, there was a purple mass in the center of this cracked raw gemstone, and the color was very beautiful. When Lin Fei came, he also learned a little about the jade. There were many kinds of jade, among which purple jade was a very rare kind of jade. If it was a big piece, the value would undoubtedly be very amazing. The piece inside was really the size of an adult's fist. It was a big piece of jade, especially in this cracked raw gemstone. Nature was really magical. Give me an honest price. I'm very interested in this raw gemstone. Anyway, it's green. It's not bad to buy it and try it. The middle-aged boss was happy in his heart. Little brother, you're so bold. Since you're pleasing to the eye, I'll give you at most 400,000 for this top-quality raw gemstone. What do you think? I spent a full 1 million when I bought it. Lin Fei raised his leg and said, forget it. You can sell it slowly for 400,000. What a joke. Lin Fei really didn't see this cracked raw gemstone along the way. This guy was too good at fooling people. The middle-aged boss was anxious when he heard that. He really wanted to fool people. After all, this raw gemstone was only 100,000 yuan when he bought it. But it had been left there for several years and no one dared to buy it. It was almost a waste. Now that someone was finally interested in it, how could he dare to keep it in his hands? Little brother, wait a minute. Is 400,000 enough? 300,000? No, 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 no. 200,000 is fine. I'm losing so much money. Lin Fei still didn't stop. He was the only one who could see through this kind of stone. Otherwise, no one would want it. There was only a trace of green. Who knew how much it had? It would probably be difficult to make a ring surface. 100,000 yuan. I'll sell it to you for 100,000 yuan. That's definitely the lowest price. The middle-aged boss said with a pained expression. Seeing that the other party was about to walk out of the stall and didn't look like he was going to stop, the middle-aged boss shouted, absolutely not. You can buy a raw gemstone that weighs 50 kilograms for only 50,000 yuan. It won't be a big loss. Lin Fei didn't know much about the price of raw gemstones. However, 50,000 yuan was still acceptable. After all, the difference in profits was too big. 30,000 yuan. I'll help you deal with it. I can also help you open it to see if there's any jade. How about that? Lin Fei stopped and said. The middle-aged boss smiled bitterly. Little brother, you win. 30,000 yuan it is. 2K reading net. Chapter 3952. Lin Fei smoothly bought a raw stone that looked like a cracked peach with 30,000 yuan. Only he knew that there would be a piece of purple jade in this raw stone. If it weren't for the beautiful color of this jade, Lin Fei wouldn't have bothered to buy this raw stone. Although it couldn't be used to set up a formation, it could be used as a gift. Anyway, he came to the Jade Street. He couldn't go back empty-handed. After paying the money, the boss enthusiastically took Lin Fei to the place where the stone was cut. In fact, the boss also wanted to see what kind of jade could be found in this cracked raw stone. The stone cutter was a strong man with dark skin. It was obvious that he had worked in this place for a long time. Sir, are you going to cut it open with one cut? Or do you want to cut it open while rubbing the stone? This was also one of the two ways to cut the raw stone. One cut was commonly known as the heaven of life and death. It allowed people to experience the rapid change from life to death. Because one cut could know whether there was jade or not. If there was jade, it would rise. If there was no jade, it would fall. The other way was to rub the stone, which was to keep rubbing along the green place. It took a certain amount of time, but the advantage was that it was stable. Each of the two ways had its own advantages. Just rub the stone. Lin Fei smiled and said, I think this stone should have jade. It would be a pity to cut it open with one cut. Because Lin Fei knew that there was a piece of purple jade inside. If he cut it open with one cut, the purple jade would be destroyed, so it was better not to cut it open. Originally, The boss thought that the young man would cut it open with one cut, but he chose to rub the stone. He despised him a little in his heart. He knew that this stone would definitely not rise. It was a complete waste of time. However, the boss didn't dare to say it. After all, it would be bad if it was spread out. Soon the machine rang. The stone cutter began to rub the stone according to Lin Fei's request. Soon some people came over, but when they saw this stone, they couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Because everyone knew the background of this stone here. It belonged to the kind that no one wanted. They also knew that the boss had made a big profit this time. They didn't know how much money this young man had been made. The stone-cutting master was in a good mood at first, but as he rubbed it in, he began to feel disappointed. That was because the green was very thin, and gradually, there were pieces of white cotton wadding inside. This was also one of the most common problems in stone gambling. It fell. It's better to just cut it off. Lin Fei was still very calm. Continue until you finish. I'll give you a reward for your hard work. Only Lin Fei could guarantee that there was jade in this kind of stone. Just the layer of white cotton on the outside would take a long time to polish. For stone gambling, it was very difficult for a stone with cotton wool to produce jade. Even if it did, it would be pitifully small. The machine roared, and the stone-cutting master continued to rub the stone. The huge stone, which weighed more than 100 pounds, became smaller and smaller. When everyone was disappointed, the stone-cutting master suddenly exclaimed, "Quickly sprinkle water." This was said to the disciple next to him. The disciple was also stunned for a moment, then hurriedly fetched some water and washed it. With this dash, a sparkling and translucent purple appeared just like that. Sir, it's a big increase." The stone-cutting master shouted happily. That purple was so clear. This was an amethyst. When Lin Fei saw this smear of purple, he broke into a smile. The amethyst looked much better than expected. After all, there was still a difference between what he sensed with his divine sense and what he saw with his own eyes. After all, it was different visually. The middle-aged boss next to him was completely disappointed, but when he saw this scene, he leaned forward. How is it possible? This is obviously a cracked stone, but there is an amethyst. Damn it. At this time, the middle-aged boss regretted it. If he had been given a chance, he wouldn't have sold it so cheaply. 30,000 yuan. If I had known, I would have cut it myself. The middle-aged boss wanted to slap himself. Continue to rub. Lin Fei laughed. The news that there was an amethyst here spread all the way. In a moment, a group of people came over, and each of their eyes lit up. Amethyst, it's really amethyst. Wow, it's been a long time since there was an amethyst in our Jade Street. I remember the last time there was an amethyst was 3 years ago, and this jade's color is clear. It's a top-grade jade. Many of the people who came here were salesmen of jewelry companies. They wandered in the Jade Street to buy jade when they had nothing to do. After all, jade and jadeite had become more and more expensive in recent years, and good goods were basically not easy to find. Therefore, these places would be guarded by people. Once there was one, they would buy it at a high price. Anyway, there would be no loss and someone would buy it. Sir, can we sell this jade for 1 million yuan? A round-faced fat man came over and asked. As soon as the fat man finished speaking, someone immediately slapped him in the face. Damn fat man, you are fooling people. Young man, this jade can be sold for at least 2 million yuan. Brother, our company is very sincere. We will buy it for you at 3 million yuan. Whether it was 1 million or 2 million yuan, Lin Fei pretended not to hear it. He knew in his heart that these people didn't offer the actual price, and he didn't intend to sell it at all. I'm sorry, I don't intend to sell this jade, no matter how high the price is. Lin Fei shook his head and said, originally, everyone thought that this young man was easy to fool. If they could cheat him, they would definitely make a fortune. However, they didn't expect that he wouldn't sell it at all. How could they be willing to sell it? The fat man said again, 3 million yuan. We are really sincere. Lin Yunfei's face slightly sank. I said I won't sell it. Didn't you hear me? I won't sell it even if you pay 30 million yuan. If it was somewhere else, Lin Fei wouldn't be willing to throw them all out. The stone-cutting master was not affected and continued to rub the stones slowly. As time passed, a fist-sized purple jade was soon cut out. The whole amethyst was crystal clear and very beautiful. It had a kind of noble and fashionable atmosphere, which formed a difference from other ordinary jade. Wow, it's so beautiful. It's such a big amethyst. This guy made a big fortune. I heard that the raw stone bought for 30,000 yuan actually contained amethyst. This guy is so lucky. Everyone was drooling, and they couldn't wait to swallow it in one bite. The Jade Street hadn't had such a good jade for a long time, especially in amethyst. The salesmen of the jewelry princes also called the company one by one. They couldn't offer a high price, but the people in the company could. If they really bought it, then they could get a good fee, which would be enough for a few months. If they tipped it, they would be rich. Lin Fei took out 1,000 yuan as a tip to his stone-cutting master. The stone-cutting master happily took the 1,000 yuan. He was in a good mood. After all, he had cut out an amethyst, which was known as the best jade with one eye. He could boast about it for a long time. Chapter 3953. After a complete piece of purple jade was dug out, many people envied it. Lin Fei casually put the purple jade in a plastic bag. Everyone was stunned. This was a piece of jade. If it was accidentally dropped, it would be very distressing. Lin Fei, on the other hand, did not feel that way. He politely declined everyone's offers and walked out of the Jade Street. Lin Fei was quite disappointed with the Jade Street. There wasn't much top-quality jade to be dug out, so he had to change places. When he came out, Lin Fei noticed that he seemed to be stared at, but he didn't care much. He quickly walked to the parking lot and threw purple jade in the Aston Martin's passenger seat. He didn't even look at them as he stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Those who followed up really had their own ideas, but when they saw the Aston Martin, they immediately gave up. This was a supercar that was worth tens of millions. How could they offend someone who could drive a supercar that was worth tens of millions in Donghai? At this time, in the base of the Yan Huang battle team, Director Tai Zhan had already received a complete set of information, but he felt uncomfortable looking at it. "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" It was the clerk, Xiao Wu, who sent the information. She nodded and said, "Director, I didn't make a mistake. This is all about Lin Fei. This person is very ordinary, but he disappeared for 5 years. We don't know where he went. We have checked all the information but couldn't find him." Xiao Wu was a girl. In fact, she was also curious why the director would ask her to investigate a young man, and an ordinary young man at that. He had thought that this person's information was very simple, but he had suddenly disappeared for 5 years. It was indeed a bit unbelievable, because there were no clues to prove where he had gone during these 5 years. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air, which was thought-provoking. Tai Zhan wanted to know the details of this Lin Fei more than anyone else. But when he looked at the information, he was really ordinary. He was an ordinary person since he was a child, and there was no difference between him and his university. Moreover, he was an orphan. Tai Zhan almost couldn't believe it was true. He actually disappeared for 5 years. There must be something wrong with these 5 years. Tai Zhan put down the documents and frowned. However, where had he gone in the past 5 years? Why had there been no news of him? The first thing that came to Chief Iron Zhan's mind was the hidden sections. This kid must have gone to some sects to cultivate. However, to be able to reach such a level in just 5 years, this person is definitely a genius, or even a god's favored one. No wonder he could crush grandmasters and Dao cultivators. Tai Zhan felt a headache coming on. How was he supposed to deal with such an unstable factor in his territory? "Director, I have another piece of news about this Lin Fei. He should have moved into Longting Manor. This morning, Yu Zishan cleaned up all the people in Longting Manor. Except for the chefs and servants, there were no more than 20 people left. Also, 5 supercars were sent to Longting Manor from today's auto show. They were all young people named Lin Fei." Tai Zhan received another new piece of information. In fact, he was already mentally prepared for Longting Manor. After all, it was a blessed place that ordinary people could not get their hands on. However, it was not a problem for that kid. "It seems that I need to pay a visit to this Lin Fei again. Tai Zhan could not do anything to him. Moreover, the other party was from a sect. Although the sects did not dare to be too high-profile, they were still powerful and had to be guarded against. Tai Zhan had already decided that if that kid was obedient in Donghai, then everything would be fine. However, if he continued to cause trouble, then he did not mind catching that kid and teaching him a lesson. After all, he had the entire Yan Huang battle team behind him. Lin Fei did not know that his information was in front of Chief Iron Zhan. He drove the Aston Martin directly back to Longting Manor. If it were not for those people, Lin Fei had planned to take the jade and design it so that he could give it to someone when the time came. "Master, you're back so soon." Yu Zishan had already arranged everything properly. As soon as he heard that Lin Fei was back, he immediately came over. Lin Fei said, "Go and find out if there are other places in Donghai that have more jade. You said that the Jade Street is not good, so you have very little jade." Since he had taken down Longting Manor, Lin Fei planned to set up a large formation as soon as possible to completely activate the true effects of the blessed place. He could not afford to drag this on. "I'll go and find out more about it." "I believe there should be some," Yu Zishan said anxiously. After all, he was the one who suggested going to the Jade Street. "Right, help me contact a jade designer. I plan to use jade to design a few things." Yu Zishan immediately went to make the arrangements. In the evening, Yu Zishan told Lin Fei a piece of good news. "Master, I just received a piece of good news. In a few days, we will be holding an underground auction here. I heard that there will be a lot of top-grade jade. If Master is free, you can go and take a look. I don't think you will return empty-handed." Lin Fei was eating Western food. The chefs that Yu Zishan left behind were really good, especially this chef who knew how to cook Western food. The taste was top-notch, making Lin Fei very satisfied. He put down the knife. Lin Fei wiped his mouth. "An underground auction? Are you sure that there will be top-grade jade?" Since they were setting up a formation, they naturally needed top-grade jade, especially for the core. Normally, it would not be possible. Yu Zishan nodded. "That's right. I'm an old customer there. If they say that there will be jade, then there will definitely be jade. Sometimes, there will even be some strange items. This underground auction is not open to ordinary people. It's open to rich people, most of whom are martial artists." Lin Fei immediately knew that this should be a cultivator's auction. "I did not expect there to be such a place in the Eastern Sea. All right, you can accompany me there when the time comes. We can take this opportunity to see what the underground auctions in the Eastern Sea have." Ever since he returned to the East Sea, Lin Fei had never been to a place like this. Now that he had come across it, he had to take a look. He wanted to see what good things were left behind on Earth. "Also, I've already arranged for the designer that Master needs. She will come to our Longting Manor tomorrow. She's a top-notch designer. She can design anything that Master needs. Her skills are really good." Lin Fei was glad that he had asked Yu Zishan to stay. If not, it would be quite troublesome if he had to rely on himself. Chapter 3954. The effect of the spiritual water is still the best. Beneath Longting Manor, Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes. As he refined and absorbed the spiritual water, the fine cracks on his body quickly disappeared. This was Lin Fei's first time cultivating in the underground of Longting Manor. The quality of the spiritual water here was indeed much better than medicinal pills. It could heal the wounds on Lin Fei's body. Currently, no wounds could be seen on the surface of Lin Fei's body. However, there were cracks deep within his flesh and cells. At present, however, they had already been stabilized. As he continued to consume the spiritual water, the rate of recovery gradually increased. As for the aura of the fish monster, it had improved a lot in just 2 or 3 days. A fish monster with a cultivation technique was equivalent to being enlightened. Lin Fei casually threw a few pills down. These pills didn't have much effect on him now, but they were still quite effective on the fish monster. Not bad, not bad. Continue to cultivate. It might be able to transform in a few decades. The stronger the fish monster was, the less worried Lin Fei was about someone sneaking underground to steal the spiritual water. Putting everything else aside, Yu Zishan wouldn't be a match for the fish monster now. He walked out of the underground. Yu Zishan arrived at the hillside. The hillside was filled with precious tree species. After all, it was impossible for a place like this to be filled with ordinary tree species. Therefore, Yu Zishan had spent a lot of effort on this. At the very least, it looked like moving banknotes. Now, an empty space in the forest had been cleared. Lin Fei took out a spiritual seed that he had obtained previously. Now it's time to plant it. Let me see what kind of spiritual seed you have. Ever since he got it, Lin Fei hadn't planted it. However, he couldn't tell what kind it was. After all, it didn't look like much from the surface. After planting it, Lin Fei watered it with spiritual water. Only by watering it with spiritual water could the spiritual seed quickly sprout and take root. After planting it, Lin Fei observed it. After the spiritual water was poured on the spirit seed, it was completely absorbed by the spirit seed. The scene of the spirit seed not germinating or taking root surprised Lin Fei. This spiritual seed is quite extraordinary. Interesting. Lin Fei smiled and didn't care much about it. Anyway, he just needed to water it every day. He believed that no matter how powerful the spiritual energy seed was, it would still be able to take root and sprout. When they came down from the mountain, the sun had just risen. Yu Zishan had already prepared breakfast for them. Lin Fei was in a very good mood today, and he had also planted the spiritual energy seed. Yu Zishan took out 2 newspapers. One was about the East Ocean, and the other was an alternative newspaper. There is such a newspaper in Donghai? It turned out that this was not an ordinary newspaper, but a newspaper with information about martial artists. Its name was Yan Huang Daily. Yu Zishan explained. It turned out that the Yan Huang Daily was run by the Yan Huang battle team. It would list all the recent happenings, big or small. Such a martial arts newspaper was produced every half a month, and yesterday was the half-a-month mark. Anything big or small that happened could be found in the Yan Huang Daily News. Listening to Yu Zishan's report, Lin Fei smiled. Interesting. Lin Fei also admired the Yan Huang battle team's spirit of keeping up with the times. They actually produced such a newspaper. He picked up the newspaper and casually scanned through it. It was all about the martial arts circle. For example, someone had broken through to the obvious strength realm, someone had broken through to the next realm, and there were even some experts appearing somewhere. There were all kinds of things, and it was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. This Chinese world is much more mysterious than I thought. There is actually so much information in this. This Yan Huang battle team is also very powerful. In the past, Lin Fei had never heard of such news. After reading it, he put the newspaper aside. Remember to remind me when the Yan Huang Daily is published in the future. Yu Zishan quickly noted it down. After breakfast, the designer came to the restaurant. Lin Fei, who was standing upstairs, saw a white Maserati drive in. Then a tall woman got out of the car. She was wearing a small black suit and trousers, and she looked very artistic. So it's a female designer. She looks pretty good. Lin Fei was dazzled at first glance. Lin Fei thought it was a man. After thinking about it, it was quite normal. After all, a man would definitely not be able to design anything good for something like the purple jade. Only a woman could design a perfect piece of art in this aspect. Su Mei got out of the car and subconsciously noticed that there was a gaze on her. She looked up and saw a young man standing on the railing. However, the appearance of this young man surprised Su Mei. She knew that this was Longting Villa, but who was this young man? Because she did not know him at all. Could he be Master Yu's new godson? Perhaps it was because of the first impression. Su Mei felt a tinge of disgust towards the young man on the balcony. The 5 godson of Longting Villa weren't good people. They were notorious for being playboys. Miss Su, please come in. Yu Zishan personally came to welcome Su Mei. Su Mei was flattered. Master Yu, you're too polite. I'll go in myself. This was the first time Su Man had encountered such a situation. One must know that Master Yu was a top figure in Donghai. Not everyone could meet him just because they wanted to. Now that he had taken the initiative to welcome her, it was definitely unprecedented. Su Mei was a little excited. Yu Zishan didn't know what Su Mei was thinking. He just wanted Su Mei to go in and design the purple jade for his master. He wouldn't think too much about it. My boss is waiting for you upstairs. Miss Su, you can go up yourself. Yu Zishan brought Su Mei downstairs, but he didn't go upstairs. When Su Mei heard this, she thought that she had heard wrongly. Boss? Since when does Master Yu have a boss? With an uneasy heart, Su Mei went upstairs. When she walked into a room, she saw a young man. Isn't this the young man on the balcony just now? He's Master Yu's boss? Su Mei couldn't believe it. Su Mei had never known that Master Yu had a boss. Who didn't know that Master Yu was a big shot? Now he actually had a boss. Furthermore, he was a young man. If this news were to spread, who knew how many people would be shocked? You're that designer? Lin Fei sat at the tea table and was slowly making tea. He raised his head and looked at the female designer who was at a loss at the door. This question actually made Su Mei feel a tinge of pressure. She couldn't help but panic. Hello, boss. I'm Su Mei. I made an appointment yesterday to help you design the jade. Lin Fei had requested for Yu Zishan to address him as boss. After all, it was too awkward to address someone as master in this day and age. Therefore, Yu Zishan simply asked him to address him as boss. Su Mei? Your name sounds pretty good. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 3955. Others might not be able to see anything, but in Lin Fei's eyes, this Su Mei's physique was very unusual. It was a natural charm body. Although it had not yet been developed, that trace of charm could not be concealed. Only Lin Fei would say that it was a good name. A real person lived up to his name. Su Mei was a little nervous. After all, this was Master Yu's boss. If she guessed further, the Longting Mountain Manor might even belong to this young man. This was definitely a big shot. Su Mei didn't dare to imagine that she actually had the opportunity to design jade for such a big shot. Thank you for your compliment, sir. My name is just SOSO. Su Mei tried hard to calm herself down. Lin Fei laughed. Actually, you don't have to be nervous. I'm not a man-eating tiger. My name is Lin Fei. You can call me young Master Lin. Lin Fei's words were like a spring breeze. Su Mei instantly felt a lot more relaxed. Master Lin, can I have a look at the jade? After Su Mei recovered, she immediately entered the working state. Only in this way, she felt that she could maintain her mentality. Even so, Su Mei still stole a few more glances at Lin Fei's man. Although his appearance wasn't that of a handsome young man, for some reason, the more one looked at him, the more attractive he seemed. It was a kind of captivating feeling. Lin Fei smiled. The jade is in the box in front of you. Take a look and see if there are any good designs. We have plenty of time. Don't worry. Oh, do you want some tea? Su Mei shook her head gently. I'd better take a look at the jade first. When she opened the box, the gorgeous colors made Su Mei feel deeply enchanted. At the same time, she was shocked. Purple jade. This is purple jade. I didn't expect it to be purple jade, and it's so big. No wonder the Jade Street was full of it yesterday. Yesterday, Suman had also heard the news in many groups, but she had never thought that she would have the opportunity to design purple jade. After all, yesterday, Su Mei only knew that she was going to help a big shot design jade. She really didn't expect that it would be a purple jade, let alone such a big piece. It was beyond Su Mei's imagination that such a piece of purple jade would be in the hands of such a young man. What? Did the whole Donghai jewelry circle know about it yesterday? Lin Fei asked with a smile. After all, he didn't pay much attention to the Jade Street after he left yesterday. Su Mei nodded. Young Master Lin, you may not know this, but such a big piece of purple jade only appeared 3 years ago. Later, it was designed into several accessories by a master designer and won high praise. At that time, I was still an apprentice. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to design such a piece of purple jade. I really want to thank young Master Lin for giving me this opportunity. Su Mei's breathing quickened. After all, as a jewelry designer, her greatest achievement was to design her own jewelry. If she wanted to design jewelry that would be passed down, she must have good materials, and purple jade was one of the rare materials in jade. Is there such a thing? Lin Fei laughed heartily. Fortunately, I left early. Otherwise, I might have really been eaten. Su Mei chuckled. You're a big shot. They wouldn't dare to eat you even if they gave them 100 guts. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of tea and watched Su Mei studying the purple jade. He did not disturb her. After all, a piece of purple jadeite was nothing to him. His Longting villa needed a lot of jadeite to set up the formation. At this time, Yu Zishan walked in and reported to Lin Fei in a low voice. Lin Fei also stood up. Miss Su Mei, you design it yourself first. My request is to design some necklaces. If it's a ring, that's fine too. I want to give it to women who are not very old. You can think about it. I still have something to do. I'll come back later. Young Master Lin, don't worry. I will definitely design according to your requirements. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Su Mei stood up and replied. After Lin Fei and Master Yu left the room, Su Mei held the table with both hands and let out a long sigh of relief. Su Mei, you can finally hold your head high. Who would have thought that such a good thing would happen to me? And this Lin Fei, he's really too manly. How can there be such a man in this world? The scent on his body smells so good. If only I could get close and smell it. As an immortal realm expert, Lin Fei was naturally different from others. In particular, his body had surpassed the level of an ordinary body. Therefore, he could feel the aura on Lin Fei's body. To Su Mei, it was like a kind of poison. Her heart was pounding. Su Mei, what are you thinking? He's a big shot. Why would he look at a small designer like you? You should just honestly design purple jade for him. Master, this Chief Tai Zhan has the entire Yan Huang battle team behind him. He also has the #1 expert in Yanjing. I think he is worried that there will be an unstable factor in the East Sea. Therefore, he came to find Master. He probably won't make things too difficult for Master, Yu Zishan said in a low voice. Normally, Yu Zishan would be polite to Chief Tai Zhan. However, this time, after he had his old boss, Lin Fei, his attitude was different. Lin Fei had long known that Chief Tai Zhan would come, but he had come earlier than expected. It's good that he's here. We can have a good chat and understand the current situation in China. I believe he will be very interested in telling me about the situation. Tai Zhan sat in the hall. This time, he did not bring anyone with him. He had come alone. He did not want too many people to know about Lin Fei's existence. Therefore, he had sealed off the incident at the Soaring Dragon Villa last night. Not everyone knew that there was another powerful person in Dongguan. Those people did not dare to say anything about the Yan Huang battle team's warning. They all kept their mouths shut. Chief Tai, we meet again. Lin Fei saw Tai Zhan as soon as he walked into the hall. Tai Zhan stood up. Young Master Lin, please forgive me for coming to visit. After all, someone like you is someone that the Yan Huang battle team must pay a visit to. Moreover, I would like to congratulate young Master Lin for moving into the Soaring Dragon Villa. Lin Fei sat down. Your Yan Huang battle team is quite capable. You received the information so quickly. You're much more impressive than I thought. Tai Zhan complained in his heart. If you're capable, you wouldn't have taken the initiative to pay a visit to not know where you've been in the past 5 years. Young Master Lin, you must be joking. Speaking of impressive, you're the truly impressive one. In a short 5 years, you've gone from an ordinary person to this level. How many people can do that? What do you think? Lin Fei did not mind that the other party was investigating him. After all, it was a very normal thing. I more or less know why Chief Tai is here. If you want me to join the Yan Huang battle team, then forget it. I'm not too interested in any sects or organizations. Of course, I don't want anyone to disturb my life. It's that simple. Lin Fei said calmly. As long as Chief Tai can do it, I don't think anything bad will happen to you. Remember the mobile website, Chapter 2707, Chief Tai Comes to Visit, page 1/1. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 3956. Tai Zhan had taken the initiative to come over because he wanted to recruit Lin Fei. After all, he was such an unstable factor. It would be best if he could recruit Lin Fei before he found out who his backer was. He was not afraid that something bad would happen to Lin Fei. But now that Lin Fei had said so, Tai Zhan naturally gave up the idea. Moreover, Lin Fei's words were acceptable. If possible, Taizhan did not want to have any conflict with Lin Fei. After all, not everyone could grow from an ordinary person to a warrior at the Supreme Power Realm in 5 years. After Lin Fei spoke up, the rest of the conversation was more pleasant. Before leaving, Taizhan said, "Child Lin, the martial arts circle convention will be held in our neighboring Hangzhou in a month. You are a young man, so I hope you can go there on behalf of Donghai. Is that okay?" Lin Fei did not expect this. Lin Fei knew that the martial arts circle convention would be held in the neighboring Hangzhou, but he did not expect that Taizhan would ask him to go there. It seemed that Taizhan was going to lead the team. Lin Fei was a little surprised. "Director Tai, you seem to think too highly of me. Donghai is full of talents. Just find anyone to go there. You don't have to drag me along." Taizhan smiled bitterly and said, "Child Lin, you really know how to joke. Who dares to treat you as an ordinary person now? There are not many people in this circle who have reached the Supreme Power Realm at your age. As for the younger generation, they are at most at the level of overt strength or covert strength. There are not many who have reached the covert strength realm. So, please help us. Our Yan Huang team will not let Lin Xiaobai go." This idea had just popped up in Taizhan's mind. After all, the martial arts circle convention in Hangzhou was very important. If Donghai could find a powerful team leader, Taizhan would not have asked Lin Fei for help. As for the martial arts circle convention in Hangzhou, Lin Fei really wanted to see it. After all, he had left a lot of memories in Hangzhou, so he could go there. Now that Director Taizhan said this, Lin Fei hesitated and said, "Since Director Taizhan said so, I will reluctantly go there for you. But I can't guarantee what will happen. You have to be mentally prepared." Taizhan let out a long sigh of relief and immediately calmed down. "With young Master Lin here, what else do I have to worry about?" Just like that, Chief Iron Zhan left the Longting Manor. He looked back at the blessed land and sighed softly. "I didn't expect that the Longting Manor that I've been planning for so long would be taken away by a young man. It seems that Yu Zishan has also submitted to him. This method is indeed impressive." Regarding this, Bureau Chief Iron Battle was also convinced. After Chief Iron Zhan left, Yu Zishan could not help but say, "Master, I don't think you should have agreed to Chief Iron Zhan's words just now. After all, Hangzhou and East Ocean are like fire and water. If you had led the team, you might have caused some trouble." Lin Fei really did not know about this. He frowned slightly and asked, "Is East Ocean and Hangzhou on bad terms?" Yu Zishan smiled bitterly and said, "This is a matter of the martial arts circle. Hangzhou and East Ocean have always been on bad terms. It's not a secret. In recent years, a lot of young disciples have emerged in Hangzhou, and East Ocean has always been suppressed by them. Under normal circumstances, East Ocean's martial artists rarely go to Hangzhou, and East Ocean's martial artists rarely come to East Ocean. Unless they have a great background, they basically won't go there." Since Lin Fei had already agreed, he did not care about Hangzhou's experts. He smiled and said, "It's okay. Anyway, I'm bored. I'll go out and meet some experts." Since his master had already said so, Yu Zishan did not dare to say anything else. When Lin Fei returned upstairs, he saw Su Mei, who was deep in thought. She was sketching and did not notice that Lin Fei had come. Lin Fei walked closer and saw that there were sketches on the draft paper. He could see the general shape just from the sketches. Lin Fei's eyesight was good, and he approved of Su Mei's design very much. "I didn't look for this designer in vain. Her skills are good." Lin Fei returned to his seat and did not disturb Su Mei's design. When Su Mei finished her design and saw Lin Fei, who was drinking tea, she was shocked on the spot. Lin Fei waved his hand and said, "Don't be nervous. I think your design is good. Come, have a cup of tea first." Lin Fei poured a cup of tea, and Su Mei carefully picked it up. She was indeed thirsty after the design just now, so she drank the tea in a few gulps. Lin Fei poured another cup for her, which made Su Mei feel a little flattered. "This is the rough design. Young Master Lin, do you think it's good?" Su Mei handed the sketch to him. Lin Fei did not look at it. He nodded and said, "I've seen it just now. It's really to my liking, so you can take the purple jade back to design it now." Until Su Mei left Longting Villa, her mind was still in a daze. Her eyes fell on the purple jade in the box next to her from time to time. Was this a dream? Su Mei, you succeeded. You got the design of the purple jade. You will soon become a famous person in the circle. In one day, the news of the purple jade spread in the circle. Everyone wanted to get the purple jade to design and become famous. Su Mei never thought that she would have the chance to get it. Does young Master Lin like me? Su Mei's face was filled with charm. She was very satisfied with her body. However, she couldn't figure it out. She was just a little famous designer. How could she be qualified to get the purple jade design? No matter how Su Mei thought about it, she couldn't figure it out for a while. Lin Fei really appreciated Su Mei's physique. After seeing the design, he directly handed it to Su Mei to design. He was not afraid that she would run away with the purple jade. After all, it was not so easy to get his things. Longting Villa was about to be renovated. Lin Fei was too lazy to stay in Longqing Villa anymore, so he directly returned to Xia Lin's residence. At least for the next month, he didn't need to go to Longting Villa. After returning to Xia Lin's place, Xia Lin was elated for quite a while. She said in a bitter tone, "Brother Lin, I thought you really left." Although Xia Lin said so, her eyes were full of surprise and joy. These days, Lin Fei did not come back to live. Xia Lin was not used to it. She was depressed. Lin Fei said with a smile, "I wanted to leave, but wouldn't it be a pity for a beauty like you to stay here? So I came back to take a look, lest someone snatch you away." Xia Lin was the kind of person who was thin-skinned. After being teased, her face instantly became red. "It's good that you came back. We can go to the exhibition hall together tomorrow. I think Sister Xing'an will be very happy to have a coolie like you, boss." Chapter 3957. When Lin Fei came back, Charlene's face lit up. She smiled the whole night. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could tell how Charlene felt about him, but he couldn't do anything about it. "Brother Lin, get up for breakfast." Lin Fei was woken up by Charlene. When he walked out and saw the breakfast on the table, Lin Fei was quite surprised even though it was just porridge and steamed buns. "Yo, I didn't expect you to make breakfast today. Whoever marries you will be so happy." Charlene rolled her eyes. "I'm not getting married." Lin Fei felt helpless at her sudden words. It seemed like he didn't say anything wrong. Yes, I'm not getting married, I'm not getting married. I said the wrong thing." Lin Fei picked up the steamed bun and took a bite. "It tastes pretty good. It seems like you're quite good at cooking." Charlene beamed with joy at the light praise. When she came downstairs, Charlene was a little surprised to find that Lin Fei had changed another car. "Wow, you're really rich now. I saw you driving a Bentley some time ago, and now you've changed to a Mercedes-Benz." There were quite a few cars in the garage of Longting Villa, but Lin Fei wasn't a high-profile person, so he drove a Mercedes-Benz out. It was an S-Class Mercedes-Benz. It wasn't expensive, around $1 million. It was too common in a place like Donghai. After all, Donghai was known for having many luxury cars. Cars worth millions could be seen everywhere, and it really wasn't eye-catching. "Aren't I going to be your chauffeur? I can't possibly drive a sports car over. If that happens, you and Sister Xing'an won't have anywhere to sit. Don't tell me you're willing to sit on my lap?" Lin Fei teased, but Charlene rolled her eyes again. "Brother Lin, I realize that you're getting naughtier and naughtier. Are you planning to hit on me?" Charlene also felt that she was getting bolder. If it was in the past, she would never have dared to say such things. Lin Fei chuckled. "Beauty Charlene, I'm already living with you. It's considered cohabiting. Do I still need to hit on you?" Charlene burst into laughter. They talked and laughed along the way until they reached the company. Bai Shengnan had already recovered from the incident at Longting Villa. She thought that what happened that day would spread among the upper echelons, but she was surprised to find out that it hadn't spread at all. She was curious as to what her boss had done to prevent the news from spreading. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Otherwise, the entire Donghai would be bustling about it. Bai Shengnan thought that Lin Fei wouldn't come. When she saw Lin Fei and Lin Fei, she and Charlene, Lin and Lin, she was very happy. After all, Lin had came. Bai to Lin to he to Lin to do. to it. Fei de Tian to Lin to and by. Lin, I thought you would not to Lin Fei. I to Lin. To Lin and by Fei. By Fei. T to do. To he to say. And he to Li and Yang. Lin and White. By Xingnan and Charlene laughed. What happened next was simple. By Xingnan packed the shapewear and placed it in the car. Her employees also went to the exhibition hall. Everything had been arranged. All that was left was to bring the items over. By Xingnan's heart warmed when she heard that Lin Fei was the chauffeur. After all, it was rare for someone with Lin Fei's identity to take the initiative to drive. Half an hour later, they arrived at the exhibition center. Today, the exhibition center was very lively. At a glance, most of them were girls. After all, this was an exhibition that involved women. However, there were also many men. Of course, whether the men were here to see the exhibition or to see the beauties was another matter. By Xingnan and Charlene got out of the car and took the shapewear from the box in the car. After making the shapewear, By Xingnan was worried that it would spread outside, so she had been carefully guarding it. When she walked into the exhibition hall, she found that it was already crowded. At a glance, it was filled with women's products, especially all kinds of clothes. There were exhibits everywhere, and it was quite lively. Manager Bai, we have a small situation. After they came in, the employee who was originally arranged here ran over to report. Her expression was a little ugly. Bai Xingnan's expression darkened slightly. She had made ample preparations for today's exhibition. What happened? Tell me slowly, there's no hurry. The employee was a girl with big and beautiful eyes. At this moment, she said with some grievance, Manager Bai, the people in the exhibition hall are deliberately bullying us. They clearly said that we were arranged to be in the main exhibition location, but as soon as we came here today, they directly changed to a small remote location. What do you think we should do? Bai Xingnan's expression also turned ugly. After all, in order to make the cloud shapewear an instant hit, Bai Xingnan had talked with the person in charge of the exhibition hall for a long time and paid a lot of price to get a good location. Who would have thought that in just one night, an accident would occur? Do you know who took our exhibition hall's location? Although Bai Xingnan was angry, she did not flare up on the spot. After all, this was the exhibition hall. Manager Bai, how have you been? Just as Bai Xingnan was about to find out who had taken the position, a voice suddenly sounded. A strange voice interrupted their conversation. Bai Xingnan turned around and saw a frivolous young man walking over. When she saw this young man, Bai Xingnan's expression changed slightly. Lu Wuqing, aren't you overseas? This fair and frivolous young man laughed. Xingnan, it seems that you haven't paid attention to any news about me for a long time. It's been more than 3 months since I came back. I'm now the person in charge of the prestige group. I was the one who took your exhibition hall. I think a small company like yours doesn't have the qualifications to have this kind of counterposition. Only our prestige group has the qualifications. What do you think? Xia Lin, who was at the side, said straightforwardly, Nonsense, who said that our company doesn't have the qualifications? How can your company's things compare to our company's? Xia Lin was very clear about the effects of the cloud shapewear and was filled with confidence. The fair and clean Lu Wuqing laughed. Whether we have the qualifications or not isn't up to you to decide. Now that the exhibition hall belongs to our prestige group, you can only go to the small exhibition hall. If you're not satisfied, you can come and bite me. Xia Lin was very angry. You're so shameless. Bai Xingnan pulled Xia Lin's hand. Forget it, don't bother with a lunatic. Let's go to the small exhibition hall. Lin Fei, who was taking things from the side, watched this scene and did not say anything. However, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. Chapter 3958. The fair-skinned Lu Wuqing didn't stop Bai Xingnan from leaving. Instead, there was a faint, evil smile on his face. Bai Xingnan, I'm back now. This time, you can't hide from me no matter what. I'll let you experience failure first. When the time comes, I'll let you accept reality step by step. Lu Wuqing was Bai Xingnan's friend. Although they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, they were childhood sweethearts. Lu Wuqing had always treated Bai Xingnan as his own woman. The Lu family was also a big family in the East Sea. Even though their influence in recent years was not as great as before, they were still a famous big family in the East Sea with assets of more than 10 billion. Sister Shannon, that guy is too annoying. He actually swapped our positions. Charlene said whatever was on her mind. She was very unhappy. Bai Xingnan's face was slightly pale. She secretly glanced at Lin Fei, as if she was afraid that he would be angry. Boss, that guy just now was a friend of mine when I was young. I didn't expect him to grow up and become like this. I will handle this matter myself. Bai Xingnan was worried that Lin Fei would misunderstand, so she simply explained. Lin Fei was not angry. You are the general manager now. It is not worthwhile to make things difficult for these villains. Didn't he plot against you? Just let him do what he wants. Anyway, we won't lose anything. You just need to know that our company will be in the limelight in the exhibition hall today, so you should think about how to arrange it later. Bai Xingnan's mood was a lot better. After all, she was really angry just now, and since she was young, she had never been interested in Lu Wuqing. It was only when Lu Wuqing left the East Sea a few years ago that Bai Xingnan let out a sigh of relief, but she never thought that this guy would dare to play tricks on her the moment he came back. Now that she heard her boss's words, Bai Xingnan wasn't that angry anymore. Boss, don't worry. Our company will definitely be the most dazzling one in the exhibition hall today. No one will be able to scheme against us. I've already made arrangements. We'll definitely leave a deep impression on them. Lin Fei nodded. Then I'll wait and see. Soon, they arrived at a small exhibition hall. Compared to the exhibition halls outside, the location of this exhibition hall was indeed very remote and inconspicuous. It was also not big. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to stand out in an exhibition hall like this. This time, Bai Xingnan was very confident in her product. It would definitely be a hit. Is everyone here? These words were directed at his subordinates. They're all waiting outside. I'll bring them in now. Lin Fei moved the items to the exhibition hall. Although the exhibition hall was small, it did not mean that it could not be used. As long as the product was passable, it didn't matter where it was placed. Lin Fei understood this logic. There were a lot of people in the exhibition hall today, and all of them came for the various products in the exhibition hall. As a group of people came in, they immediately attracted the attention of others. It was hard not to notice. They were 6 well-endowed women in their 30s. Their bodies were so plump that they couldn't help but pay attention to them, especially since they had walked all the way here. What a pity! That's right. These women have beautiful faces and can be given at least 8 points. But their bodies are too hard to accept. If they could slim down, I believe they would all be beauties and goddesses. What a pity, what a pity. Many men shook their heads. That was why everyone liked beautiful women. However, not everyone could accept these kinds of women. As the saying goes, a white face covers all ugliness, a fat face ruins everything. These 6 women were the same type. The heavens had blessed them with beauty, but their bodies were a mess. Everyone was curious. At this time, there were actually 6 women with similar appearances and figures in the exhibition hall. What were they going for? If it was 6 goddesses, perhaps no one would think much of it. However, these 6 beautiful women with shockingly different figures appeared in the exhibition hall at the same time. Moreover, they were going in the same direction. That was a little strange. Hence, some people couldn't help but follow them. This was naturally Bai Xingnan's idea. When Lin Fei saw the 6 people, he was dumbfounded. The contrast between the past and the present was too great. Brother Lin, this is the idea that our sister Xingnan came up with. What do you think? Xia Lin said proudly. Lin Fei gave her a thumbs up. He knew what was going on. He had to admit that it was a really good idea. Boss, look at those people behind. I think they're all here for them. When Bai Xingnan heard Lin Fei's praise, a look of joy appeared on her face. After all, how to promote the cloud silk shapewear was really a headache. However, they had to think of a way. Inadvertently, Bai Xingnan and Xia Lin came up with a brilliant idea. The cloud silk shapewear was very effective. If they wanted people to remember it, they had to amaze everyone. When the 6 women arrived at the exhibition hall, many people suddenly realized that they were here for the shapewear. Everyone was confused. It seemed that no matter how good the shapewear was, it wouldn't be able to fit their figures. After all, although the shapewear was good, its side effects weren't small. It was very strenuous to wear it, and not everyone was willing to wear it. Moreover, it didn't mean that they could really lose weight. Bai Shengnan personally came to welcome the 6 women. Before this, Bai Shengnan had already explained it very clearly to them. Now, go in and change your clothes. Come out later. I believe that you definitely won't regret it. These 6 women were more or less like this because of their own elements. As beautiful women, who didn't want to have a good figure. When they heard that there was such a good thing, they came without hesitation. Of course, Bai Shengnan gave them a lot of benefits. Before they went in, Bai Shengnan asked them to weigh their lower body again, and someone recorded it. Only then did she ask someone to bring them to a small room at the back of the exhibition hall to change into the shapewear. What happened next was very simple. Bai Shengnan's subordinates began to advertise, and the slogan was not ordinary. Have you seen a miracle? Soon, you will see what a true miracle is. It is definitely a woman's lucky star. You won't regret it if you see it. If you don't see it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Everyone come and take a look. Under normal circumstances, very few people would pay attention to it. However, the 6 women just now had indeed left a deep impression on everyone, so the publicity also attracted their interest. A miracle? They really wanted to see how this exhibition hall would perform a miracle. Lu Wuqing was also standing not far away. He didn't really approve of the shapewear launched by Bai Shengnan. Although its market share wasn't small, it had been completely divided up. Other new brands couldn't compete with old brands at all. Bai Shengnan is such a smart woman. Her idea is not bad, but the product is not good. She still hopes that these people will buy it. How could she make such a mistake? I really don't know what she's thinking. Chapter 3959. Did you see that just now? 6 women came to this booth. Are they going to promote some kind of shapewear? Even if there's a shapewear, the effect might not be that good. It's a pity for these 6 women. Their faces are beautiful, but their figures are really a mess. Outside the small exhibition hall, many people were quietly discussing, but they did not leave. In fact, they all wanted to see what kind of shapewear was being promoted in this exhibition hall. Because until now, they had not seen anything, not even advertising slogans. This kind of thing was relatively rare. Invisibly, it was covered with a layer of mysterious veil. Therefore, they did not mind wasting some time here. Of course, this was also thanks to the deep impression of the 6 women. Otherwise, they would not have any interest in staying here. One must know that there were a lot of good things in the exhibition hall today. Who would waste time in such a place, especially a small booth? About 10 minutes later, the 6 women who had gone in before came out at the same time. However, when they came out, everyone was stunned, suspecting that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Brother, pinch me. Are you seeing things? One of the men's eyes widened and he really pinched it, shouting, "It's true, it's actually true, this is also, damn, this change is too big." Damn, could it be that they have changed their people? What kind of shapewear is so powerful? At this time, the 6 women had completely changed their appearance. Their bloated bodies were perfectly wrapped in the shapewear. At this time, through the clothes, they could not see any traces left behind from before. Soon, exclamations rang out at the scene. After all, the scene in front of them was too shocking, causing them to be unable to adapt to it for a while. It was really too exaggerated. In fact, the 6 women were also stunned by their own appearance. The change was too big. It was completely the figure that they had imagined. If it wasn't for the light feeling on their bodies, they would not have known that they were wearing something. Moreover, after wearing it, they did not feel that kind of tight feeling, but a very comfortable feeling. There was even a trace of faint heat that surged into their bodies. This kind of enjoyment was unprecedented, and they did not have the slightest bit of resistance. It's not that they haven't worn shapewear before, but there has never been a shapewear that can compare to what they are wearing. You're right. This is our company's newly launched Cloud Silk shapewear. Our shapewear uses special materials that are easy to breathe. Not only that, but it can also burn fat when wearing the shapewear. Now let these 6 ladies remeasure their weight so that you can feel the powerful charm of our shapewear again. The next scene allowed everyone to clearly see the changes. After a local woman stood up, even she herself exclaimed, "I seem to have lost 4 tails. No, it should be half a caddy. This is too scary." Compared to her previous weight, the woman was now half a kilo lighter. Although it was only half a caddy, it was not a small number for a woman. When the remaining 5 women went up to measure, they all lost half a kilogram, which undoubtedly brought a huge shock to everyone. It was the first time for the people at the scene to hear of this kind of shapewear. Bai Shengnan immediately ordered her people to start the second step. She took out the cloud silk material. Everyone can feel it for yourself. This kind of allowed material is not ordinary. It was made by our company with a lot of manpower. It can be said to be the only good thing in the country. In fact, after the 6 women underwent such a huge change, all the women present became curious, and they were even a bit tempted. After all, who didn't want to have a beautiful and healthy body? And now, after they wore the shapewear, they had undergone such a huge change. For some plump women, it was filled with a huge temptation, as if it was poison. Soon, some women came up to look at the cloud silk material. After touching it, their eyes all widened. "Oh my God, this material called cloud silk is too comfortable. This material can actually be made into shapewear. This is unbelievable. It's so comfortable. It's really comfortable. It's soft. This is one of the best materials I've ever seen." The women who touched the cloud silk began to guess. Could it really be a unique material for this company? It had to be said that the texture of the allowed material was unprecedented. After all, this was a material from another world. It wasn't something that could be made on Earth. A woman's sense of touch was top-notch. It was easy to tell whether the fabric was good or bad. Immediately, a woman couldn't help but ask, "I want to know how much this shapewear costs. How effective is it? Also, does this shapewear need to be cleaned regularly? Or do you need to wear it all day?" Even though everyone didn't wear it, after understanding the magic of the cloud silk material, they all took it seriously. In addition, these women also personally went to check the bodies of the 6 models. After putting on the shapewear, all the excess fat on their bodies was perfectly spread out, as if it had disappeared. It was a wonderful feeling. Everyone was full of expectations, and they couldn't wait to get their hands on one of them immediately. As the company's manager, Bai Shengnan personally stood up to explain to everyone, "Our shapewear doesn't need to be washed. It has an automatic filtration ability. Even if you wear it for a month, there won't be any smell. Our company can guarantee this. At the same time, the weight loss effect is also top-notch. We definitely won't disappoint everyone. In a month, you can lose at least 1/3 of the excess fat on your body. In other words, after wearing the shapewear, you can lose at least 30 pounds of weight in a month. This is our company's promise. Of course, this is limited to those who weigh more than 100 pounds. Bai Shengnan's words undoubtedly caused everyone to be dumbfounded once again. Was there really such a good shapewear in the world? How could women live like this? Of course, our price is also very beautiful. It doesn't cost 9,999 yuan or 8,899 yuan. Now, it only costs 999 yuan, and you can buy a set. It's a true top-notch shapewear and you'll have a beautiful figure. If someone else had said this, the effect would be different. But since it came from Bai Shengnan, the situation was completely different. Everyone already wanted to buy one. After all, the price was indeed not expensive. If the effect was really that good, they would definitely be able to get one. Lin Fei quietly watched all of this from the side. He felt that Bai Shengnan had already done very well. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to create such a scene, especially after finding those 6 women. Their faces were a complete mess, and their figures were also a complete mess, forming a sharp contrast. "Miss Bai, I don't agree with what you said. The market for shapewear is so big, but I've never seen any shapewear with such a strong effect. I suspect that you're tricking everyone." At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out, and standing next to him was a woman in her 30s. However, this woman's figure was not very good. Bai Shengnan knew that someone had come to cause trouble. Chapter 3960. In the exhibition hall. At this moment, many people had gathered. Everyone had been attracted by the powerful effect of the cloud silk shapewear. However, as someone stepped forward, many people felt that something was about to happen. Bai Xingnan, on the other hand, was very calm. This was because she knew from the beginning that something like this would happen, and she hoped that this would happen more than anyone else. Only this could prove the power of the cloud silk shapewear. No matter who it was, Bai Xingnan had to thank this person for helping the company. Such a good thing was not easy to find. I know this woman. I think she's a rich woman from Donghai. Yes, I think she's a rich woman. Now that you mention it, I remember that her name is Song Yunyue. That's right, her name is Song Yunyue. I heard that Song Yunyue was very beautiful in the past, but her figure changed after she got sick. Song Yunyue has a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan. Many people at the scene recognized her. After all, when a person's name was called out, someone would definitely check it out. After checking, they found out that her name was really Song Yunyue. The information on the internet was exactly the same as this person. I don't think your cloud silk shapewear is real. What I hate the most is when people use things to deceive everyone, especially women. Don't think that it's easy to earn money from us women. I really don't believe that your cloud silk shapewear will have such a good effect. This woman's name was Song Yunyue. When she was young, she was indeed very beautiful. But now, she was in her 30s. Because of her illness, her figure had become very bloated. No matter how much she took care of herself, it would be useless. Song Yunyue didn't know how many times she had worn this kind of shapewear, but none of them had the same effect. Therefore, she absolutely hated shapewear. This time, she just happened to pass by and happened to hear what the other party said. As a result, a sense of annoyance rose up in her. Even if you want to lie, you shouldn't lie like this. Therefore, Song Yunyue decided to expose this company. She wanted to let them know that a woman's money was not so easily deceived. Song Yunyue's words were recognized by some people. After all, such a powerful cloud silk shapewear had such a good effect. The entire shapewear market did not have such a strong effect. There had to be a problem. Everyone felt that something had been done. Miss Song is right. This shapewear doesn't have such a good effect. It's a lie. It must be a lie. Nowadays, companies are really deceiving everyone. They actually used materials that we don't know to falsify. Everyone, don't believe it. Someone in the crowd shouted. Song Yunyue's face also revealed a proud expression, as if this was the result she wanted. The man standing next to her didn't speak. After all, as his wife, he understood her temper very well. Because she had suffered a lot from this shapewear, it was normal for her to say something. Bai Xingnan had also heard everyone's conversation. Naturally, she also noticed this woman. When she heard Song Yunyue's name, she immediately understood. After all, there were no secrets in the East Sea. Compared to outsiders, Bai Xingnan knew Song Yunyue better. Speaking of which, Song Yunyue was also a pitiful woman. In order to give birth to a child, she had taken all kinds of medicine, which caused her body to collapse. When she finally recovered with great difficulty, she became like this. At the same time, her mentality had also been affected to a certain extent. However, in terms of handling things, Song Yunyue was still a good person. At the very least, she wasn't the kind that was very annoying. Miss Song, I can understand your feelings. After all, you have suffered a lot in this aspect. However, our company's shapewear is completely different from other companies. Bai Xingnan smiled and said, perhaps you don't know this, but since you were able to come here, it's fate between us. So, I can allow you to wear our company's cloud shapewear and witness this effect. Everyone knows that good things are definitely not reliable. Only by experiencing it for yourself will you know the true benefits of the shapewear. I'm not bragging, nor am I fooling everyone. Everything is true when you see it with your own eyes. For example, Ms. Song Yunyue. I think everyone knows who she is, and it's even more impossible for me to hire someone to fake it. Don't you think so? Bai Xingnan had turned the situation around with just a few words, so everyone had no choice but to agree with her. After all, no matter how good something was, It was not as good as the actual effect of experiencing it. Moreover, Ms. Song was present, so it was absolutely impossible for her to fake it. Song Yunyue really did not take the cloud silk seriously. No matter how good the material was or how unique it was, the result was still the same. However, when Bai Shengnan said this, Song Yunyue was a little surprised. After all, not everyone was so confident. Aren't you afraid that I'll expose your company's shapewear later? Song Yunyue also had a trace of admiration for this young woman. One had to know that there were so many people present. If she said a few words casually, the consequences would not be small. If she wanted to turn the situation around, it would not be as simple as a few 100,000 or a few million yuan. Bai Shengnan said calmly, since our company dares to say that this is a unique shapewear, we naturally have great confidence in this cloud silk. We are not afraid of anyone challenging us, and I believe that Ms. Song is also a fair person. Whether something is good or bad, you will know after witnessing it. Ms. Song, don't you want to give yourself a chance to witness a miracle? Don't you think so, everyone? Bai Shengnan's last sentence undoubtedly stirred up the emotions of the people present. The 6 women on the stage had undergone a huge change, which indeed surprised everyone. However, no one knew if this was an exaggeration or not. However, Song Yunyue was not so easy to bribe. She had a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan and could be considered a real tycoon. They could not possibly think that in order to bribe this tycoon, the other party's company would be able to spend tens of millions of yuan. That would be thinking too much, and marketing would not be used like this. Song Yunyue laughed. Although she did not have a good impression of the shapewear, this woman's methods were quite impressive, and her last words had indeed moved her. If possible, who wouldn't want to have a beautiful future for themselves? For Ms. Bai's words, it would be a pity if I didn't try. Song Yunyue walked over. Then let me try your company's cloud silk shapewear and see what magical effects it has. Bai Shengnan smiled and said, Miss Song, you will soon know how wise of a choice this is. She arranged for a girl to accompany Song Yunyue backstage to change into the shapewear. When Song Yunyue went in, she attracted even more attention. After all, Song Yunyue was a tycoon with a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan. She was a well-known figure. Although her figure was a little lacking, she still had a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan. If they could personally see a tycoon with a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan get angry, it would definitely be something to applaud. After all, those who were watching the show would never complain about things getting bigger. Lin Fei had not said a word the entire time. He was very satisfied with Bai Shengnan's actions. This was good publicity, better than anyone else's advertisement. With a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan and this figure, if it was a perfect reversal, it would have a greater impact than advertising for tens of millions of yuan. Chapter 3961. Is this me? Song Yunyue stood in front of the mirror. Facing her reflection in the mirror, she found it hard to believe. Song Yunyue had a lot of doubts about this kind of cloud wool shapewear, but when she actually put it on, those thoughts disappeared. The cloud wool shapewear had a huge impact on Song Yunyue. Most importantly, after wearing the shapewear, it actually tightly wrapped up the fat that Song Yunyue couldn't lose. This kind of wrapping didn't make her feel uncomfortable at all, and at the same time, there was no sense of restraint on her body. This was something that the previous shapewear didn't have. Miss Song, this is the magic of our cloud wool shapewear. After wearing it, it will reasonably distribute the weight, and it also has an automatic weight loss function. Do you feel a faint heat? That's the magical effect of the cloud wool shapewear. After wearing it for a month, you can successfully lose 30 kilograms without rebounding. After that, you can also wear the cloud wool shapewear as ordinary underwear. Soon, our company will also develop cloud wool pajamas, underwear, and so on. Song Yueyun had truly experienced it. Looking left, right, up and down, she became more and more satisfied with her body. This was something that she had never imagined before. It was really too comfortable. Under everyone's expectations, Song Yunyue finally walked out. Song Yunyue was still the same Song Yunyue, but when she stood in front of everyone, everyone exclaimed, "Oh my God, what an amazing shapewear! This cloud wool shapewear is too awesome." I clearly remember that Song Yunyue's figure wasn't very good, But now, coupled with that face, it's definitely 80 points. One had to know that Song Yunyue definitely wouldn't be able to score as high as 80 points in the past, at most 60 points. But now that the eyesore was gone, her temperament instantly improved. There was also the middle-aged man. After seeing his wife, Song Mingyue, he was overjoyed and suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Is this my wife? If they weren't familiar with each other, they would really suspect that it was a different person. Bai Shengnan smiled at Song Yunyue. Miss Song, do you still think that our cloud will shapewear is a joke? I believe that the cloud shapewear is the lucky star of all women. I hope that all women in the world can find a good figure, and our cloud shapewear will be able to do that. Everyone present applauded with all their might, especially the women, who deeply agreed with these words. After all, as a woman, who didn't want to be beautiful, and their body was the biggest problem that troubled them. But this time, I just want to say that the cloud silk shapewear is really good. When you wear it, you don't feel any restraint at all. It feels like you're not wearing it at all, but that feeling is something that you won't be able to understand. I'm addicted to this feeling. I believe that when the cloud silk shapewear goes on the market, I'll definitely buy a few sets and bring them home. I'll recommend such a good item to everyone. Mrs. Song also turned around and said, Miss Bai, I'm sorry. I've previously admitted that I've underestimated the cloud silk shapewear. After all, there are too many shapewear on the market now. Song Yunyue's words were equivalent to confirming the extraordinariness of the cloud silk shapewear. The applause became even louder. No one doubted Song Mingyue's words. Bai Shengnan smiled and said, Here, I would like to thank Ms. Song for your support. Our cloud silk shapewear is just the beginning. In the near future, we will invest in all kinds of research and development to design the most beautiful products suitable for us women. Let's wait and see. And the scene here quickly spread, from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. There were more women at today's exhibition. After this commotion, the small exhibition hall was filled with women. All of them were looking at the cloud silk material. Coupled with the model's figure, they simply couldn't believe that there was such a magical material. The cloud silk shapewear had become popular. The kind that became popular. More and more people came to the small exhibition hall, stealing everyone's limelight. In the distance, Lu Wuqing's face was slightly gloomy. He really didn't expect Bai Shengnan to come up with a shapewear that was going to become popular. He knew about Song Yunyue. He had just checked her on the internet. She was the kind of person who would never lie when she spoke, and such a person was undoubtedly not someone that could be created by marketing. One of her subordinates also went in. Not long after, he came back with a face full of shock. Manager, the cloud silk material is really magical. I've never seen such a material before. Manager, the cloud floss material is really amazing. I've never seen such a material with such tolerance. No wonder they can make this kind of shapewear. With my many years of experience, this cloud floss shapewear will definitely be popular all over the country. No one will be a match for this shapewear because the effect of this shapewear is too strong. If one can really lose 30 kilograms in a month, even if they can't do it, they can lose 20 kilograms without having to exercise or abstain from eating and drinking. This will be everyone's lucky star. No matter men or women, old or young, everyone will like it. Lu Wuqing really didn't believe that such a material existed in the world. After all, he was prepared to let Bai Shengnan experience the feeling of failure and beg him in the end. But now that this situation had happened, it seemed that his calculations had gone wrong. Then get me this cloud silk material. Isn't it just a material? Since Bai Shengnan can make it, we can do the same. Although Lu Wuqing didn't really believe in this material, if the effect was really that good, then he didn't mind getting his hands on this material. If it really could suppress all the shapewear, then this cloud silk material would definitely be able to create a giant existence, or even more. I don't care who you are. What's your relationship with Bai Shengnan? I advise you not to make any random plans. If you anger me, it won't end well for you. Just as Lu Wuqing finished speaking, a hand appeared out of nowhere on his shoulder, and a faint voice entered his ears. There was one more person next to him. Lu Wuqing looked over and subconsciously attacked with his elbow. It was very ruthless. But in the next second, with a crack, Lu Wuqing's elbow seemed to have hit a mountain, and he almost screamed. Lu Wuqing finally remembered who this person was. He had been following by Xingnan all this time. Previously, he thought that he was a porter and didn't pay attention to him. "Let go of me or I'll teach you a lesson." Lu Wuqing's face was pale, and his entire face began to distort. He knew that his elbow was definitely broken. "Remember what I said." "That's right, Bai Xingnan has to be obedient. Otherwise, next time, you won't just suffer like this." Lin Fei patted Lu Wuqing's shoulder. Lu Wuqing's body sank, and he collapsed to the ground. Remember the mobile version, Chapter 2713, Warning: A warning from Lin Fei, page 1/1. Bookmark for easier reading.